Assalamualaikum and good morning, honorable guests. Thank you so much for coming in very early. Good morning and welcome, Director of CP Datuk Sri Muhammad Kamarudin Muhammadin, Department Director of the Narcotics Crime Investigation Department from PDRM, Dr. Kwan Chai Wisitanon, Deputy Director General of the Department of Thai Traditional and Alternative Medicine, representatives from Ministry of Health and Institute of Medical Research, representatives from Ministry of Commodity and Plantation, representatives from Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, MAFI, representatives from Matrade, LKTN, MIDA, esteemed speakers, MIRA members, and distinguished guests. Welcome to the International Hemp Forum 2023. My name is Ann Osman, and I will be your MC for today. So this year's forum aims to dive into the immense potential of industrial hemp as a sustainable resource in Malaysia and focus on exploring the research and development aspects as well as obstacles within the regulatory landscape. We'll have an exciting day ahead of us filled with insightful presentations, engaging dialogue, demonstrations, and networking opportunities. Now, to kick off our event, please rise as we begin with the national anthem, Negaraku. Thank you. Please be seated. Now I would like to invite Dr. Rushdan to the stage to recite a prayer. Yes.
الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. يا رحمن. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. يا أرحم الراحمين يا مالك يا سلام كريم مجيد رب العالمين. La ilaha illa anta subhanaka inni kuntu minaz zalimin. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, Engkau rahmatilah majlis kami ini, Engkau berkatilah majlis ini. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, jadikan majlis Industri Hemp Forum 2023 mendatangkan manfaat pada kami, pada negara kami, pada semua hadirin hadirat. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, jadikan majlis ini yang mendatangkan kebaikan pada kami dunia dan akhirat. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Kasih Dr. Stan. Now it is my privilege to invite the president of MIRA Malaysia Hemp Industrial Research Association, Mr. Johan Muhammad, to deliver his welcoming address and set the tone for this exceptional gathering.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Salam sejahtera dan selamat pagi. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Industrial Hemp Forum. This is our second public forum. First public forum is actually a second forum after the International Islamic University back in December 2019. So it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this remarkable event, the Industrial Hemp Forum. Selamat datang. And as we gather today to explore and navigate the path of economic growth in the realm of industrial hemp for Malaysia today. This morning, we gathered together to shed lights on the vast potential and opportunities that lie within the industrial hemp sector. With its diverse range of applications, from textile to animal feed, construction, materials, and even health and wellness products, industrial hemp is growing to be a game changer in various sectors. Our forum today will also discuss the economic aspects of industrial hemp and explore how we can propel its growth to new heights. We are honored here today to have our esteemed speakers, fellow researchers, experts, government agencies, and all forward-thinking entrepreneurs who will share their insights and experience with us today. Industrial hemp plant, widely known as a crop to be grown as for fiber, hurd, and oil, seed, grain, and able to grow 3 times per year, and it grows up to 10 meters tall with its uses as medicinal herb. The cannabis sativa species produces various types of subspecies plants, including hemp and other cannabis with higher THC compound, are mostly used for chronic patients. Its flower contains more than 118 recognized cannabinoids by scientists, which are chemical compounds that have different psychoactive or psychological effects on human beings, or referred to as a non-intoxicating cannabinoids. This plant, today we're talking about hemp, produces cannabidiol or CBD, which is known as a safe, non-addictive with no psychosis effect. CBD is marketed and sold in various forms, from oil to its flower, medical cream such as joint pain, and tincture to soothe swelling for chemotherapy patients and promote health and deep relaxation. This primary difference between industrial hemp and the higher THC is the concentration of the THC level, and industrial hemp typically less than 1% of THC on a dry weight basis, while marijuana or ganja has 3% to 15% or even 20% for the hybrid species. To discourage its recreational use, the European Union and most countries around the globe allow production of hemp with low THC, thereby reducing or eliminating its psychoactive effects. Globally, countries such as the EU limit THC content to 0.2%, or most countries with 0.3%, while Mexico limits its hemp CBD to 1%. And our neighbor Thailand and most of the Asian countries practicing 0.3% THC. The significance of this forum cannot be overstated. Industrial hemp represent not only an economic opportunity, but also a sustainable alternative that can revolutionize industries and promote environmental stewardship. Its versatility and eco-friendly nature makes it a viable option to reducing our reliance on traditional resources and paving the way forward to a greener and more prosperous future. As we gather today, let us keep in mind the immense potential this plant holds. Let us explore innovative ways to harness its benefits and unlock its economic value. This forum serves as a platform for education, future collaboration, knowledge sharing, and physical networking. MIRA, or the Malaysian Hemp Industrial Research Association, as the host for this forum, would encourage all guests today and participants to actively engage in all our forum discussion, ask questions, and contribute your unique perspective into today's conversation. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to all sponsors, organizers, and participants who have made this event possible. My personal thanks to our VIP guest, Dr. Kwan Chai, and the Deputy Director of Narcotics from the PDRM, and all government agencies and participants today. And today, Dr. Kwan Chai's presence is a great honor for us and the best way of us to learn and transfer knowledge when it comes to traditional medicine using cannabinoids. So we hope to learn from our neighbors and bring positive and prosperous cooperation between both Malaysia and Thailand. Your support, courage, and dedication are invaluable in driving and growth and advancement of the hemp industry. Without further ado, let us embark on this journey of Cannabis Sativa L, aka Industrial Hemp, for an exploration and innovation forward. May this Industrial Hemp Forum be a catalyst for change, propelling economic growth and forging for a resilient future. I wish you all a fruitful and inspiring experience, inshallah. So with the lafaz, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, let the Industrial Hemp Forum begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John, for your inspiring words and giving us a preview of what we will be diving in today and sharing the efforts of what MIRA has been doing over the years. So to kick off our session, our first speaker today is a highly accomplished lecturer and legal scholar of the Faculty of Law at University of Technology, Mara. Her research spans a wide range of legal disciplines, including criminal law, drug law, and Islamic law, with her research outputs published in reputable academic journals. Kicking off our sessions today with her presentation, The Legality of Medical Cannabis from an Islamic Perspective, join me in giving a warm welcome to our first speaker, Mrs. Ekmil Krishnawati.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh, and very good morning to everyone. Actually, I'm still a learner, but for today, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizer for inviting me to share my research paper, our research paper actually, me and my supervisor, and the topic is the legality of medical cannabis from the Islamic perspective. Okay. All right. Currently, we know that Malaysian law prohibit the use of cannabis either recreationally or medically. Okay. Due to desperate situation, some Muslim purchase cannabis illegally through the black market for self-medication without knowing what is the legal status of access of cannabis in Islam. So the objective for today is just want to share with you what is the legal position of cannabis and the extent of cannabis provision in Islam, especially in relation to medicinal use. And we will look into the debate between the school of thought, the classical school of thought, and what is the view of the contemporary Muslim scholars about this issue. Okay, before that, this is, okay, before that, the picture shows that I with a hemp plant, yeah. Before this, there is a confusion even on myself, yeah. The difference between hemp plant and marijuana, or what we call as ganja, yeah. Until when I was given the opportunity, join Myra to Thailand and see by myself. Okay, so now I know that there are various species of cannabis, and these are among the three main species: sativa, indica, and ruderalis. But for sativa, that what we actually focusing today, there are two types of plant, that is hemp and marijuana. Okay, before this, when I start my study under medical cannabis, I am not aware about the existence of hemp. Okay, I, like other people in Malaysia, thought that cannabis can cause intoxicant, but actually, like mentioned by Encik Johan, we have hemp variety which is proven, below 0.3% of THC, which means this variety cannot cause intoxicant, and it is proven that the variety is actually beneficial, cannot has a medical benefit. Okay, so for marijuana, we refer to ganja plant. Okay, so this is what we have in Malaysia. That's why people is confused between the two plant. Okay, so THC can cause a psychoactive effect. However, both plant has medical function, medical benefits. Okay, the good thing is that WHO in 2020 declared that CBD is safe as medicine. An expert committee or drug dependent reviewed the status of CBD and reported that CBD could not cause any man to be high or dependent or pose any threat to public health. Therefore, CBD is safe for human consumption. Okay. All right, so now we move to the debate on the legality of cannabis. Okay, actually, when we talk about cannabis, the legal landscape of cannabis and cannabis products are very fragmented and complicated in Islam. Why? Because in Islam, there is no clear provision expressly prohibit the use of cannabis. Yeah. In fact, during classical jurists, Imam Hanbali, Hanafi and Shafi'i did not discuss the legal position concerning cannabis usage because at that time it is still new and was not recorded during their era. So how actually the jurists come up with the law, Islamic ruling or hukum in Arabic language. So we refer to original case which is available in the Quran. So what is the original case available in Quran is the prohibition to consume wine. That is very clear in the Quran, okay, that it is prohibited. So we look to the sunnah of the Prophet of Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the saying of the Prophet. It was narrated from Ibn Umar. The Prophet said that every intoxicant is wine and every wine is prohibited. Okay, in Arabic it's called khamru. So here the jurists make an analogy. The original case is wine. Wine can cause intoxicant. So a new case is cannabis. So whether they have same reason, so the reason is similar, that is cannabis also can cause intoxicant. So they apply the ruling in the previous case that is under wine is prohibited, and they make a decision that under cannabis also the presumption is prohibited. Okay, so this is basically we refer to recreational cannabis. Okay, so here because of the method that they use by analogy or qiyas in Islamic legal principle, so Imam Zarkashi from Shafi'i scholar, Al-Hafiz Zayan ad-Din Al-Iraqi, Shafi'i scholar, Imam Ibn Zayan from Hanbali scholar, so they also argued that cannabis has similar legal status to wine, therefore it is forbidden for consumption due to intoxicating effect. However, interestingly, Imam Karafi argued that cannabis in Arabic the term as hashish is harmful but not an intoxicant substance like wine. Okay, why? Because according to Imam Karafi, cannabis actually provide fewer hazard than alcohol. Okay, so according to him, cannabis is prohibited because it is a harmful substance. So he made a different attempt to distinguish between consequences of drinking wine and consequences of drinking hashish. So he said that someone who drink alcohol might commit a crime, okay, and alcohol drinkers are more aggressive compared to hashish users who are calmer, lazy, always tired and love to sleep. Okay, so it is important to note that even though he argued that cannabis is not intoxicating, but he still say that cannabis is not permissible because of the harmful effect. Okay, and in fact Ibn Taymiyyah also make a statement about hemp. Hemp is actually known as bunch in Arabic. Yeah? He firmly argued that although hashish or cannabis carry the same prohibition as wine, it should be prohibited due to its similar adverse effect. However, he said that the total prohibition only applied to hashish but not to hemp. He explained that hemp could not lead to intoxication, making it permissible and lawful. Okay. All right, so that is under general rule. Okay, so now we look into the exception to general rule. Can we use cannabis for medical purpose? Okay, this is the question. Okay, so here when we refer to Risalat fil Hurmat al-Banj, okay, the authors apply strict rules and they stated that cannabis is prohibited for medical purpose because they hold the view cannabis can cause intoxicant. However, other Muslim jurists such as Hanafiyah, Shafi'iyah, and also Hanabila recognize that certain amount of cannabis can be used for medicinal and it is permissible. Okay, why? Because they said that hashish was not similar to wine and therefore allowed to use al-hashish for medical purpose. It can be used as a mixture with other substance. And then Al-Zarkashi also stated that wine was not clean and therefore prohibited the use of wine and allowed the use of hashish but not for intoxication reason. Similarly, Al-Fashi jurist wrote that hashish is a medicinal substance compared to wine. Consuming it is not punishable, but it should be consumed only in a small amount as long as it will not affect someone's mind. So here we can see that the Muslim jurists make an exception. Cannabis can be used for therapeutic purposes. Even Al-Sharbini from Mazhab Syafi'i stated that the use of intoxicating active plant is permitted in the medical treatment, especially in the situation there is no other medicine, okay, can actually help the patient. So this what we call as under the doctrine of necessity, or in Islam, they use the term darurah principle. Yeah. So under darurah principle, it is permitted on the ground of medical necessity to generate amnesia for an amputation, okay, to use cannabis, even in a small quantity. So in this situation, according to Islamic law, can we use cannabis for medical purpose? The answer is yes. On what ground? The first one is on the ground of necessity, okay? So under the doctrine of necessity, there are a lot of requirements to be fulfilled, but I only highlighted four. Number one, we must show that it is a really urgency, really emergency. That means if you cannot use cannabis, it might endanger your life and health, or your body might be worsened, okay? So the maxim actually related is necessities permit the unlawful lawful. So this is the fiqh principle, yeah. However, Wahbah Zuhaili, okay, according to him, the condition of the patient must be genuinely attested by a reputable, honest, experienced, knowledgeable physician. Okay, that means this condition, whether you really need cannabis or not, it must be certified by the doctor. And Wahbah Zuhaili also makes clear that self-diagnose their own extreme condition is not allowed. Self-medication, according to Wahbah Zuhaili, is not allowed. You need to go and consult the doctor. So this is the first condition. Second condition, there is evidence that when you use cannabis, it can help you, can cure you. The third condition, the use of medical cannabis must not create any harm, was worse than the harm that the cannabis is being taken. Okay, that's why we need a doctor. Doctor will know whether our body has any adverse effect or not when we consume cannabis as a medicine. And the next one is that the only reason why the juries allow is because to protect life. Yeah, the illness that the patient suffers from is one which significantly threatens his life, and if a person cannot use cannabis as treatment, it may result in death or the patient condition may worsen. So these are the rules of necessity. And the juries also use also another maxim, okay, in order to allow the use of cannabis for medical purpose, okay, the rule of necessity is based on the verse of the Quran, Surah Al-Baqarah verse 173 and also Surah Al-An'am verse 119, whereby if in a desperate situation, emergency situation, you are allowed to consume anything which is prohibited, yeah? Anything which is prohibited. And this is not sinful. Okay, so this is the rule. And the second ruling is when there is a conflict between two things that can cause damage, the greater damage has to be taken into account by committing less damage. So we know that cannabis can cause intoxication. That is one type of damage. But this damage is lesser compared to another damage. If that patient cannot consume cannabis, it may worsen his life. Okay, so in order to protect the life, so we can choose the lesser damage. We can actually consume it for medical purpose. Okay, so that is the opinion of the jurists under classical view. So now let's look on the view of contemporary scholars on medical cannabis. Because during the Islamic era, the scholars cannot actually identify the compound that is CBD and also THC. So what is the status of CBD in Islam? So modern Islamic scholars agree that the use of CBD is allowed in Islam. And Fiqh Council of North America 2021 ruled that CBD benefit have proven to be effective. Therefore, the consumption of CBD is permissible in Islam. Okay, the next scholar, Al-Zir, he also highlighted that CBD compound derived from a cannabis sativa plant in a pure and clean condition is lawful in industries, especially pharmaceutical as well as cosmetic product. So we can see that the contemporary scholar also allow the use of CBD other than medical purpose. That is, it can be extended to industrial product and also cosmetic product. Okay, how about THC? We know that THC can cause intoxicant. Is it permissible in Islam? Okay, we need to understand that THC also has a medical value to the patient, especially chronic pain patient or cancer patient. So, under FIC Council of North America, decided that THC is permissible in Islam on the ground of necessity. So here, according to the FIC Council, it allows medical cannabis to be used to treat illnesses when it is proven that has medical efficiency, and FIC Council also does not list any condition which is threat to life, and it depends, and he leave it to the doctors and patient relationship to determine, okay, to what extent that cannabis can contribute and save their life. Yeah? Okay, so now we know that both classical and contemporary scholars agreed that cannabis can be used and consumed for medical purpose. But you must be cautious, yeah? Alzir 2020 and the FIC Council on North American 2021 warned the danger of purchasing an approved form of medical cannabis. Okay? Because the problem in Malaysia is very sad. The patient is not allowed to access cannabis, yeah? Not yet, yeah? Therefore, this desperate patient, they don't have choice. They actually purchase it from black market. So in this situation, they need to be very careful, because when it's something you purchase from the black market, it is not approved from Ministry of Health. So according to the past research, is highlighted that, for example, CBD online products have questionable product quality, mislabeling and misleading information. Okay, that's the main problem. Yeah. So pity to the patient. Yeah, they do not know that this product might not be a genuine product. Yeah, genuine CBD. The purity of cannabis-based product, either CBD or THC, is the main concern of the jurists, because it also affects the halal status. Okay, we do not know whether it contains pesticide, okay, or any chemical compound. Research has shown that among the occurrences that were irresponsible seller has labeled the product to contain CBD, but the actual test revealed that the product did not contain CBD at all. Okay. Consequently, another study highlighted that CBD and medical cannabis-based product carry contaminants and harmful substance to a human body. For example, Sattenrich and Montoya revealed that the cannabis that they purchased, okay, were found to have contained microorganisms, including Salmonella, E. coli, pesticide. So this is something which is very harmful to our body, and it is it's pity to this patient who do not know the truth. They purchase it, the CBD, and consume, thinking that this product can actually give benefit to them. A research study conducted by Gardner, this is the latest study, 2022, has found that many CBD products are inaccurately labeled with high level of heavy metals contamination found in a significant number of US products. The study analyzed 121 edible CBD products, and from the products, 42 of the US sample contained lead, 8% had cadmium, and 28% had arsenic, whereby 37% had mercury. Lead is a toxic substance to which there is no safe level of exposure, according to the WHO. Okay, this is something that Malaysia need to think. We need to protect the right of patient in Malaysia who really need cannabis. So we need to have open mind and allow access to them. Yeah. Okay. So the next one. How about in Malaysia? Whether we have fatwa in this regard? Okay, recently a new fatwa was issued by the Mufti of Federal Territories, and it was officially published on 9 November 2022, stating that it is permissible to use cannabis for medicinal purpose. Okay, so this is very bold action. I congratulate Majlis Fatwa for this decision to address the fatwa is courageous, bold act that will ease Muslim concern about the use cannabis for therapeutic purpose. However, the fatwa define cannabis as hemp type plant only. So there is still a loophole for the fatwa to looking on the other aspect. How about THC, which is derived from marijuana plant? So according to the fatwa, there are 3 conditions need to be fulfilled in order to make it permissible. Number 1, must obtain approval from the relevant authorities. Endorsement from 2 medical professionals. So this is in line with what stated by the previous juries, that there must be a doctor prescribe the cannabis to you, and the cannabis is not used for unlawful purpose. So this is the fatwa. Okay. How about hemp cultivation? Okay, the Penang State Fatwa Committee also decided hemp cultivation for research purposes, medical health need and commodities is permissible. However, it must be subject to strict control and supervision so that it is not misused for harmful purposes and violation in Malaysian law. So this is I with my partner, my member, visiting hemp plant at Chiang Rai, Thailand. And that one is one of the machine to analyze cannabis and to produce a very good CBD product. So I actually congratulate Thailand, the first in Asia legalize cannabis for medical purpose, and we really hope that Malaysia will soon follow this step. And in conclusion, it can be concluded that Muslim jurists agree with the consensus access to recreational cannabis is prohibited. But for medicinal purpose, most Muslim jurists agree that it is permitted on the ground of Darurah principle. And contemporary jurists also suggest that THC-based medicine may be considered necessary due to their potential to save life, which is one of the 5 key objectives of Islamic law. Okay, one of the key is to protect life. Life is very precious. So it also permissible to consume CBD as it cannot cause hysteria, addiction. However, Muslims must cautious in selecting CBD product to ensure their purity, quality and safety. Therefore, access to medical cannabis is in line with Islamic value, provided that all the condition of necessity is fulfilled. So again, we need a patient to consult a doctor before he decide to use cannabis as a medicine, because the doctor can advise how much the dose, what is the side effect, and the doctor can advise start with the low dosage. Okay, thus it can be deduced that self-medication, self-diagnosis and self-purchase from the black market are forbidden in Islam. The availability of medical cannabis product in the illegal market is also doubtful content and may be adulterated with harmful substances that are prohibited in Islam. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Ekmil, for that very insightful presentation. Now, we still have some time for your session. Now, to our audience, if you have any questions you'd like to ask, we have time for Mrs. Ekmil here to address your questions. We have the microphone in the center.
Waalaikumsalam, Prof. Tak berapa jelas
Yeah. I'm Professor Hussein.
Yeah, Prof.
I'm an addiction psychiatrist who currently working as a head of school in University Masa. But before this, I was in University Malaya as a senior professor and as an addiction psychiatrist. But now I still doing my practice as an addiction psychiatrist in the University Malaya Specialist Center. Congratulations for your talk and the coverage about the Islamic perspective. Definitely, we have been quite some time wanted to look into what you have been highlighted. Actually, my interest is also looking into the Islamic perspective. And if you look into the historical of golden age of Islam, that is when a lot of discoveries were happening during that time. And one of the discovery that is used is the use of opiate. There was never in the past before that any one except during that golden age of Islam under Harun al-Rashid were using opiate. And if you look into the addictive potential, opiate is worse than the addictive potential of even THC. And as a result of that, the openness of the Islamic ruler at that time, we are the first to use, to operate on major surgical procedures. So what does it tell us? It tells us that, our ulama must work together with the scientists, with the medical practitioners, so that they are more open-minded. And so that such a gifted drug like CBD can be used for medical purposes. I've been using CBD, especially to treat autism spectrum disorder, those who are aggressive, violent. But the sad part of it, because there is still a prohibition of use. So very sad to say, the family has to resort into product which is very, very expensive. It's not black market. They bought it from UK, from Hong Kong, and other places, even China. The first Asia country which actually produce a lot of cannabis are the Chinese from China. So I think, I suppose the today's forum is a very important platform for us to try to convince the Home Ministry, please give us license. Maybe we are not straight away talking about planting the hemp, but maybe to allow for the ready-made product that is standardized, that is probably less expensive. And this is where probably we can buy this product from Thailand instead of our family have to go all the way to UK and buy the product, which is very, very expensive. And what is important here, after talking to some of those enforcement officers, they're still not convinced that about the misuse. Even despite we are telling, we are never condone recreational use. We never want CBD or any THC product to be used as recreational. We want to focus into medical. We want to make sure that the diagnosis is made by the doctors, the specialists who are actually into the treatment. And we are definitely want to be very sure that it's only for medical. It goes similar with morphine. It goes similar with what we are using now, which is much more potent compared to heroin that is on the street. In fact, I'm the first to introduce methadone program in Malaysia. And it took me 15 years to convince the government to finally embarked on methadone, 15 years. And again, the problem why there is a barrier because of the misconceptions. And it was until, we managed to get the signature from Tun Abdullah Badawi, who was Prime Minister at that time. So there's a lot of this issue that we are experiencing. But now we see, as a result of that program, our HIV and AIDS among heroin users gone down to almost 0.05 from 85%. In 1990, when I was trying to convince the government, it was 85% intravenous drug users were HIV and AIDS positive, but now it goes down to 0.03%. So it goes similar here. If we can we can have this license, we can help not only patients who have what you call autism spectrum disorder, but we can use for resistant epilepsy, we can use for chronic pain disorder, we can also use to manage depression and anxiety. So we hope that there is a pathway from here whereby our Islamic scholar like good self will be able to convince the policymaker so that we can expedite and get the license for us to bring medical cannabis, and definitely it will be benefiting a lot more of our patients. Because now it's only the rich who can actually access to all this treatment. The poor are deprived from getting all this treatment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof, for the
Thank you.
comment.
Thank you so much, Prof, for sharing as well your efforts, continuous efforts from the 90s in your effort on advocating. Now, we still have some time to take maybe one more question from the audience. Just state your name and your question. One. No, thank you so much, Mrs. Ekmil, for that insightful presentation.
Thank you.
All right, now we are moving on. We're well honored to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Kwan Chai Wisitanon, the Deputy Director General of the Department of Thai Traditional and Alternative Medicine. Now, a little bit background, Dr. Kwan Chai plays a key role in the development and implementation of Thai traditional and alternative medicine practices, and will share with us Thailand's experience with implementing medical cannabis and CBD into their traditional medicine practices. Give a warm welcome to Dr. Kwan Chai's presentation.
So, very good morning and Sawadee Krap. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizing committee, especially Mr. Johan, the president of the MILA, that provide a great opportunity for me to come to share the experience on the developing of the medical cannabis in Thailand. So today I will share the experience that we trying to make medical cannabis to become legal and can serve as one of the herbal medicine that we use in Thailand. So I will touch upon about the policy and the benefit of the cannabis. And in Thailand, we move more progress on the use of the cannabis by means of the traditional medicine. And I also will provide some current situation and achievement and the regulation that we apply now on the medical cannabis in Thailand. And also we have some lesson that sometimes we think that maybe we have to learn from Malaysia as well. That sometimes if you run so quick, sometimes it maybe more danger. So right now in Thailand, we think that we have to slow down and have to, hand in hand with our neighbor. Like we trying to learn from Malaysia as well, because in southern part of Thailand, many provinces we have a population that they are Muslim. So sometimes we need to learn from our neighbor. So this slide show you about the policy. Sorry that in Thai, but the present government, we have this government for 4 years, and the Ministry of Health in Thailand and the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Health, Mr. Anutin Chanvirakul, they clearly indicate the policy on development of herb and medical cannabis, as well as the hemp, to be used in our healthcare system, as well as to promote the economy of the country. So this is one of the key policy that Mr. Anutin Chanvirakul, Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Health, they trying to put the policy on the medical cannabis in place. And this picture show you that start from the beginning, we thinking about how to provide the access of the medical cannabis with proof on the safety and the efficacy. So one of the key strategy that we use is we think about how to promote the self-care. So we allow the patient family to grow the cannabis plant in their house, and we allow them to use the cannabis, even the flower, to treatment, like the leaf of the cannabis. They have many chemical substance that have antioxidants, and as well as the anti-inflammatory, and as well as they use as a painkiller. So many patients in Thailand that they have a end state of the cancer, as well as some people they have a hemiparalysis from the stroke. They benefit from use the leaf of the cannabis plant, as well as the flower, to make a medicinal tea, herbal tea. And so at the beginning, the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Health, Mr. Anutin, they promote the model we call it a non-Malay model. Non-Malay is the name of the village, of the community. And we start on that community as a sandbox, one village in northeastern part of Thailand. And we trying to do some kind like public hearing or consultation with the communities. So they will set up a law and regulation within the community to in the hope that we can control that the people there didn't take the cannabis to use as a recreational. So this is the starting point, really early in the beginning of our policy. And this slide will show you about how we make the legalization to make the medical cannabis to become lawful in Thailand. According to our written document, since the King Rama the Great, since Ayutthaya reign 400 years ago, it's written in the classical textbook of the Thai traditional medicine. We name it after name of the king, Kampi Osot Panalai. It means it's like a pharmacopoeia, and it's about 30 traditional medicine formula at that time contain cannabis. For example, one of the formula that we take from the pharmacopoeia and develop is to become a herbal preparation that we use nowadays. The name is Suk Sayat in Thai. In Thai, Suk mean happy. Sayat means sleep. So this formula is very good for to give the patient to have a deep sleep, happy sleep. And at that time, Thai traditional medicine doctor, they use cannabis as a medicinal plant to make medicine to the patient. But in the year 1934, this is the first cannabis act in Thailand. But when we look at the detail of the legislation of this act, we found that at that time, Thai government enjoy the tax money that they collect from the opium house. You know, in Thailand, long time ago, the government provide the license to the Chinese people to open the opium house, and they collect the tariff, they tax the opium. So when they increase the tax, it's become the opium price become very expensive. So the people at that time, they turn to have a substitution by other things, and they found that marijuana is a best choice for them. They can grow the cannabis in their house. They take the flower, and they cannot afford the opium, so they use the marijuana. So at that time, the government said that, we have to make the marijuana to become illegal. That is the first act that we have in Thailand. So I would like to say that cannabis or marijuana actually is by nature is a medicinal plant, and each particular single object, they have both sides, like both sides of the coin. They have benefit if you use it correctly. But if you misuse of the plant, then you got some danger or the harmful from the plant. So that is the what we call the medicinal plant of the cannabis. And I would like to say that who supplied the opium in the history, you can think about this. If you look at the history of the opium war in China, and you look at the India, for example, you will know who is behind the scene that supply the opium into the country. So in the year 19, in the year 1999, that the UN, the United Nations, they put the cannabis into the list of the narcotic drug, and Thailand ratified the single convention on narcotic drug in the year 1961. So to comply with the single convention, we have a narcotic act in the year 1997, and marijuana or cannabis is to become the narcotic drug on the Schedule 5 in Thailand. What does it mean, like a narcotic drug on the Schedule 5 list? It means that it's very mild. Sometimes we call it soft drug. Compared to the heroin, it's a hard drug. It's on the Schedule 1 of our Narcotic Drug Act. And so after that, marijuana or cannabis have to go underground because it's illegal. I still remember that during my childhood, after the school, I go with my friend to have a noodle around the Victory Monument in Bangkok. It's very delicious. The soup of the noodle soup is very, very sweet. We can eat 10 bowls of the noodle. And every noodle shop, they put the marijuana in the soup to make a soup. And recently, the research, we found that in the root part of the cannabis, they have a glutamic acid. You know MSG, monosodium glutamate, Ajinomoto. Yeah. So right now, Thailand also take the root part of the cannabis and mix with the leaf of the cannabis. We develop our herbal MSG to put in the food, and is promote the appetite to the consumer. Okay, anyway, that is the history during my childhood. So after 40 years that we put the cannabis or marijuana illegal, and I would like to say that we follow the UN Single Convention. And again, who is the person behind the scene? We found that Rockefeller family sent their family member to become the first international narcotic control board. That is the history about the UN movement on the cannabis. And if you review some document, my friend, Dr. Pattapong Ketsumbun, the professor in Faculty of Medicine in Khon Kaen University, he reviewed and he found that Rockefeller spent a lot of money to do the research to develop a new drug from cannabis. So on the one hand, they're trying to make cannabis become illegal. But on the other hand, they do a research, medical research, to develop a new drug and become a patent drug and sell it to us. That is why the cannabis medicine from the UK, from the GlaxoSmithKline, GSK, is very, very expensive. So on the year 2019, after 40 years, that Thailand put the cannabis to be the underground, we start to think about how to use the cannabis for the medical purpose. And I would like to address as we recognize one of the Thai policemen. His name is, we call him Uncle Tu. Because he is a policeman, he can get access from the cannabis, the marijuana that the police cause, and then they take it to make a medicine, and he make the cannabis oil provide to the patient. And one of his patients is a small girl that suffer from the severe chronic seizure or convulsion. And he named his cannabis oil as a nano oil. And I review him that, oh, Uncle Tu, why you put the name nano oil? It means that you apply the nanotechnology? He said, no. Nano is the name of the patient. And after that, you know, in Thai society, we start to think, oh, why we use the good side of the cannabis to develop a medicine for our patient. So in the year 2019, we we make a change on the Narcotic Act, version number 7, and cannabis is allowed for medical and research purpose. And actually, when I review the document of the single convention, it's already indicate that in the single convention that, but in small, very small font size letter, You have to read it very carefully. And they indicate that any member state can use cannabis for medical purpose and research since the year 1979. But we just leave the research to the, a big pharma to develop a new drug and patent it and sell to us very, very expensive, very high price. So at that time, that is the beginning that we trying to do the medical cannabis and legalize the law for the medical cannabis. And in the year 2021, the Ministry of Public Health Thailand provide a notification that we unlock some part of the cannabis to use in the medical purpose and as well as for other purpose. So that at the time we can use the root part of the cannabis to develop a MSG, as I mentioned, as well as it's also very good medicine for to relieve the pain in the osteoarthritis, and as well as other kind of the medicine as well, and also the fiber of the from the stem of the cannabis. And recently, last year, the year 2022 is a big jump for Thailand, that we indicate that the cannabis or the marijuana become a special medicinal plant. Only the extract that contain THC more than 0.2% by weight, that's still narcotic drug. So after June of the 2022, every household, not only the non-Malay village, every household, they can grow, cultivate cannabis, and they can use only the extract that contain THC more than 0.2%, still the narcotic drug in Thailand. So after that, you see that many marijuana flower shop dispensary all over the main tourist city in Thailand. That is, I would like to say that, to be honest, that is maybe our mistake. Too fast. I think cannabis and also many narcotic drug is not pure biomedical issue. It's a political and social and as well as the economics issue. So we need the society to learn and have enough adequate information and knowledge and also the skill to cope up with this kind of very complex, very complicated issue. So I would like to say to and encourage to the Malaysia society, maybe slower is better. So please take this very careful and step by step, and give the information, give the knowledge to the society. Okay. So when we start to use the cannabis as a medical use, as a medical purpose, we push it into to track. As you may know already that in Thailand, the modern medicine or the Western medicine is mainstream healthcare in Thailand. But anyway, my department, the Department of Thai Traditional and Alternative Medicine, we also trying to promote the use of the our local wisdom, our traditional medicine. So at the beginning, the Department of Medical Service, they take responsible for the modern medicine use of cannabis. But for my department, I responsible for the use of medical cannabis in Thai traditional medicine. So I'm in my department, the DTAM, the Department of Thai Traditional and Alternative Medicine. We trying to collect all of the knowledge, all of the information that we have. And as I mentioned from the earliest slides, you may see that more than 40 years that we drop the cannabis and put it in underground, and it's become illegal. But finally we found that we have some local healer, local traditional medicine doctor, that they still have the knowledge transfer from their ancestor. So we collect the information and knowledge, and we do the priority setting, do the selection. So we found that it's more than 1,000 formula of the Thai traditional medicine that contain cannabis or the marijuana in their recipe. And after we organize a working committee, asking the expert, and then we come up with 200 formula. Because some formula is we cannot identify or determine the exact name of the herb in that particular formula, and sometimes we cannot. The herb is disappear. We cannot find the herb, so we drop from 1,000 to become only 200. And finally, we make a priority setting, and we select only 16 formula that we will start to develop and produce the traditional medicine that have cannabis. And after that, we submit this to the Ministry of Health, and then we have a notification that all of these 16 formula is legitimate to use in the healthcare system for treat the patient. And okay, and right now we put the we got the approved about 10 formula put in the national list of essential drug in Thailand that contain the cannabis. What does it mean when we list this formula on the national list of essential drug? It means that the patient can get the medicine free of charge under our national health security or national health insurance. Yeah. So the patient can get the access compared to the many medicine formula from the UK. It may cost the patient about 10,000 baht or allow 1,500 ringgit per month for the treatment of the severe convulsion. But for Thai traditional medicine, it costs less, more than 10 times. So maybe 150 ringgit per month for the patient. And this includes in the national list of essential drug. So the patient didn't pay anything. It's totally subsidy from the government budget. Okay. So just a very short. So gansha, or many name in cannabis, marijuana, or any something like a hemp. Actually, it's the same species of the plant, yeah? Like a mango. You know, in Malaysia and in Thailand, we have more than 300 variety of mango, yeah? But it's still mango. Yeah. Okay, and for the hemp, I think you already know that it contain very less, very few small amount of the THC in the flower. Okay, and this is in terms of the medicinal plant. In Thailand, we use 5 parts of the plant to make a medicine. Yeah? The first is the root part, and I would like to say that all 5 parts of cannabis is they have a pharmaceutical substance that can develop a medicine. So from root and leaf and stem or trunk or branch and seed and also the flower. But according to our classical textbook of the Thai traditional medicine, the most effective part is the flower. It's the flower. Okay. And as I mentioned that we use gansha or cannabis in Thai traditional medicine for more than 300, 400 years. It already record in our classical textbook, and on the marble plate in Wat Po, you know Wat Po, that they have a very big reclining Buddhist statue. President Barack Obama visit there, and recently during the APEC summit in Bangkok, President Macron from France also visit there, and along the temple they have marble plate and written about the Thai traditional medicine formula. More than 2,000 formula record allowed. And we found that more than 1,000 have been put record in the classical textbook. And we just take some to develop 16 formula that we start. Okay. And in Thai society, we not only use gansha or marijuana as medicine only. We also use all part to develop become a menu, and very, very delicious, as I mentioned, the noodle, the noodle soup. Okay, that is a textbook explain about how to prepare some menu with gansha. And we also use gansha fiber to develop a textile. You see, this is the Hill tribe people, Hmong. Hmong is very, very, they develop a very beautiful cloth. Sorry. Okay, and their culture, they believe that every individual Hmong, they have to prepare the clothes like they show in the slide, on the belief that when the day they die, they have to wear this clothes, unless their ancestor on the heaven cannot recognize them without this kind of clothes. And right now it's become, income generating program for this kind of Hill Thai people. They prepare, make this kind of clothes and sell to the people, and very costly, because it's handmade. For one cloth, maybe 2 years to make. One of my professor stand in the center. He buy it about 20,000 baht, maybe 1,500 ringgit. It's quite expensive, but they very, very colorful, very beautiful. Okay, so to make some summary, for the upstream, we trying to develop the cultivation of the cannabis and make it to become a standard. Okay, I maybe run out of time. Okay, and we also do the capacity building for the practitioner by providing the education and training program. And right now we move to the e-learning, and also we do the knowledge management as well. And for midstream, we luckily that we have a small herbal factory who achieve the World Health Organization GMP standard in our hospital. So we allow them to produce the 16 formula of the Thai traditional medicine that contain cannabis. We also provide some of the research to monitor and assess the safety and the efficacy of the cannabis, focus on the NCD, the non-communicable disease like diabetes, hypertension, and so on, and also used for the palliative care for the terminal state ill patient, like a terminal state of the cancer patient, and used for improve the quality of life and symptom relief for intermediate care as well. And for the downstream, now we encourage the use of the cannabis medicine in, I think now we achieve more than 95% of all of the hospital in Thailand that they have medical cannabis. Okay. Okay, this is some of the textbook that we collect the knowledge and produce to become a textbook. And this is the picture show the local traditional healer or the local Thai traditional medicine doctor. First one is Mr. Desha Siripat in Suphanburi province. And we took his knowledge to develop a cannabis oil Desha formula. And on the lower left is Lung Dam. He practiced the medical cannabis in Tau Island, Kok Tau, near to the Samui Island, and also other. And you may see that we also have a Buddhist monk who is a local healer. They also produce the medical cannabis. One in Sukornakon and one in Ubon Ratchathani province. And this show the 16 formula that we use now. And this is the cannabis oil. Desha formula. The center one is from Lung Dam, from the Kok Tau Island. And the right hand side is Metta Osot and Kalun Osot. Metta Osot is a THC enriched, and Kalun Osot is a CBD enriched. Okay. Okay. This is the top 6, and we put in the national list of essential medicine. So the patient in Thailand nowadays, they get this medicine free of charge, covered by the National Health Insurance Scheme. And this shows you that right now we have 1,282 hospitals and clinics all over the country that provide medical cannabis. And about 92% of the healthcare facility in Ministry of Public Health that have this kind of clinic. And on the right hand side, you see that according to each particular area, the region, the health region that we have 12, some region may still very slow to use, but some region is very high. And so right now we produce the traditional medicine that contain cannabis is about 209,000 million unit of the medicine. And we have a patient visit to receive the medicine 107,000. And the total patient is 32,000. And the active hospital is 149, and active province is 50. This only the healthcare facility that they join the research project. You see that the hospital that didn't join the project, the research project is much more than this. Okay. And for the question that what's about the patient that they are Muslim, in the south region of Thailand, you may see that we have some hospital that join the research to monitor and assess the safety and efficacy of the medical cannabis. And we have now 16 hospitals in the down south province of Thailand join the research. And we received 283 patients for the 700 visits. And we use the cannabis oil, CBD oil, Deja formula for pain, for insomnia or promote the sleep, as well as the increase the appetite. It shows that very effective for this for three conditions. So you see that this is the name of the hospital, Pabon Hospital in Pathalung, Shana Hospital in Songkhla, Hat Yai Hospital in Songkhla, and also one is from Pattani province, Tung Yang Dang. And this shows the clinic. So some patient is Muslim. They already got the access to the medical cannabis in Thailand. And I think right now the head of the Muslim in Thailand, they already have announced that medical cannabis is halal, as a professor mentioned the lecture before. So I skip this because already explained about the Islamic law. And we also trying to promote the people to get access to the, this is some kind like a training program for the self-care of the medical cannabis. So this about the provide the information to the patient as well as to the community as well. So we develop some kind like a infographic, and this is for the tourists that do and don't about the cannabis in Thailand. Okay, I think I will not explain much about the economic benefit and so on. You can get many information from the website nowadays. Last but not least, I would like to mention about right now, the next step forward for Thailand. We trying to slow down in terms of the recreational marijuana. But anyway, we trying to put it into the wellness and health tourism. So now many wellness resorts in Thailand, they provide medical cannabis as a treatment of choice. The tourists who visit there can choose whether they would like to have a medical cannabis or not. So it's part of the wellness activity in Thailand now. Okay, thank you for your kind attention. I do hope that this information and experience that I explained to you will push the progress of the medical cannabis in Malaysia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kwanchai, for that enlightening presentation. Now, appreciate if Dr. can just remain on stage. Open it to Q&A session. If you have any questions, just state your name, your designation, and your question. We have the mic in the center. Yes.
I'm Dr. Sulaiman from Badan Perkhidmatan Islam, Selangor. Thank you so much, Dr.
One
Chai, Kwan Chai,
Yeah.
for your very informative information on the cannabis. We call it ganja here, which has a very bad connotation in Malaysia. I believe there is a strong bad propaganda at world level. And you have mentioned that the opium war is related to all this because there is a powerful entity controlling, as you said, the United Nations. That is Rockefeller, the richest man in the world, behind the bad propaganda against cannabis hemp for health of the nation. And I mean, you have opened some information to say that the Thai government is very enlightened, and we are very jealous that your citizens are getting a lot of benefits, and we are behind time, and that we have so much to learn from you, saying that that cannabis have 1,001 benefits, including textiles
Yeah.
costing
Yeah.
thousands of dollars, and this will help the economy of any country. So I think we are against, don't you think, a very powerful group that is showing bad propaganda on this very useful health product, which has been for centuries. And it only happens around about 50 years ago when the Rockefeller medicine comes into the picture.
Yeah.
And bringing the COVID problem also globally. And I think the Malaysian government got a lot to learn from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Feel free to head to the mic, state your name, designation, and question.
Good morning, Doctor. I'm Chandra from Law Enforcement Agency. In our law, there is no any provision for medical purpose. There was no issue. But the only thing is just I do expect some experience from doctor. Perhaps you can share with us. But as I know that Thai been allowed to cultivate 6 plants in every house, and also that you cannot shoot up more than 0.2% of THC. So my concern is that how you have to make sure that everybody follow that they cannot plant more than 6 plants, and then how you have to make sure that that the THC level is maintained below 0.2%. That's our concern about it, because see if perhaps maybe in the future we also embarking on this issue. But the thing is that we may encounter this kind of problems being allowed to plant. So how you have to make sure that it should not shoot up to more than 0.2%. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Right now in Thailand, every household can just register through the internet website or the FDA application that how many plants that they plan to grow in their house. Yeah. Right now there are no certain number or maximum number that how many plants that we allow the family to grow. But it's something like informal recommendation from the FDA. That is 20 plants per household is enough for the self-care. And this is not the license. You just put in the internet website, indicate your name, your ID, and the number of the sorry. Sorry, I break the glass. So nowadays, you just go to the FDA website, put your name, put your ID, citizen ID, and your home registration, and then you put the number. So for me, myself, I just put 5 plants because I don't have enough area to grow. I put in my condo room only 5 plants in a small basket. And for the industry, they can make something like it's not a license, not a license. So not need to wait for the FDA to allow you to grow. You just give the information to them, because the INCB, the International Narcotic Control Board, they ask all of the member states just to make a report annually that in each particular member state, how many plants you grow. So they would like to know only the number and for what purpose that you grow the cannabis. So for the individual household family, you just put the number, and it means that you grow it for self-care. And for the second question, you asking about the 0.2 of the THC, it only for the extract. It means that the extract in the industry, in the pharmaceutical factory, but not for the, when you make a herbal tree. Actually, it's also extract, but no. We apply the 0.2% of THC only for the industrial extraction. So if any pharmaceutical company, they have a business on the extraction of the cannabis, they have to register to have a license from the FDA. And you have to send a sample to the FDA to analyze that whether the THC is more than 0.2% or not. If the test indicate that is 2% of THC, is 4% of THC, you have to destroy the production of that lot. That is the system that we apply now in Thailand. This will, we apply this because before we change the law, some family, they grow only one single plant, and the policeman go to their house and send them to court. And some family, only one single cannabis plant used for treat themselves, they jail for a year or something like that. That is very sad story. So after that, we allow them, okay, if for self-care, just a certain number of plants that enough for you to treat, but you cannot sell to other. If you sell to other, you will caught by the policeman.
Thank you for addressing that question. Okay, do we have any other questions? I think we can accept one more question. Yes, gentleman at the back. Please state your name, your designation, and your question, please.
Hi, my name is Mike Feldman. I also live in Bangkok. And I would like to know if they're still selling those noodles at Victory Monument. And if so, can I go with you sometime?
They still have some noodle shop that they mix the root and the leaf. And is the way how to know that the noodle shop have this kind of special soup. You just go to the and it smells very, very typical that have cannabis or not, because of the terpene from the plant. Very easy to identify.
So I can still find it.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Thank you for that question and Dr. Kwan Chai's recommendation for that delicious noodle soup. All right, do we have any other questions from the crowd? All right, can we invite Mr. Johan Muhammad to come up on stage and present an appreciation gift to our speakers, starting with Dr. Kwan Chai. Round of applause to our speaker, Dr. Kwan Chai. Thank you, Dr. Kwan Chai. I would like also to invite our first speaker this morning, Mrs. Akmil, Mr. John, to remain on stage to present the appreciation gift. Round of applause to both speakers. Thank you, Mr. Johan, and our both speakers from this morning. Now, I am sure you have gained valuable insights from our speakers so far and eager to learn more, but we will take a short tea break just outside and just next door. So enjoy the refreshments, network, and we will be back here in this hall at 11:20 a.m. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had fruitful discussions and made several connections during the break. Now, moving on with this event, we will now proceed to our first dialogue session titled Navigating Economic Growth, Advancing Hemp Research Within Malaysia's Regulatory Framework. I would like to invite our moderator, Ms. Athira Muhammad, an experienced policy researcher and advocate at the Institute for Research and Development of Policy, to moderate the session and introduce our esteemed panel of speakers. Join me in welcoming our moderator to the stage.
All right. Hi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning. Perhaps maybe we can invite our panel to the stage, and I'll introduce each one
Yes,
of
sure.
them.
So can we have our panel's speakers to join us?
Yeah, so first I'll be welcoming Datuk Nizar, will be one of our panelists, Associate Professor Dr. Aris, and also Encik Johan Mohamad.
I think Mr. Johan's still at break. Let me give him.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah. All right. So I guess while we are waiting for Encik Johan to come to the stage, I guess I'll just start first. So Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning to honorable guests, distinguished panels, and also ladies and gentlemen here. My name is Athira Muhammad. I am the Executive for Advocacy and Operations at Institute for Research and Development of Policy, IRDP. Yes, selamat datang Encik Johan. All right. Yeah, and thank you so much for joining us this Thursday and Tuesday morning for our forum discussion, Navigating Economic Growth, Advancing Hemp Research Within Malaysia's Regulatory Framework. So this morning, we have already listened to 2 sessions with the experts on medical cannabis, and also gotten a better understanding of the use of cannabis and hemp in our neighboring country, Thailand, which just took a policy reform by decriminalizing it in mid-2022. So this program, actually Industrial Hemp Forum 2023, is actually part of the effort to advocate the industrial hemp sector as sustainable materials and resource in Malaysia. And by having this forum discussion, actually we will highlight 2 things. I mean, we don't want to make it a heavy discussion. So the first one is what actually hemp, and what is its relevance and also potentials that hemp have for Malaysia. And the last one is the current challenges perhaps will be faced to utilize this crop within Malaysia's landscape. So for this session, we will have 2 rounds of questions, 2 rounds of discussion, and the last one will be the Q&A session, which will be open to all the audience here. Yeah. So together here with us to discuss why Malaysia should explore industrial hemp, and basically to address the misconception or perhaps the allegation of many who often associate hemp with cannabis. So we have distinguished panels who will enlighten us further in this subject matter that we want to talk about today. First, we have Encik Johan Mohamad, the founder and also president of Malaysia's Hemp Tech Industrial Research Association, or also known as the MHIRA, our main organizer for today. He has been at the forefront of the cannabis legalization movement in Malaysia since 2013. In fact, his expertise is not limited to only cannabis legalization, but also waste management and sustainability. And in fact, his dedication and commitment have led him to be recognized as Green Productivity Champion by the Malaysian Productivity Corporation, MPC. Early this year, he was also invited to share more of his expertise and also his insights in a workshop organized by United Nations Conference on Trade and Development on Industrial Hemp. And this, I bet we will hear more of his experience dealing with the international organization in a bit. So second, we have Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Aris Moklas, the Senior Lecturer from University Putra, Malaysia, with extensive background research in biomedical sciences and also neuroscience. His recent work on the therapeutic potential of cannabis in Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease will further enrich our discussion for today. And perhaps maybe we can get a better overview or idea, better idea on the R&D for industrial hemp and the challenges perhaps he might face in advancing the research within Malaysia's regulatory framework. And the third panel here, we have the middle one, Datuk Wan Muhammad Niza Wan Fauzi, the chairman of Hemp Lab, an organization with a vision to become the leading trusted consultant and also producer of hemp in Malaysia and ASEAN by 2035. With his ample experience in the legal framework, inshallah, we can have a better idea of the regulatory landscape surrounding hemp cultivation and its impact on the economic development of one country. So without further ado, I guess I'll just start with the first question for Encik Johan. Yeah, so for more than 10 years in industrial hemp and cannabis legalization movement, right? So with your experience and expertise in this area, can you share with us how actually Malaysia can benefit from the hemp industry, especially when we are talking about our main topic today in the context of economy? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum. The question, how Malaysia, I think first before I learned about hemp, I involved a lot with the waste management. Means besides initiating the white beans in Klang Valley, if you can see the textile, that was our first project before I was with Mira. So we managed to develop a database of the third highest recycling items in Malaysia. So then I'm involved with the World Cleanup. So that's where I noticed I've been talking to myself that we want to find a solution that is resilient, not sustainable. So we promote linking industrial hemp and SDG back in 2016 March when we were established. The first aim was to introduce industrial as a solution for Malaysia, looking at issues such as toxic material, especially we're talking about the excess of our products is all uncertain. We're not sure where is it coming from. And of course, after learning personally in 2017 and 18, when I treat my own late son with cancer, so that's where I learned about the benefit of cannabis oil. So of course, Malaysia will benefit through our session today. We have the Deputy Director of DITAM to learn how we can not just looking at the modern medicine, there is other ways of us to introduce. I think as for Mira, our focus will be very much on the food security and the advanced material using hemp. So that will be our two main area that Malaysia can benefit from. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So, following what Encik Johan mentioned, right, as in like the hemp or cannabis can actually help in the modern and also traditional, can act as a traditional medicine or modern medicine that we can further benefit in. So, following what Encik Johan mentioned just now, I believe the research and development sector plays a vital role to extract the benefits of hemp. So, Dr. Aris, based on your research on biomedical sciences and also neuroscience, you explore the usage of cannabis and also hemp as a potential remedy for Alzheimer's and also Parkinson's disease. Can you tell us more about the research and perhaps maybe is there any challenges you might have faced or encountered when in completing the research? Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Atira. Assalamualaikum and very good morning. Perhaps I should start with sharing my past experience, how I started with cannabis research base. It all started when I did my PhD in UK. At that time, I'm using THC as one of the drug used in research. So when I did my PhD at that time, we are looking on the certain protein that really important in how to activate the nerve cells, right? Then once I graduated, then I joined UPM. Then I continued my project. So at that time, we are still using a normal animal model where we found out that somehow, for unknown reason, by treating normal animal with THC, it increased the number of neurons. So technically, THC induced the new nerve cells. So it's very interesting at that time. Of course, because generally, as a scientist, we always believe that the neuron cannot duplicate. That's the general understandings. So when we found that somehow THC able to induce new neuron, then of course it is very beneficial for disease, especially for disease such as Parkinson and also Alzheimer. Subsequently, we developed Alzheimer-like animal model in UPM, and we managed to develop that, and we published our findings. And this animal, they mimicking Alzheimer-like symptom. Right? There are a few symptoms for Alzheimer's, right? So at that time, we are concentrating on a few compounds. One compound from Central Asiatica or Pegaga. The other two will be from cannabis, which is THC and also CBD. So interestingly, somehow, through a specific pathway, this THC and also CBD managed to reverse symptoms like Alzheimer's in animal model. So that's a very interesting because a similar study has been conducted in other countries, in other universities. And as for now, I can conclude that on animal study, when we develop a Alzheimer-like animal model, so when we treat them with cannabis, or we call it agonist, somehow it will restore it into normal structures, normal functions of the animal. So now what is the way forward? Of course, when in any research, when you conduct on animal study, the next step will be clinical trial. All right. And then yes, we really embark on that. At the moment we are still in the process of getting fund because in order to conduct clinical trial will be not only fun, but there are a few things that you need to fulfill actually. I really like when you asking about the challenges just now. Yes, there's a challenges when you dealing with compound that something to do in Malaysia, right? When you talk with other people saying that I'm doing cannabis, or in Malay we call it ganja, they always keep asking, why ganja? Why ganja? Ganja is najis. It's always something like a stigma in our thought that you cannot deal with ganja because they are najis. That's things that we've been learned that since a very young age, right? It's always najis ganja. I mean, that kind of things, I would say it's a misconceptions. Because I do believe that as a Muslim, any plant that having a medical property should be utilized, should be used, right? So that's why we embark on this research, even though there's the challenges and also difficulties. One of the challenges is that, yes, it is possible to import THC and CBD for research purposes. Yes, it is possible. It's just that the process is too long. Right? And then in 2007, I still remember when I started applying for buy this THC product, it took me almost 9 months for clearance. Whereas in UK, it took me for a few weeks to get the drugs. That was, I would say, more than 10 years ago. Right? So that's how you import the active compound. But at the same time, the stigma among the populations is always having on the negative perceptions when we talk about the ganja. I think, of course, education is very important to really educate people. Any substance from the plant with medical properties, of course, is something that we need to explore. All right. Yeah, that's my comment.
Yeah, thank you for enlightening us on your. It sounds exciting, as in you're focusing on the research of, despite the topic is quite taboo, as in like especially when we are talking about in the context of Malaysia. So okay, to Dr. Ari. So the current Malaysia's regulatory framework somehow restricts there's no black and white on the full utilization of hemp. Acting as the chairman of Hemp Lab, with the legal background, in your opinion, Dato', what are the challenges and opportunities encountered if one wants to dive into the industrial hemp and also research?
Thank you very much, Puan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and very good morning to everybody. Please excuse my voice, sore throat malam. Okay, to begin with, it's very interesting. Yes, legal framework is one, right? But mental framework is one. That's another story altogether. It's interesting that Prof. Aris has mentioned this now. That in our nation's fight against Dada, right? We employ the term najis Dada, right? It's not wrong. It is. If it's abused, yes, it is najis Dada. But again, it's only later part that we do realize there are certain compounds, medicinal compounds in marijuana per se, because najis Dada applies to ice, shabu, a lot of artificial things, cocaine, right? Correct? But in the Malaysian context, the most used so-called najis Dada has always been ganja among Malay youngsters, especially Malay youngsters, right? So najis Dada ni terus ganja, right? All lupa tu shabu, cocaine, and all the rest, all artificial drugs. So, dengan sendirinya, right? By naturally, ganja fell into najis Dada. All right. Now, when we, the medical society, NGOs, right, we realize there is a certain medicinal compound in ganja only, and not in shabu, not in cocaine, not in ice, right? Only in ganja, the natural plant, not the abuse form of it, all right? The natural plant. So there comes the need to reclassify that this is not najis. There's medicine in it. So the taboo has been going on for decades. Nak cuci yang ni memang, na'udzubillah, memang susah lah. Susah. So now, thank you to the hard work of people like Encik Johan and Mira. I think we have come a long way, very, very long way. Macam Prof. Haris cakap just now, just 10 years ago, he couldn't even get anything in, even for research. Research pun tak boleh, and the rest goes without saying lah. So at least today we have come far enough, all right? Not as far as we hope for, all right? And not as far as we would like, like Thailand or even UK for that matter. But at least we are getting there, all right? When we speak to KKM, NPRA, they do respond. Let us give them the benefit of the doubt. They deserve a clap. All right. They have finally shown interest, acknowledged the compounds. All right. Certain compounds in the cannabis properties has been acknowledged as having medicinal properties and not having any psychoactive effects, such as namely CBD, right? So that compound has been registered, right? So it's no longer an unknown compound as far as our legal framework is concerned. It is already an acknowledged compound, right? So, but of course, acknowledgement and actually allowing for execution is another long way to go, right? We depend on the hard work and efforts of organizations like Mira to pursue it further. All right. But of course, as wanting to be pioneer industry participant, right? Of course, I have to work hand in glove with Mira, with organizations like Prof. Aris, all right? Yeah. Once this is all legalized, obviously we cannot rely on clinical trials from God knows where, all right? Of course, we have our own experts to do our clinical trials, all right? So I think from my personal view and my professional view, we are on the right track. All right, we are on the right track. We are heading there. We are getting there, and hopefully, with the untiring efforts of people like Mira, Mr. Johan, Pavaresh, we will get there. Not just get there in the right direction. You see, when you legalize things, right? Especially things that could be abused, subject to abuse, all right? We have to be very careful. We don't want to go spiraling into things that we cannot control. That's why I do appreciate the time and effort of our government bodies and agencies scrutinizing all proposals from all parties very, very carefully, because we have a lot of examples around the world, right? Being the later ones in the world about to legalize this, we have the advantage of learning from other countries who have done it and failed, who has done it and succeed. That's what we need to learn, all right? Personally, all right, I have extensive information on how the UK system is done, all right? I think, if I may suggest that the Malaysian authorities look into that. What UK has done, UK is one of the last countries in Europe to legalize this. What they have done, they have taken all formats and framework from what their friends in Europe has done. Germany, Poland, Switzerland, you name it. Almost every country in Europe has legalized this. Everybody have their own kind of framework. And UK being the last one to legalize, they have taken all the good parts of the successful story. And what's the result? UK today is one of the largest exporter of CBD oil in the world. And they are not the largest cultivator. We need to learn from that. Betul tak, Encik? If I'm mistaken, in Europe, Poland is the largest cultivator, right?
Romania and I think like Netherlands, of course.
You see, UK does not cultivate. Poland, Netherlands, Romania, all right? UK import flowers, cannabis flowers, but they process. They process and manufacture finished products, and now they are the largest exporter in the world. So their framework is very, very airtight. That's one thing that we could actually look at. They have a specific number of manufacturers they allow license. They have specific number of distributors allowed license. So these are things that I'm sure Malaysian authorities are looking at. I'm sure they are. All right. So just to inform everybody in this room today that we jangan putus harapan. All right. The Malaysian government bukanlah tak tengok langsung, tengok. Right? they are looking at it, and let's be fair to them, give them ample time to look into all the contoh-contoh framework yang ada around us from Thailand maybe Thailand a bit not for us maybe. I think the UK framework is better for us, inshallah. Right. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much, Dato' Aris, for explaining, as in like giving one of the ways on how we can advance further by looking at what other countries has done, right? So when Dato' Aris mentioned about the UK has become major exporter of hemp in general, actually the industry is growing rapidly, as in like, and expected to grow to 26.6 billion USD by 2025 from 4.6 billion USD in 2020. I got this from UN, by the way. All right, okay. So I would like to dig more on the potential and also challenges revolving hemp industry in Malaysia. So we know the climate change has and will continue to give a significant impact to the daily life of not only Malaysians we are talking about, but also the life of billions worldwide in the world. So from your experience, right, Encik Johan, what are the biggest sustainable benefit that we can obtain from utilizing the hemp value chain? I mean, that will help in addressing the issues, the rise of concern of climate change now.
Hello. Okay. Yeah, thanks for the question. I think in terms of Malaysian landscape, if we're talking about sustainability, of course, this is the right time to very more micro into the circular economy. Of course, we are very well aware what is going on with the industry globally or regionally. There's a lot of excess of flowers, for example, even in the UK, even in Thailand. So when I mention about circular economy, it's important now to develop a more responsible business for the future. So hemp, of course, with the versatility of the plant, with the able to grow 3 times per year, and as the association, yeah, I agree what Dato mentioned about the UK becoming the biggest and largest, but promoting hemp or promoting the cannabinoids is about developing the future species for each individual, because this is the secret of cannabinoids, which is actually a solution for each individual differently. Someone from the UK should have a different species of cannabinoids compared to someone in Malaysia with our climate. So overall, besides circular economy, now we are talking about, I advocate zero waste since 2012. Okay, we did with CIMB Foundation, more than 200 schools. I do a lot of talks related to sustainable development goals and of course zero waste. So this particular plant we're talking about, hemp, with a 2 months crop for animal feed, of maximum 4 months for the whole harvest period, can develop from a 2 months business downstream to a 3 months fiber, up to 4 months to identify the whole circular economy. Without cultivating, we can still practice circular economy, and of course zero waste. How can, the flower, like what you can practice, after you actually extract the oil, they use that a lot for biomass. So these are opportunities. I don't need to go very deep into what are the vast, according to 2014 BBC report, industrial hemp produces more than 40,000 products downstream. So you can mention anything. In fact, anything which we are sitting in front of us can actually made of hemp. Anything plastic based can also made of hemp. So there's a vast, of course, Mira, we promote linking industrial hemp and SDG, and we do have our list of arguments or inputs into what we meant by linking industrial hemp and sustainable development goals. And I encourage everyone to do more studies into what are the sustainable benefits that the public can get from it. And of course, we want to, based on your question, we can actually practice circular economy, and zero waste is the way forward for this industry. Thank you.
Yeah, so we can see from the points that from Encik Johan mentioned just now is that hemp is a sustainable plant-based with a smaller impact to the ground. That's how it can actually address the zero waste and also can benefit on the circular economy of Malaysia. So as for Dato' Niza, as he mentioned just now, we can learn from other countries, right? From an organization who aims to become the leading trusted consultant and also producer of hemp in ASEAN by 2025, can you elaborate more on what are the key actions actually needed to be done, especially in terms of policy and also regulation in Malaysia? To allow better exploration and exploitation of hemp plant.
Okay, thank you very much. Very, 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 that's a very broad question. Right? Okay, let us start with the fact that all of us are here, first and foremost, when we realize there are medicinal properties in the plant, right? And now we realize from the good efforts of Mira, right? The plant is just not for medicine. Apparently, it's for everything else as well. I've been told by Encik Johan that even they can even produce fiber, what do you call this? Fabric out of hemp, right? So electricity, which to me, wow, right? But again, if we look at the very broad perspective of the hemp plant, then we might lose focus on how to move forward. All right. If you ask me personally, all right, forgive me if anybody does not agree with me, I would rather stress on the most important element that has brought about the acknowledgement of this plant, which is the medicinal properties first. This will be, we need to emphasize on this so that with this emphasis, authorities need to take action because lives are wasted for as long as we keep this away from the public, all right? For medicinal purposes, life is wasted. I am saying this because I had my own personal experience. My own nephew, stage 4 cancer. He was sent back home, zero hope, waiting on deathbed. He couldn't move a limb. The cancer was spreading all over his body. He was only 21. And then his father, by some miracle, got hold a bit of the minyak ganja that time. Within 3 months, the boy was from bedridden, cannot even move a limb. Sakit. Within 3 months, he was sitting down, makan sendiri. He was feeding himself. Until the guy who actually supplied kena tangkap. Alright? And then the story and the rest is history. A few months later, he passed away. Sebab couldn't follow through. So that was one of the incident in my life that I see. I'm from legal background. I'm not into this. But when you see in front of your eyes how this benefit, right? Before this, I used to be one of those skeptics, to be frank. I tak apa, tak ada benda lain ke nak jadi ubat. I'm one of the skeptics, to be frank. Tak ada benda lain ke nak jadi ubat. But when you see in front of your eyes the miracle, right? And you say, then something triggers in me. But there's something in here. There's really something here. So that led me to jumpa orang macam Cik Johan, who educated me a lot on what hemp is, right? And then I have made it my personal mission to, once it's legalized, right? I'm following very closely what the government is doing, which I think they are in the right direction. They are bukan tak buat, they just being careful. They don't want to move in the wrong direction. To me, that is a very responsible move. But they are moving nonetheless, right? So once the gate are open, I want to be the first one to bring the matter in. Quality ones, because after being involved in the industry for quite a bit, I realized there's a lot of inferior products out there. A lot. As you mentioned, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. When it becomes a multi-billion-dollar industry, barang fake mesti ada. Alright? Fakers are as everywhere. So then the first stage of education is the usage of it. The second stage of education is to make sure what comes into our country, only the best and purest quality products, not some don't know what. Because if you actually look into a bottle of CBD oil, you tuang atas a petri dish, naked ice, and you tuang minyak zaitun, nampak sama bang. So you kena careful benda ni. Alright. If somebody comes selling you CBD oil, 200 ringgit a bottle, then you can forget it. You know how expensive it is to produce. So again, from the legal framework in Malaysia, I think the struggle to bring in products is almost there. All right, but the struggle yang Cik Jogan cakap tu, for the rest of the usage, I think that's a long way. That's a long way to go, and we owe a lot of thanks to Mira. It's an uphill battle lah, because I do agree and I do understand when the authorities are a bit reserved when it comes to cultivation. Kalau you're talking about import of finished CBDs, saya think we can check it at customs, and the framework kita boleh masuk dalam akta custom and then masukkan jadual. Okay, apa compound ni boleh, compound ni tak boleh, compound ni tak boleh. Okay, easy. But come to cultivation, different. Cultivation, then there will be 1001 things authorities will ask. How secure is your area? Kalau orang kampung mari potong, masuk panjat pagar, potong 10 pokok, pergi buat stone macam mana? That will be the challenges lah. And also menambah kerja authorities. Tu yang kesian jugalah, dia pun bukan ramai sangat anggota kan. Yes, there have people. Somebody told me that hemp is a different form of cannabis. It's a different species lain kan. So it's very low THC. right? Very, very low THC. But again, if I were to be the authorities, my question would be, low is not zero. So, low is not zero. So, kalau low THC pun, kalau buah banyak-banyak, banyaklah THC-nya. Betul. So, this, which will, kalau tak properly regulated, open to abuse juga lah. So, that would be the main argument of any regulatory body, especially enforcement lah. So because kalau kita talking about 1,000 ekar ladang hemp, high CBD, low THC. Tapi kalau 1,000 ekar hemp, air potong 100 ekar dapat banyak juga THC tu, campur-campur. And so these are the things that probably MIRA will address, alright? Inshallah, with authorities. But as far as immediate usage for the public, yang the finished product for medicinal, I think we are not far off. The government is very receptive. I'm sure Prof. Haris is aware of it. Alright. Kalau tidak dulu tak nak research pun tak boleh kan. Sekarang dah boleh research lah. At least dah boleh research. Kalau dulu profesor macam ni yang pandai-pandai ni, dia pun tak bagi research pun. Kesian dia orang. Sekarang now at least they are allowed to do research. So I mean, we are moving. Slow, but moving. Alhamdulillah, inshallah. Okay.
Yeah. So from the sharing of our experience from Datuk Niza and also Encik Johan, who has personal experience when we are talking about CBD, cannabis or hemp. I mean, from Datuk Niza, it's with his nephew, and Encik Johan with his son. So I guess we can see that yes, it requires a delicate actions lah. It's not just like satu actions for all pukul rata punya policy and whatnot. So we can see the urgency of hemp also cannabis when we are talking about in a medicine part. So when we're looking at the bigger context and in like worldwide, we can see Australia, Uganda, New Zealand, and as what Encik Johan mentioned just now, Peru, and in fact our neighboring country, Thailand, are among those countries who already have undertaken necessary measures to reform and also to promote the industrial hemp sector. So in the context of research and development, R&D, right, Dr. Haris, which are the key priorities of hemp industry? I mean, from your research, you are doing more of clinical trial and everything. What do you see? Because we know that hemp can produce lots of substitutes to clothing, oil and gas, biomass, as Johan mentioned. So what are the key priorities that Malaysia should start with apart from medicine?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Atira. Perhaps I would like to put in the perspective how much it cost me when I ran an experiment using THC and also CBD. When we bought about a few grams of THC, it cost us almost 30K to 40,000 ringgit only for few grams. It's a high grade THC, it's a research grade THC, almost 99.9%. For THC, it's extremely expensive. But CBD, even though it's a lower price, it costs us about, for a few grams, about 5,000 ringgit, right? And can you imagine for research grant for 100K, then half of it for drugs, right? So that's the problem that I face in the UPM. So perhaps as a researcher in UPM and also in other universities, what we really like from the government is that because if you want to be in developed nation, of course, the R&D also should be well developed, right? So it must be there's a proper framework how to what I call this to strengthening or to stimulate researcher to embark on this area. Not many researchers do research on cannabis in Malaysia. Only in UPM, and there are other universities with small scale research, right? So this cannabis, as I'm sure we know, this is a big things out there, right? But somehow in Malaysia it's a little bit limited. The only reason is that we lack of research fund. Right? So of course, in order to kickstart your research, you need fund definitely. Yes, you can have a very good idea, but if there's no money, things won't run definitely. Right? So what I did last time that we managed to secure a research grant from FIGS and then a few other agencies, simply because we are using an active compound targeting specific on the we call it a receptor in our body. The reason why the name is cannabis simply because in our body there's a cannabinoid system, right? That's why any compound that act on this receptor we call it a cannabinoid. So that's the one of the issues that perhaps the government can open more space for research in cannabis, then can attract more researchers. Because I have to be honest with you, in Malaysia, there are many universities, they have their expertise, the facilities out there. For example, in UPM, we do have, there is a chemist, pharmacologist, botanist. So what will happen in UPM now, at UPM levels, the UPM agreed to set up, we call this a cannabis research group in UPM, right? And in fact, as for now, there are a few, we call this a research still on running. However, we need to import the compound, which is very expensive. That's why we come out with a proposal, we submitted to the relevant government agency to allow us to cultivate. Since we have UPM is a university, is a faculty pertanian, university pertanian. So we have expertise on agriculture, and then we have chemists, and then the resources are there, the human power, and then the infrastructure is there. So technically, what we need now is clearance from the government. Yes, we submitted our proposal to the government to allow UPM to cultivate, to process, and to use it for R&D purposes. That's what we did in UPM. That's one of the reasons that to overcome the issues of it's very for the high price of active compound. And I'm also suggesting for other universities like UCAM, USM, because they have their own expertise as well, to really come out with their own proposal to be part of the research team in Malaysia that can we work together. Right? Because there are many things that we can concentrate on. For example, I'm concentrating on the Alzheimer's disease. There are other diseases like Parkinson's, and from the reading I saw, there's a lot of medical condition, especially the chronic pain management. So I think it's that area that can we expand on. But of course, we need more players to work on this research using cannabis-based product.
All right, yeah. So, okay, we've come to the last round, I would say. So before we move, yes, please, Datuk Niza.
Hello.
Okay. Yes.
If I may add, okay. Thank you, Prof. Haris, for bringing that up. I totally agree. Cannabis research is expensive. It is very, very expensive. It's also unfair to put the burden on our researchers. Dia dah kena buat research, dah belajar pandai, penat dah buat PhD tu. Okay? I habis first degree je bang, master tak larat nak buat. Paper ni pandai. Dah jadi pandai nak kena cari duit pula. Which is, to me, it's a bit taxing lah. True. I think all their efforts and mental stamina should be reserved for research, not for fundraising, right? Hence, it should be like people like us should come and work with a UPM, which I think we will, right? To fund his research, at least, to the very least, bagi product free, yeah. It may not be in cash form, but at least I can give free products for your trials. Then you nak THC banyak mana, you nak CBD banyak mana. And that is totally arrangeable, inshallah. Okay.
Okay. nice to hear. So I mean, for some reason, this forum has opened another opportunity lah, collaboration between Hemp Lab, Datuk Niza, and also Dr. Aris. So from what Dr. Aris and Datuk Niza shared just now, we can see it is not this the matter, the subject matter of hemp industry is not just one. You shouldn't look at one perspective. It is a multifaceted perspective that we can take a look on, and there's more of the potentials and also benefits of it instead of we just focusing on the downside of it. Right. So before we move to the Q&A session, I would like to open this question to all our panelists lah. Usually I allocate the last round. It will be it is for creativity and imagination lah. It can be anything. There is no right or wrong. Right. So if you were given a platform to do anything lah beyond the legal and everything, right? What are the one thing that you wish to do to change people's misconception on hemp? I mean, perhaps maybe something that everyone here, the audience also can do in their own capacity to educate their own communities out there. Yeah, maybe we can start with Encik Johan. Yeah, what are the one thing you wish to do to address the misconception that people have on hemp industry?
Okay, thank you for the question. Of course, we already started from the beginning on promoting sustainability. So we produce 60% of the fiber out there, the tanjak, and most of the fiber are locally produced. We bring in the fiber from Nepal and we produce it locally. With we want to learn what is the whole process. So we managed to do it halfway, 60% in Malaysia, and we have our team in Indonesia on the final production. So that particular activity is already a way of encouraging us to wear something which is safer, and learn. I think in the industrial hemp, we try to help the stigma of ganja in Malaysia by promoting this sector. So this is also a way of us, how we actually educate the Malaysian citizen. Yeah, thank you.
Through promoting sustainability. Yeah. What about Datuk Niza? Yeah.
Hello. Okay. The question was, what would be the one thing I would want to do to
change the
stigma?
The stigma that we have.
I would like to call upon everyone. Kalau tanya I lah, let's not refer this matter as cannabis. Sebab cannabis ni, in a Malaysian context, sebut cannabis najis dadah, right? You sebut the word cannabis, you sebut the word marijuana, najis dadah. All right. So let's get a bit more scientific. Let us all start referring. Kalau for medicinal lah, let us start referring to the matter as CBD THC. Kan bunyi lain tu. It's the same thing. Bunyi lain. Bunyi baik sikit. Betul. The moment you sebut, I mean, learned people like Cik Johan, Prof. Haris, and members of the audience, you guys are learned people. Sebut cannabis, you can differentiate. CBD also comes from cannabis, THC. Betul lah. But general public, you sebut the word cannabis, you sebut the word marijuana, that's it. You have lost the attention at the word cannabis. Tak sempat you nak elaborate lagi dah. You sebut je cannabis, tak ada benda lain ni pun ni. Tak ada cerita lain. Habis-habis ganja. So if I would call upon all our friends here, if we are going to move forward with this, cari jalan, find a way that we don't have to use. I know it is the name. It's cannabis is a scientific name of the plant. I know. It's a given thing. All right. But in the Malaysian context, in our war against dada, we have labeled dia sebagai najis dada for the past 60 years. To not, you know, going around it. Let's refer it on a technical view. CBD. I mean, I know I'm not saying I'm right, but that would be my suggestion. All right? Because you see, bila I pergi UK, masuk dalam kilang kan, tak ada seorang pun sebut nama cannabis tu. Bila I bincang dengan masalah-masalah tu kan, mereka tak pakai the word cannabis tu. They straight away THC, CBD. They straight away refer to the actual compound, the actual scientific compound, which is the active compounds. So I think, in a way, it does help. And kalau you pergi masuk dalam this medicinal cannabis ni, you pergi in UK, it's available on the shelf on all pharmacy. It is already without prescription. You can just masuk into Boots. Boots one of the largest chain kan. You can walk into Boots and just take it off shelf. You want how many percent concentration? You choose. Tak payah buat prescription apa. Alright? But not one bottle I realize has the word cannabis on it. Tak ada. They just refer it CBD, THC. So maybe that would be one way effective move forward. Because we are talking about stigma. Stigma which we created. Tak salah. We created the stigma for the right reasons. We were fighting it was badly abused then. Right? I tak blame authorities for using the word najis dada. Dada is najis. Alright. Cuma when it comes to this, tersebut kalau we go into a forum or into a crowd trying to promote medicinal cannabis, you lost them at the cannabis. You probably half the audience at the word cannabis. Cuba terus on a technical view, CBD, THC, kau bunyi pandai sikit tu. Kau nak bunyi pandai lagi sebut apa? CBD, cannabidiol something, right? THC apa tetra, bunyilah pandai sikit kan. I mean, that's what benda when you're talking about getting rid of stigma. It's a very psychological thing, right? And we must acknowledge where the stigma comes from. If you ask me, the stigma comes from the word najis dada. Najis. Dada. Ganja. Cannabis. So if we're going to move forward, let us be more scientific about it. It is very scientific. Look at the instrument. I don't even know how to use that. Only my staff does. Right? I ada mampu tengok nak beli pun mahal sangat. So the point is, it is scientific. Alright? Maybe your next forum kan, cannabidiol, tetra, you know. No, not cannabis. I mean, forgive me, I'm wrong. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I guess we need to get the fact right. As in like cannabis is not equal to hemp and stuff. So we need to get the definition right first. As in like we go back to the basic lah. You need to understand what it is hemp, what is cannabis first before you jump into the conclusion. Right. So for Dr. Aris, what about you?
Okay, I'm academician, so my role would be more on to make sure that students understand what is the differences between drugs that are available in Malaysia. So because I'm teaching medical and also health sciences student, There's a small part in central nervous system that we call it a cannabinoid system. That's where the active compound of the cannabis will act on that particular receptors. So normally, what we, of course, the student need to understand what are the type of receptors, CB1, CB2, and what are the agonists that can act on that receptor. Is there an antagonist, etc., etc. Surprisingly, there are few students also keep asking me why somehow we have system in our body called the cannabinoid system, but out there, when we're talking about cannabis, it's always related to najis. So how it happened? So even the student now, they become more creative in a way that they're more critical. Yes, it's a stigma. Of course, as a student, they when they become a medical doctor, a scientist, actually it's their role actually to really embark on the educations of the public. And at the same time also involved with AADK, where we have a program to really share with school children the type of drugs and what are the drugs that misused by most of the school children in Malaysia. And they're not cannabis actually, it's a different form of drugs. So by having understanding of drug itself, and then somehow they will have more knowledge and enlighten their thoughts. So it is very important. Yes, educations. Don't put it on the carpet. This is something that the children, the students at the school, university, they need to understand why it's a drug. And of course, when you're talking about the drug, it's always negative, positive effects, right? So if you misuse that, yes, it's a negative. In medical conditions, yes, we need drug to treat certain disease, right? So we need to really make sure that they really understand what is the drug for actually. For even as simple as caffeine is a drug. If you are smokers, nicotine is a drug, right? So why you allow this? And then students are very creative. They're asking us, why the government allows certain things? Why not that? So of course, as an academician, we are not saying that, yes, but you need to look on the law, but why? There are many factors that contribute on that scenario, right? So because nowadays, luckily we don't have any problems, cannabis usage in the campus. Of course, being students, they're very creative, right? It's just that as academicians, the role of academicians to make sure that their understanding is correct, right? So if they get the wrong informations, then where the problem will start. Right? Of course, there's a role of academician and also public domain to involve in education of the children. Definitely, that's a very important thing.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chichahan.
It's about the interpretation. Okay, the first year in 2012, 2013, I remember that was the first year when Colorado legalized recreational marijuana. I think since then, the whole industry has changed the way to interpret industrial hemp, medical cannabis. So if you do your study now in Australia mostly, they don't use the word medical marijuana, which was used back in 2012, 2013. And many publications now references, especially New Zealand and Australia, and very well established country that wanted to change the medical system into putting cannabinoids into the medical system. They have actually changed the way they interpret it. So CBD is called as cannabinoid, and I think people are given good education in terms of understanding the endocannabinoid system in the body, and that's how the existing post-pandemic reflects the human body for immune, and why and how cannabinoid can support the human body. And yeah, thank you for that change of the name, Dr. Meaning the interpretation has been happening in the world. If you read, there is no more medical marijuana. When it's written medical cannabis, it's actually referring to the higher THC cannabis. And when they're talking about CBD, they're talking about the lower THC, because in the CBD sector, there is 3 different sector. I think there is full spectrum, broad spectrum, and isolate. So that is a different lesson to know. It's not even the medical marijuana or medical cannabis industry. Thank you.
Yeah, so I can conclude that the interpretation is very important, and also the understanding of the definition of CBD and how to differentiate it with other substance. Yeah, so before we go for lunch, I would like to open the floor to any questions from the audience. Perhaps, yeah, you can just go straight to the mic. Yes, you can just go straight and line up on the mic to ask your questions. Thank you. Yeah, maybe the secretariat can help turning on the mic. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum. Saya Puan Nur Laila, isteri pada Dr. Rusdan, seorang pencen guru, dan saya mengajar di sekolah menengah SMK Jinjang selama lebih kurang 19 tahun. Okey, tentang hemp dengan CBD, saya nak straight to the point, kita tak perlu pun tanam pokok hemp. Seperti mana kita dulu, mak saya dulu pernah tanam pokok rambutan. Lepas tu ramai orang tanam pokok rambutan, harga buah rambutan jatuh. Tanam pokok getah. Mak saya potong pokok getah, tanam rambutan, tanam pokok getah. Getah naik harga, semua orang tanam pokok getah. Sekarang semua orang tanam pokok durian. Sampai Sultan pun, tak tahulah betul ke tak, jangan, kalau Sultan tahu saya kena tangkap kan. Saya tak tahulah, penduduk-penduduk kata ni Sultan punya, ni Sultan punya. Semua tempat nak tanam pokok durian. Mungkin nenas pun nak diganti pokok durian. Kemudian durian harga jatuh. Sekarang hemp. Semua orang nak tanam pokok hemp. Bila harga hemp jatuh, apa berlaku? Anak-anak kita memang kreatif. Anak Melayu ni memang kreatif. Satu helai pun macam-macam dia boleh buat. Ketum pun dah boleh jadi satu minuman yang memabukkan kan. Kalau kita rebus biasa tak ada. Jadi di sini maksudnya kita boleh jadi negara Europe, tak perlu nak tanam seperti Thailand. Biarlah dia orang mabuk sama rakyat dia orang, kita tak kisah pun kan. Rakyat kita tak nak tanam dan kemudian jatuh harga, anak-anak kita lah pergi kutip makan. Okey, sebagai penutup, diamond tak akan ada value 1 sen pun kalau industri diamond tak kawal pengeluaran diamond. Jadi kita tak nak negara kita ni sebagai negara yang rakyat dia rosak akhlak kerana salah guna hemp.
Yeah.
Jadi kalau nak legalize boleh. Tapi kita sebagai import, kita proses, produce. Dan kita Malaysia boleh jadi seperti Britain. Kita pengeluar hasil CBD. Itu je, sekian, terima kasih.
Alright, okay. So dia more to a statement lah, cadangan lah. Mungkin ada any panel yang would like to echo that? Ya, Encik Johan.
Ya, terima kasih. Biasa dengan apa ni, against tanaman lah. Maknanya sebenarnya seperti saya maklum awal tadi, yang cannabis itu sebenarnya kalau dia dilihat sebagai satu bentuk herbal perubatan, masa depan herbal perubatan cannabinoid itu memerlukan spesies yang berbeza untuk manusia yang berbeza. Itu sebenarnya cerita kenapa tanaman itu tadi. Dan perbandingan kalau kita buat dengan rambutan dan lain-lain jenis crop, kita tidak bercerita tentang solusi masa depan. Apabila kita bercerita tentang industrial hemp, kita bercerita tentang solusi masa depan. Kita nak baju yang boleh pakai sampai bertahun-tahun. Kalau baju hemp, kalau kita rendam dia di air, dia akan jadi lebih kuat. Kata kajian, ada teori itu menyatakan yang tali sauh kapal itu menggunakan hemp disebabkan oleh apabila air itu masuk ke dasar laut, tali itu menjadi semakin kuat dan kekuatan kain itu, tali itu boleh menjadi lebih kuat daripada besi. Saya pun asalnya ramai orang gelakkan, ada satu posting tentang itu. Saya pun hampir tergelak dengan kenyataan yang katakan lebih kuat daripada besi. Apabila kita baca teori itu, dia adalah benar. Kekuatan itu, dia bukan jadi besi. Kekuatan dia, strength dia. So di sini boleh, kalau boleh izinkan saya respon. Sebenarnya ini adalah berkaitan dengan solusi masa depan. Kalau kita cerita pasal makanan, semasa saya di Estonia, pengeluar Europe hemp terbesar di Eropah, mereka makan hari-hari, makanan mereka pasta dan benda-benda tepung semua ditukar kepada hemp, iaitu daripada biji. Dan paling menarik dekat sini, cikgu tadi maklumkan yang hemp ini boleh di-abuse. Sebenarnya tidak ada artikel di mana-mana di dunia yang kita nak rujuk hemp ini boleh di-abuse. Sebab hemp ini adalah jelas di bawah garisan panduan United Nations seperti Director Dr. Tuan Chai maklum pagi tadi, sudah dikategorikan sebagai tidak memabukkan, dan sebenarnya kesimpulan dia, hemp itu tidak boleh di-abuse. Itu satu perkara yang sangat penting. Bukan saya nak against, tapi ini sangat penting untuk kita tahu yang hemp ini memang tidak boleh abuse, manakala spesies yang satu lagi boleh di-abuse. Sebab itu saya mungkin boleh kongsi ekstra dekat sini. Climate kita memang tidak boleh terima pokok ni sebab dia terlalu panas. Tetapi dia boleh dengan teknologi moden dan pertanian yang ada sekarang. Kami beberapa kali melawat di Chiang Mai, yang petani itu bertanam CBD-nya untuk kerajaan, gambar pagi tadi oleh Pak Ikmil, yang mana dia membelanjakan setiap tahun 3 kali biji benih daripada USA, dan pokoknya penguatkuasa tak payah nak tengok langsung. Sebab pokok dia memang tak akan keluarkan apa-apa 0.2 lebih THC, dan pokok dia tidak akan menghasilkan apa-apa yang boleh mengabusekan. Bunga hemp, untuk pengetahuan, digunakan di Geneva dan di Sweden, di rak-rak rokok mereka, digunakan untuk mereka yang ketagih tembakau. Kalau boleh saya sambut bahasa tadi, tembakau lah yang sepatutnya kita risaukan sekiranya dia memberi efek abuse tadi. Sebab di dalam laporan kesihatan dunia, bukan saya pilih di mana-mana, report itu menyatakan tembakau ini telah membawa satu bahaya. Bermakna sekiranya rokok tembakau itu dengan perkataan dan imej yang menakutkan membahayakan kesihatan, saya boleh respon di sini yang hemp itu menyihatkan kesihatan. Bermakna sekiranya kita di zaman 2050, mungkin kita akan faham kenapa hemp itu menyihatkan kesihatan. Bermakna rokok tembakau itu perlu ditukar kepada rokok yang menyihatkan kesihatan, iaitu menghentikan ketagihan tembakau. So saya bercakap dalam konteks kajian. Terima kasih. Saya nak respon je. Terima kasih.
Oh ya, okay, Dr. Haris.
Okey, terima kasih atas soalan tersebut, dan saya faham kerisauan di kalangan orang kata warga di Malaysia ni lah. Dan mungkin kita perlu faham bahawa apabila kita sebut hemp ni, kita masih ada lagi orang kata different interpretation antara individu. Mungkin saya lebih suka guna kataan CBD lah, orang katakan lebih diol rather than the hemp itself. Sebab bila kita spesifik guna kataan orang kata CBD ni, kita tahu scientifically CBD is non-psychoactive. And then dia adalah dan tak ketagih pun dengan CBD. There is no story mengatakan bahawa ada pesakit yang ketagih sebab oleh CBD. Tak ada. And dia memang tak non-psychotic, memang tak akan menjadikan high pun. There's no point you ambil CBD untuk you high. Memang takkan high pun. Except you ambil THC lah. THC for certain doses ataupun level memang kita pakai high. So sekarang ni apa yang saya nampak, because this plant dia punya cycle adalah pendek. For few months kita boleh harvest. Cycle pendek, bukannya tanam bertahun-tahun untuk ada hasil. It's a short cycle. Jadi katalah kalau through R&D we found that this CBD beneficial for certain disease. Then what is the way forward? Are we going to keep importing this CBD from other country, or should we produce our own CBD, which is more economical? Because cost untuk mengimport ubat adalah sangat-sangat mahal, very expensive. So if we can produce locally, why not? Contoh adalah CBD lah, sebab kita tahu dia tidak psikoaktif dan bersama dia tidak menyebabkan ketagihan. Dan as a scientist, I always believe that if that chemical or compound proven safe with beneficial effect, why we should stop there? China. Of course, saya percaya kalau dibenarkan untuk penanaman, definitely kita ada peraturan yang ketat lah supaya tiada unsur-unsur misuse dan sebagainya. Dan pada masa sama, the UPM also we try to, jika dibenarkan, to come out with a variety of cannabis sativa that can produce almost 100% CBD, bukannya THC. That's our intention actually. Right? Thank you.
If I may,
Okay, boleh.
okay, Puan, thank you so much for the question. I think what Cik Johan is saying is correct, and Prof. Haris is saying is correct. But at the same time, I think what Cikgu, I can't remember, sorry. Excuse me. Apa cikgu cakap pun betul juga. Okay. We are not ready yet. I think we should, and I think we are. All right. We are doing this in phases. Fasa. Fasa pertama, I think we are going to concentrate on imports of finished products, because the feared abused yang macam cikgu cakap tadi tu, it's not wrong. The feared abuse. Kita ni duduk sembang atas ni sembang syok. Betul. Tapi apa cikgu cakap betul-betul. Budak-budak kita ni, motor Honda tu boleh tak betul lagi. Betul? Engineer Honda tu tak cukup pandai lagi. Engineer kampung lagi tera. Okay, so saya faham apa maksud puan. Okay, so saya rasa pihak berkuasa juga, pihak berwajib juga faham sensitivity ini. So dalam membendung benda ni, saya rasa I think we should, and we are putting this in phases. Pada peringkat awal, kemungkinan besar kalaulah perkara ni dia akan legalize, kita akan legalize bukan pokok. Kita akan legalize compound. Betul. Kita akan legalize the specific compound. Bukan pokok. Bukan pokok cannabis, bukan pokok hemp. Kita kita akan legalize the compound dulu. The actual medicinal compound, the CBD, THC dulu kita. Then benda ni bila kita dah legalize, dan kita boleh bagi import licenses, specific import licenses. Macam what I'm doing, I'm applying for research import license, a very specific. Macam hemp lab, we are applying for research import license, bukan general import license yet. Belum. Alright? Itu pun susah dah. Itu pun nak teriak dah ni. Bukan senang punya kerja lah. So the point is, at the moment, because kalau kita nak tunggu the full framework ready untuk terima boleh tanam, boleh cultivate semua, baru bila kita nak produce, rugilah rakyat Malaysia tak dapat pakai. right? So while we wait for for our system to mature and accept the full cycle daripada cultivation sampai production, so in meantime kita akan most probably import finished products from reputable manufacturers only, no backyard industries. Sebab benda ni bahaya. There are countries, I will not mention which one, they have gone on the wrong path. It is so open, the production of CBD oil becomes a backyard industry. Ada kutu boleh buat tanah 10 ekar, petang-petang pergi petik bunga, pergi rebus bunga, esok buat belakang rumah. Okay? Tak salah. But scientifically, how do you prove this is CBD? Concentration berapa, percentage berapa? So kalau nak guna, katalah for example, I'm as importer, I pergi beli from such backyard industry, producer of CBD oil. Lepas tu pergi hantar ke Prof. Aris buat research. Memang nak kena lempang lah. Memang nak kena, betul Prof. Aris datang pergi bawa dia punya mikroskop semua. Datuk, you nak tipu I lah. Betul tak? So as kita kena jaga our reputation. So very likely we will bagi license untuk import from reputable manufacturers from the reputable countries. Because ada bila you open, macam vape lah. Duduk kat rumah bola baldi baca bola kau tak jual. So how do you encounter this? Macam apa cikgu cakap tu betul. The right model should be Britain. Because Britain has only issued 20 manufacturing license. Seluruh sebesar-besar negara Britain tu. Only 20 factories. Only big pharmacies given license to manufacture. That's why their CBD products is world renowned. Anything coming from UK is tak payah tengok lah. So whatever brand that you see in UK, you pergi kat Boots tu, ada beratus brand kan, comes from only these 20 factories. Right. So quality is assured. So kita jadi user dulu. I agree with cikgu. Kita jadi user dulu. Jangan jadi rakyat kita rugi tak pakai pula. Alright. Once kita dah pakai user, as importer mahal, betul. I agree with Prof. Ari cakap, memang mahal. Mahal mengepek benda ni. To share, CBD bukan THC. CBD with less than 0.2% THC concentration at 40% concentration is about 1000 sebotol 10 ml. 10 ml besar ibu jari.
Yeah.
RM1,000 sebotol. Itu jual dekat UK. That's how expensive it is. So imagine kalau kita masuk sini nak import duty lah apa lah.
Yeah.
Oh,
betul.
I can imagine lah. RM2,000-3,000 sebotol lah. Mahal memang benda. It's in purest form. It's purest form lah, mahal.
Yeah.
Right? So kalau untuk kegunaan rakyat jelata, sakit jugalah. Alright. So which comes to the next phase. Fasa kedua, apa yang Prof. Ari cakap, apa yang Cik Johan cakap. We need to end up cultivate juga, kena cultivate. Because that's the only way to produce this cheaply. Tapi understand, sekarang for fasa 1, untuk get rid of the stigma first. Kita cuba import dulu.
So it's one step at a time lah.
One step at a time, right?
Betul. So we start with kita import dulu, and then once we have a proper regulations and also provisions, we go with the cultivation.
People dah comfortable kan. Orang dah tahu tak boleh abuse. Macam Prof cakap, sebotol CBD tu yang RM1,000 tu, you minum sebotol pun tak mabuk. Which I did.
Okay.
Tak ada apa pun. Alright. It's super good. Lepas tu cuma tak kurus lah, gemuk je juga lah. Kalau boleh kurus saya minum banyak lagi.
Alright, okay. Okay, yeah. Maybe we can take one more soalan, questions.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Farhan and I'm a lawyer by profession and I handle the case of one of my clients in 2018, the case of cannabis oil. Okay, my question is more to Dato, with regards to legal frameworks. Okay, Dato, you mentioned about Thailand and you mentioned about UK frameworks, legal frameworks. Okay, from my readings, there are differences between UK frameworks and Thailand frameworks. In UK, cannabis is still illegal. They haven't yet legalized cannabis in total. But the illegality to the extent of the THC, the content of the THC in a particular product. While in Thailand, they have legalized in totality, means that they have legalized THC as well. And in Malaysia, THC, as defined under Section 12, Subsection 2 of the Dangerous Drugs Act, and under the Jadwal 1 of the same Act, states that it defines a particular plant that is cannabis, from the species cannabis. Dan juga Datuk, when you are presented with hemp and cannabis, the mere difference between these two plants is THC. As in the case of Captain Amiruddin, Dr. Ganja, the plant cannot be declared as cannabis because the chemist cannot find traces of THC in a particular plant. Okay. I believe that the stigma here is, Dato', is that our confusion to actually adopt what is hemp and our ignorance because of stigma that we cannot adhere to the recent legalization. And our own case in Malaysia has become the cornerstone that actually promote cannabis taken out from the list. Okay, Dato'. My question, Dato'. The differences between UK framework and Thailand framework. And we have to adopt Israel legal framework. In Israel, they have their own, the Ministry of Health in Israel, they have the Department of Cannabis.
Yeah.
Okay.
The question, please. Sorry, because of the time constraint.
Okay,
Yeah.
I have
Thank
lots.
you. Oh, okay.
I have a lot. I have some. Okay. And the number one, the stigma, the stigma because the public paradox and lack of understanding with regards to cannabis has seeded ignorance to seek new information such as the difference between hemp and cannabis, that's number one. Although they look apart, but the determining factor is the content of THC. Dangerous Drugs Act, it was adopted from international treaty, and the same authority that has maintained cannabis in the list has put the cannabis into the list, maintained the cannabis into the list, but at the time the same authority was taken cannabis out of the list. And somehow Malaysia, we stood up. We didn't follow. And say if I'm in international water, I have a container of cannabis. They cannot arrest me because it's not an offense. But in Malaysia, I can be arrested with a small possession. Okay, Dato', my question here is, in this regard, is the stigma has stopped us from developing our knowledge into cannabis? And lastly, we have to define medicinal cannabis and industrial cannabis. I mean that hemp, it can be used in both medicinal and industrial. Dia boleh buat jadi semen, dia boleh buat jadi baju, and even in Israeli military forces, they use hemp as their uniform. Okay. Last kali Dato'. This is just my statement. Why Malaysian government has to go to war into everything? We take Ketum. I'm from Johor, I don't know about Ketum. But because post 2015, after the media and everyone else has talked about Ketum, now we can find the Ketum in every corner of city. And why are we going to war against a plant? for
Yeah.
50 years without anyone winning the war. And I believe that should we have this positivity to look into the goodness of everything else, I believe that we can see goodness in just a plant. It's still a plant. Nothing to be afraid of a plant. And the only drug listed under Jadwal 1 of the Dangerous Drugs Act that has zero kematian daripada overdose. The only
Yeah.
drugs. That is something that we are very, very, very afraid of. Just a plant.
Thank you,
Thank
Encik
you.
Farhan, for the question. Mungkin within 1 or 2 minutes, we can Datuk can answer. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cik Farhan, for the question. Wonderful. So, seronok tengok lawyer muda. Aku tua dah. Pencen dah pun. So anyway, to address your question, sebenarnya what I've been saying earlier, all right? The war is not against a plant. The war is against our stigma. A stigma that which we created. We created. Because yes, back in the 70s, right? And or even early 80s, a lot of our Malay youngsters especially was wasted. Not by anything else but by ganja. Alright? But agreed, mana ada orang mati overdose ganja? Tak ada pun. But ganja was the platform zaman tu to start into drug abuse. Ganja admittedly dia macam rokok je sebenarnya. It's just a plant. Macam tembakau, ganja, after you smoke continuously, dia jadi rokok, dah tak mabuk dah. That's where the danger is. You advance itu artificial substance. So ganja was the platform untuk start dulu. Right? Nowadays, I rasa budak-budak tak isap ganja dah rasanya. Ais je terus je orang ni. So any point, what Cik Farhan is saying is true, very, very true. Cannabis, as we said, still under Jadual 1, Jadual DDA, right? But there's a big but, right? Now, let's get technical. CBD as a compound is already registered under our National Pharmaceutical Regulatory Authority. It's a registered compound. So, it is, dia ada sebab, Cik Farhan, kenapa kita tak open. Benda ni, betul you kata kita tak sama dengan Thailand and UK framework. UK only allows this industry to become a real industry, a real pharmaceutical industry. That's why dia tak promote cultivation sangat. UK punya sistem tak legalize recreational marijuana, tak. You tak boleh duduk tepi jalan isap ganja kat tepi jalan kat UK, kena tangkap. Tapi kat Switzerland boleh. So you see, nampak tak? Let's talk Europe. Thailand of course lah, Thailand semua orang tahu lah. You nak mabuk tepi jalan pun suka hati you lah. In Europe punya senario, in Switzerland, in Germany, Netherlands, Poland, you boleh ambil ganja, you start tepi jalan. UK you buat tengok, nak masuk dalam lah. So UK only legalize the substance, the compound, not the plant. The plant still control. So macam cikgu cakap, plant ni kalau dah sikit macam mana, kalau dah banyak, kan, dah banyak, and then buah kampung-kampung, budak-budak boleh abuse. Bagi kat budak-budak apa boleh abuse. Ketum yang innocent macam Cik Farhan cakap, ketum yang innocent tu bagi kat budak-budak, boleh campur ubat gegat. Right. So, understand, I understand where cikgu is coming from, I understand where Cik Farhan is coming from. Alright? We want to legalize, but we want to avoid abuse. So what we can do is look at the British framework, which we make sure this is legalized in a very industrial manner, not a backyard industry. Everybody can put a pot of plant depan rumah. All right, thank you so much.
Legalize in an industrial manner.
Yes, it's a very industrial framework. So Bila you create macam ni, orang yang baru buka kilang semalam, ada modal RM100,000, buka small factory kat belakang rumah, tak boleh buat mendatang ni.
Yeah.
Jadi mahal. It's
Yeah.
too expensive. So you make sure the industry remains a real industry, because it is open to abuse, and bukan saja abuse dalam bentuk abuse by the children,
Yeah.
it is also open to abuse by the industrial player. Abuse like how? Cheating you on the content. I give you a bottle of CBD oil. You don't know. If I tell you, I jual you just MCT oil, minyak kelapa kan? MCT oil, I declare to you CBD oil. You tahu. Kalau I bagi Prof Haris memang dia tahu lah.
Yeah.
I bagi kat you tak tahu. I jual RM2,000. Dia kata apa? So that's the industry is so lucrative. And it is so lucrative, therefore it is open to abuse, even industrial. Right?
Yeah.
So we have to regulate this properly. Thank you so much, Ivar.
I can see that Datuk Niza has a lot more to say, and perhaps maybe Encik Farhan, if you have any more questions, you can just straight to Datuk Niza after the session. Yeah. All right. So after listening to the insights, valuable insights for our panels today, we can conclude that hemp or CBD is more than just a cannabis or just a najis dada. Yeah, and it can be our new source of economic growth, of course, with proper regulations and also provisions. So with that wraps up our forum discussion for today, for this afternoon. I would like to thank the organizer, Mihra, and program partners for going to the moon and back to make sure that this platform, this conference happens. And to our distinguished panels, up here, Encik Johan, Dr. Aris, Datuk Niza, thank you for gracing us with valuable insights for this particular topic. We really hope this will actually set the tone for a more healthier discussion, a more open discussion on this particular topic regarding the hemp industry in Malaysia. So with that, thank you so much and enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. I'll pass the floor to our MC today. Thank you.
Warm applause for our moderator and panel of speakers. Thank you, Ms. Satira, and our distinguished panel of speakers for the brilliant insights and addressing questions. Well, they're taking a Wi-Fi on stage, but we have them remain on stage and invite Secretary of MIRA to present an appreciation gift to all of our speakers and moderator. So first, we'd like to present an appreciation gift. We'll start from Mr. Johan Muhammad, founder and president, Malaysia Hemp Tech Industrial Research Association. Next, Datuk Wan Muhammad Nizar Wan Fauzi, chairman of Hemp Lab. Round of applause for all of our speakers. Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Aris Muhammad Moklas, Faculty of Medicine from UPM. Thank you very much. Last but not least, our wonderful moderator, Ms. Athira. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, we will now break for lunch, where you can continue networking and enjoy a special demo of cannabis and hemp testing solutions by our sponsor, Shimadzu Malaysia. I'd like to invite our speakers and moderator also for lunch break, which is at LG level, correct? So we will have a presentation by Shimadzu. Anyone who wants to watch the presentation and demonstration from our very generous sponsor, Shimadzu Malaysia, can remain here. Not everyone else can proceed for the lunch break at LG level. Thank you so much, speakers and moderator. Okay, we will be back here in the hall. We've actually overrun. We'll be back here at 2 p.m. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a delightful lunch and have enjoyed the session so far, visited the booth, and also enjoyed the demonstrations we had earlier during lunchtime. Now, Mira has dedicated immense effort to bring this forum together, aiming to foster education and raise awareness about industrial hemp among the Malaysian public. Such endeavor will not have been possible without the cooperation and support of numerous stakeholders, including our generous and supportive sponsors such as Kana Vijaya, Shimadzu Malaysia, and Asabis Japan, who have graciously sponsored and supported this year's Industrial Hemp Forum. So having said that, I would like to invite Ms. Micheline Whitler, I hope I got that right, from Business Development from Kana Vijaya to grace us with her insightful presentation. Let's give a warm round of applause to Ms. Micheline. So Kana Vijaya is Europe's pioneer compliance software for businesses to trace, secure, and is that the right one? Simplify transactions along the entire cannabis supply network. So we'll have you to present to us. What is the topic of your presentation?
I'll be talking about the Swiss pilot projects, actually. Just this year, Switzerland launched recreational cannabis pilot projects through a trial experiment. And I think this model could be quite interesting to explore for the hemp industry here in Malaysia, as well as an opportunity to develop regulations that will match the market.
That's great.
Okay, so, all right, wonderful. Is this right click? I think, you have a clicker? So I tell you a little bit myself in the meantime. I'm from Thailand, half Thai, half Swiss, living in Bangkok at the moment. Really happy to be here in Kuala Lumpur. For me, I forgot how beautiful it is with all the big trees and. Okay, it works. Okay, so a little bit about Kana Vijaya. So our main software is a seed-to-sale software mobile app and computer for tracking all the processes involved in developing medical cannabis. This is in line with the European EU GACP, which is a good agricultural and collection practices for all herbal ingredients, as well as the EU GMP, which is a good manufacturing practices for pharmaceutical ingredients. Because of our alignment with this, we also work a lot with the governments, and we have a strong partnership with the Swiss Ministry of Public Health. We're a bit all around the world as well. As you can see, a lot of countries in the world are struggling with cannabis regulation, whether on a small scale or on a large scale. Here are some challenges that I think we are all going through at the moment. So what problems do governments face when it comes to regulation of cannabis? So first is about the lack of trust from the different stakeholders, whether it's the public, politicians, any industry boards, and things like that, mainly due to health and safety concerns for consumers, as well as minor protection and other aspects like this. One important thing as well is about the quality control aspect. As we know with herbal ingredient, it can be quite hard to maintain always a consistent pharmaceutical product just because the nature of plants, there's a lot of variation that is possible. Another issue with the cannabis regulation is about the existence of black market with prices that go up and down, as well as lack of scientific data about what happens after a country legalizes. So I'll explain to you a little bit about Switzerland, how it got to the point where they started these pilot trials about cannabis. So first, as you know, there were all these challenges in the field of cannabis, and then this pressure from an international level pushing for more decriminalization or rethinking of the regulations involving this plant. A lot of cities in Switzerland then started to push to have conduct pilot trials around cannabis to gather this data that can be then used to make regulations going forwards. In 2020, the government actually passed an amendment to the Federal Act on Narcotics and Psychotropic Substances to allow for pilot trials testing THC products for consumer. The aim of this pilot trial is mainly to conduct scientific studies over 10 years to provide solid scientific basis for possible decisions on design of future regulations. So by doing this, they aim to increase evidence-based knowledge by collecting all the information firsthand within their own country, as well as understanding the advantages and disadvantages of the different regulatory approaches. Second is to provide a scientific basis, that means data-driven based on real facts that we've collected ourselves, to start these discussions with universities, with different health ministries about future cannabis policies in Switzerland. Third is also to examine the impact of measures, instruments, or different practices about different distribution systems, such as non-profit supply, state retail, private retail, and things like this. Lastly, it's to gain knowledge about the acceptance. That means consumer acceptance, the public acceptance about the different modules, as well as how it affects the society. So to give you a little bit explanation about the Swiss pilot trials. So for them, each trial is a socio-economic study that focuses on the 6 points over here. So consumer behavior, individual and public health, the black market, public order and safety, the physical and mental health of consumers, as well as the socio-economic performance. The duration of each of these trials is 5 years, with a possibility to extend if there's a need for collecting more information. So in Switzerland, they set these rules that you can see here on the right, that maximum of 5,000 participants per each trial. So everyone has to be registered, and they're only dispensing cannabis to those who have registered in these trials. Anyone registering needs to be at least 18, already a consumer of cannabis, because the aim is not to introduce new users, but to deal with existing problems. As you know, Switzerland was one of the first countries to start introducing heroin support, using methadone and other ways to try regulate and decrease HIV among the population, as well as other problems associated with heroin addiction. So another rule of this was that it's not allowed to pass on to third parties. Consumption in public places is prohibited, and no advertising is allowed. Here, a little bit of the framework for what Switzerland used that can be considered as well in different regions. So first, about the cultivation and the processing. They allow for a variety of different forms of cannabis to be sold as part of these pilot trials, from dry flower, hashish, extractions, edibles, as well as vape products. One of the requirements also is that all the cannabis in Switzerland needs to be grown according to organic cultivation. This is in alignment with the Farmers Union in Switzerland, which is very strong, and they push for growing organically. Third is that it requires exceptional approval for each trial from the Ministry of Public Health. In terms of the distribution, the models that Switzerland allows at the moment for these pilot trials is pharmacies, dispensaries, social clubs, online and home delivery. Again, always needing a trained and qualified personnel to dispense the cannabis. This is something that now is becoming a lot of interest. We know in Spain, they have a lot of things about social clubs. Online and home delivery is a big topic as well in terms of regulation. And the main aim is to collect data on these different models and see what would be best in the future if there's a need or a demand to regulate it. In terms of the products and that are allowed to be sold, so here are the rules: maximum THC 20%. If it's a mixed product such as edible, gummy, it's maximum 10 milligrams. And each participant is limited to a maximum of 10 grams of pure THC per month. They try to align the prices with the black market so that this way they push people away from the black market and unsafe products into regulated and controlled products. During this trial period, the government is not putting any taxes on this because the main aim is for collecting research and data to make laws for the future. On Cannaviga's side, what we did is that we worked closely with the Ministry of Public Health in Switzerland over 3-4 years to create a software for the government to track all the data needed in order to comply with the United Nations 1961 Convention, which allows for medical and research. And in order to do that, you have to control and monitor how much you have in your distribution network in order to show that you're preventing it from escaping into the black market. So we developed together this system with the government that is able to track all the cannabis in circulation, and through this export the cultivation reports necessary to submit to the United Nations. In terms of the regulator, it aids because you have an overview of exactly how much cannabis is on the market, the reports that you can submit directly to the UN, as well as for the license holder, they have all these records about which products sell well, what kind of processes these went to. They can even measure individual consumers, their patterns of consumption. If after a while it decreased, if after a while it increased. And with this data, you use it objectively to then formulate and understand better the effects that legalization could have on the general public. So just quick summary of all this is that for us, the cannabis dispensary system that we developed is really something to aid governments and institutions in approaching this challenging topic of legalization or regulation of the cannabis industry. One important thing is that it needs to be adapted. There is no one model that will fit everywhere. You have to take into account the socio-economical differences and cultural aspects of each region. I know in Thailand as well, I'm Thai, we are starting as well to implement traceability as well. At the moment, still in paper forms, but hopefully that there will be more of a network to control all this. All of this is based on international standards such as GS1 tracking, as well as GS1 tracking, yeah. Also controlling the amount that is consumed in order to make sure that no cannabis is consumed more than the permitted amount. This is hopefully just a little bit of insight into you about how Switzerland handled this topic and if there are any things that could be adapted to help tackle the hemp issue here in Malaysia. So here on the right is a picture of the first legal cannabis sold in Switzerland on 30th of January through our cannabis traceability software. So thank you very much for your time and your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Micheline, for sharing insights about Cannavigia's Swiss pilot trials and how it can possibly implement it in the future in Malaysia. Thank you. So you've watched and listened to their state-of-the-art cannabis and hemp testing solution, but we'll also like to present a video from one of our sponsors, Shimadzu Malaysia. I think we might have some issues with the videos. Right, moving on. So now we resume our sessions with an engaging presentation by Professor Dr. Sarani Zakaria from the Faculty of Science and Technology of University Kebangsaan Malaysia. A brief background of Dr. Sarani. She is a leading expert in pulp and paper, advanced materials, and has made significant contribution to the understanding and development of sustainable materials in Malaysia. Enlightening us on the advanced material research and development landscape in Malaysia, join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Sarani on stage.
Thank you, our chairperson. It is a great honor for me to be here. I'm Professor Sarani Zakaria from National University of Malaysia, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. So for today, I was told to give a little bit talks on the advanced material research and development landscape in Malaysia. And as we know that hemp is a new species as far as Malaysia is concerned. And throughout my research, we have done a lot on knaf. So knaf, hemp, cannabis is within the same, almost similar as far as is concerned, but the only thing is the cannabinoid content will be different. So most of my research is on the biomass or lignocellulose materials, whereby it involves lots of fibers. So we have done a lot on the oil palm fiber, whether it is from fronds, trunks, or empty fruit bunch. And we work with the rice straw, and we have lots of this particular biomass as far as Malaysia is concerned, although the cultivation area has been reduced, I think. We used to work with the sugarcane bagas, which was cultivated. I mean, they grown a lot in Chuping, but now it has been replaced by knaf plantation as far as knaf is concerned. And with pineapple leaf, which give a lot of good fibrous materials, cultivate a lot in southern part of Malaysia, in Johor especially, and give you a very good strong fiber. And you have lots of wood waste, and we work with sago waste, which is a lot. You can find lots in Sabah and also in Sarawak. And kapok, which is similar to cotton, as far as cotton is concerned. And then you have like wood waste, and the most current research now is on the Kenaf. We're working together with Lembaga Kenaf Tembakau LKTN, Lembaga Kenaf Tembakau Negara, which is working a lot on the Kenaf fiber as far as fiber is concerned, especially the bast fiber, where the core fiber is left unattended. So we try to utilize the core part of this fiber. So talking about the hemp, the nature of hemp fiber is almost similar to Kenaf. They are almost in the same category. And when you work with lignocellulose or biomass materials or anything which is related to plant, we are talking about the chemical constituent in this particular fibrous materials, which is the major components are cellulose. Cellulose, a very long chain of a glucose unit, the green color, is one of the major components which has been utilized a lot as far as the cellulose industry is concerned, and they are the most abundant as far as raw materials is concerned in the world. And in plant materials, other than cellulose, it also consists of hemicellulose, which is also known as sugar, various types of sugars, depending on from one species to another species. And then another one is lignin, is the a complex molecular structure of what you call is a phenolic derivative. So that's the reason why when all of these fossils materials, which is derived from the old or what you call is a biomass material, which has been, in this world for more than a million years, has been suppressed underground, and can be converted into petroleums because of petroleum-based materials is, whether you like it or not, consists a lot of phenol and phenolic derivatives. So what we did in as far as research is concerned, I tried to tap all of these particular chemicals constituent for value-added products. So this is the structure of cellulose, whereby look at the hydrophilics. Looking at that, hydrophilics is a OH functionalities, where it is coming from the monomer units of glucose, meaning to say that if you can break the change of this monomer unit, you can have glucose, which is sugar. That's the reason why cattle, animals, and so on and so forth can digest. They have enzyme to digest this particular cellulose and give them energy because of you have sugar there. In case in the near future, if we haven't got so much of sugar or scarce of sugar, we can even break this particular cellulose into sugar, and you can break this sugar into methane groups, or you can make it into hydrogens and so on and so forth. So this is one of the source as far as biorefinery is concerned, where you can convert lignocellulose materials into biofuels. And cellulose has a very long chain, whether it is short, mediums, or the long chain. And depending on the structure of cellulose, if it is a certain molecular weight, you can dissolve cellulose. Once you can dissolve it, meaning to say, you can regenerate it back. So I can make a dress like this from wood. I can make a thread fibers from wood by dissolving cellulose and regenerate it to form into threads. So you can do wondrous things like viscose and so on and so forth. Viscose rayon is from cellulose. And cellulose is not just for that, it is wondrous. I will tell you how wondrous is it to show that the world of cellulose can cater so much as far as industry is concerned. So cellulose, by right, we call it native cellulose. Any plant vegetables, any plant fibrous materials consist almost high proportion of cellulose, which we known as a cellulose 1, which is a pure cellulose, or we call it as alpha cellulose, and it can be converted into cellulose 2, cellulose 3, or cellulose 4, depending on the crystallinity. The structure is the same, but crystallinity, meaning to say that the properties of this particular cellulose will be different depending on the end use that you want. Okay. For example, cellulose can also derive from bacteria. Have you ever eaten nata de coco? Nata de coco is bacteria cellulose, meaning to say that they grow bacteria in the coconut water, and then the waste from the bacteria is cellulose, and that cellulose we eat, and it is eatable, meaning to say that is only bacteria cellulose. I'm going to mention to you that you have in your life, you eat a lot of wood which has been converted into other cellulose derivatives and so on and so forth. So how do you prepare as far as cellulose fiber is concerned? So our major concern, if let's say we wanted to if you wanted to utilize this particular fibrous material, is preparation of fiber. For example, look at this one. You have knaf with a 5 leaf, a hemp, and then you have knaf, and you also have jute. This is almost similar. As far as the bast fiber is concerned, they're almost similar, but the property will be different. So Cik Johan already highlighted on the flowers, okay? So if you wanted to grow the CBD or TH whatsoever, about 0.2% and below. So if you wanted to grow that, the flowers, and meaning to say that the fiber is not suitable for that. So the varieties for hemp, as far as fiber is concerned, should not be the same as the one that you grow for the flowers, because of the one that you grow for the fibers needs a very long stalk, because of you need the bast fiber. And that bast fiber, normally you will harvest it within 3 to 4 months. If it is older than that, it will be much difficult, and the quality of fiber is not good. So it is similar to knaf, the same thing. So the way the processing is also similar to jute. Jute has been cultivated a lot in as far as India and also Pakistan is concerned. So it is a major business as far as the fibers in India, also in Pakistan, and also in Bangladesh, as far as jute is concerned. But the quality of jute fiber is not as good as knaf and hemp. And knaf and hemp have been used a lot for automotive, as far as automotive is concerned. So our major problem is that how to change or to process the fiber into a good fibrous material, which is like a baby doll's hair, something like that. If you look at the Barbie dolls, like a Barbie doll's hair, which is very silky and so on and so forth, can you convert that into that particular fibrous materials? Because of you have to remember that once you have a content of cellulose is very high, and also you have a content of hemicellulose, which consists of sugar. If that particular fiber is not in a very dry state, then bacteria will attack. Fungus will attack. It will eat, because of it will break the chain of cellulose to form into sugar. And meaning to say your fiber is not strong. So for that reason, what you have to do is once you harvest this knaf or hemp fiber or jute fiber, you have to process it very fast. That's the reason why they soak it in water. Because the moisture content is more than 100%, then the degradation will be much lesser. So maybe you can stop degradation. So they have like a dewing process, like retting process, or you might soak it into in a certain water with a certain enzyme and so on and so forth to get a very good, to remove all of these pectinize and also lots of the outer layer to get a very good, nice long fiber. So what is the difference between knaf and hemp fiber? So the hemp fiber has a hollow. You see the stalk which has a hollow one, but the knaf is all one solid inside. And you have the bast fiber and the core fiber. The bast fiber is the outer layer, which is about 20-25% of the whole stalk, and the core part, which is like a hollow, and it is very, very light. So is the middle part. So the long fiber is coming from the bast fiber. which is very, very good fiber. And the middle part, which is the core part, is a short fiber. So short fiber is not good as far as composite materials is concerned, because of one, the fiber is very short, so you have to, in order for you to process it to make it into long fiber, it will be difficult. But for the buzz fiber, you can have like in the middle, so as far as the middle part, the knaf fiber strand, you can form it into the knaf fiber strand. But the core fiber is a short fiber. You can make it into maybe composite material, but it absorbs so much water. So if you wanted to make panel products and so on and so forth, the core fiber is not good because it absorbs so much water and so much liquid. So it will absorb your adhesive and so on and so forth. So for that reason, the core fiber is very good for oil spillage. If let's say you have oil spillage, whatever in the ocean or anything for the cat litters and so on and so forth, the core fiber is good because it can absorb so much of as far as liquid is concerned. And if you want to make it into pulp and paper, the core fiber also not so suitable because the fiber length is about 0.5 millimeter. And the buzz fiber is about 1.5. So you have to mix this together because short fiber is not good for paper. You need a certain length, which is not so long and not so short. So this is a common in Bangladesh, where for the jute, they soak it in the river. And if you go to Bangladesh, it's really contaminated, so most of the river. And then, or you can use like you call it the ratting process. But ratting process, you have two alternatives. Either it is rat or it is rot. So if it is rot, then meaning to say it has been attacked by the bacteria or fungus, so it is not suitable anymore. So ratting process, traditional ratting process is very, very crucial. Or you can process it as far as mechanical is concerned, and then you can, what you call is further enhance as far as the properties. So you can have various category as far as jute, knaf or hemp fiber is concerned, from a certain grade to another grade by bleaching the process, removing all of the unwanted, and then get whatever color you want, and then from that you process that particular fiber. So this is example as far as if you observe an electron microscope, one single fiber on your EFB is all palm anti-fruit branch, and comparison with knaf and hemp is almost similar. One strand fiber is just one strand. It is made of individuals, what you call is individual fibers. You call it libriform fibers as far as fibers is concerned. And if you want to make paper, you have to remove one after another as far as this fibers is concerned. So when I said short fiber, meaning to say that although you have a very long strength, but if you remove individual fiber, you only have a very short fiber, about 0.5 millimeter to 1.5 millimeter. That is the strength, the length as far as individual fiber is concerned. So, look at the cellulose cell wall. This is what I mean, because the one which is in a brown color is known as the middle lamella, which consists of high percentage of lignin. So meaning to say, if you wanted to remove one individual fiber, you will have lots of lignin, and that particular lignin can be converted into biopolymer. I will show you later. So this is how you can process. You can process as a long fiber bundles, wood chips, powder, or pulp. It will depend on what is your end used. So if let's say you wanted to make it into composite materials, maybe you need some wood chips, something like that, or powder as far as the filler is concerned in the plastics materials. Or if you want to make paper, you need to have to convert them into pulp, or you want to make into regenerated, like regenerated cellulose to make into fiber, you need to convert them into pulp because of it will dissolve. You need to dissolve that. Or you can make into steam explosion, meaning to say the fiber you explode, and then from that you extract to get cellulose, and this is suitable as far as food product is concerned. You can use it for additive or additional flavor as far as food is concerned. And one good thing about fibrous materials, they have the crystalline area. Okay, that crystalline area, you have amorphous and crystalline area. And most plant cellulose fiber will have about 40%, at least 40%. And tourniquet, maybe you can have like 70% of the crystalline area. And the strength of this crystalline area is as strong as a steel. The modulus, I'm talking about the young modulus, is very, very strong. And we have done in our lab using Knauf, and this is how the crystalline area look like. It's very, very small. That's why we call it nano crystalline. The crystallinity is very strong. You can add this one in any polymer materials and can enhance as far as the strength is concerned, the modulus and also the strength is concerned. And the cellulose crystalline material can be converted into various, what you call is cellulose derivative. For example, you have like sodium bisulfate, and then you have with ammonium hydroxide over there, you can have some ammonium crystallinity of carbamate, and you can have so many. And all of this is very, very important as far as pharmaceuticals is concerned. So you can end up, if let's say you wanted to use the core fiber, you can sell this as part of the your industrial products for the pharmaceuticals and for many other chemicals additive is concerned. So pulp and paper, so you need either chemical or mechanical pulp. If it is chemical pulp, your yield will be much less, 40 to 50% of cellulose, because another 40 to 50% is your lignin, because of the percentage of lignin in wood almost similar as far as cellulose is concerned. Or you can have a mechanical pulp, which is on your the green one, and also towards the end, that one is semi-mechanical, the middle one is a mechanical pulp. So you can make both, either one of this one as the pulp and paper is concerned. But if you want to make regenerated cellulose, you need the chemical pulp, because of mechanical pulp still consists high proportion of lignin. And you can turn it to paperboard, okay, or molded packaging materials. So for molded packaging materials like this, so mechanical pulp will be okay, because of you do not require strength, a certain strength or tensile for that. So so you can use various. So let's say if you wanted to do for hemp, so use the core part, because the bust part is very, very expensive. So might as well use something which is much lower quality, because after all, this will be recycled or will be dumped away. Or we can make a special PT paper by insert some magnetic materials inside the paper. So we call it magnetic paper, which has been used a lot as far as the sound insulation is concerned. So what's regenerated cellulose? So regenerated cellulose, what we did is that you dissolve cellulose in a certain solvent. What you call is cellulose solvent. And from that, you regenerate. So you can form like a cellulose hydrogel, cellulose aerogel, cellulose bead, or cellulose membrane, or you can even make fiber out of it. This is what we did in the lab now. And for the cellulose membrane, if you dry, you can turn it into plastics, clear plastics materials, which is biodegradable. You can print on it. So this is what we did. So by dissolving process, we upscale it using cellulose, pure cellulose. So you just put in the in the reactor with the solvent, and then you dissolve it. So dissolve it, and you have a very thick viscose. And from this one, you can convert into wonders. So you can sell this particular viscose solvent to any of the company, of a converting company, or you can convert them into other materials, advanced materials. For example, you can make plastics. So printable plastics. We add this one together with PVA to make sure that you can print better, and it's also PVA, both also biodegradable. So this plastic is biodegradable, and it can dissolve, degrade it. No, not dissolve, it can degrade it in a soil within three months. Within that, the current plastic will take about 50 years to degrade and become microplastics. But this one is nothing. It's all come back to the soil as a cellulose. So edible as far as not to us, but to the microorganism. So we can even embed it, what you call is magnetic materials inside the membranes, and can be used as far as sound insulation is concerned. And we did with graphene, so it gives you a certain strength. So you can use as a membrane filtration, because graphene is good as far as filtration is concerned. So it's very good as far as the waste, as far as water treatment is concerned, or any liquid treatment. So it has been proven that once you have you embedded graphene inside this particular membrane, it's increased the strength of this particular membrane. So the next one is hydrogel. The core part, you convert into hydrogel, because current hydrogel is made from petroleum base, will never degrade. So when I were in Australia, visited one of the farm, small plot is about, our small plot for paddy field is about one, I think less than 1,200 square meter, is about that one, our plot for paddy. But their plot, per plot is 25 acre as a testing ground. So what they did is, in Australia, especially when it is close to summer, they have a heavy drought. So what they did is they use hydrogel from petroleum base to keep the water in the soil for the first cycle. The second cycle, they have to add a little bit because of the previous hydrogel base. It is not efficient anymore. So keep adding. Towards the end, a lot of plastics remain in the soil. So what they have to do is that they have to remove, and the cost of removing is very, very expensive. But with this one, within 3 months, it's gone. So meaning to say that it is a good opportunity for us if we can supply this hydrogel to the place where they required a material that can store water. Because why? It store water. If let's say you grow vegetables, 1 month is more than enough. Then that's it. And also if you grow something which is more than 1 month, you keep adding that particular hydrogel. So this hydrogel can store quite certain amount of water, and you can form into aerogel, meaning to say you can keep it in the dry form, and it's grown very, very high, and it can hold up to I think 200%, 2,000% of water to that extent. And the shape can go to up to 70 times of its own size, more than that. So it can be used many things, as far as microporous, drug deliveries, and so on and so forth. It depends on what is your end use. So regenerated cellulose, we also did treatment for the wastewater using methylene blue, where methylene blue is used heavily as far as dye for cotton is concerned. So it's good, especially in Kelantan. They have a batik industry, where lots of waste materials has been discharged in water. So it can hold the methylene blue with the aid of graphene oxide and also activated carbon. You can do that. And the core part, we compared kenaf and also palm fiber, meaning to say, if let's say you happen to have hemp, the same thing, the core of the hemp can be used as far as wastewater treatment is concerned. And for this one, we engaged with JICA Japan, with LKTN, together with LKTN. We did one plant in, where is it, Faida? Dekat KSB, dekat Gua Musang. I think we got about 100 million yen as far as the project is concerned, which is about 4 million Malaysian ringgit, to do a wastewater treatment for the all palm effluent. Yeah, it's worked very well as far as kenaf is concerned. So the same thing, as far as hemp is concerned, the core fiber can be used for that. So that's why I said the core fiber is good as far as absorption is concerned. And what we did is we make a phantom oxidation together with limonite, Japan. Because of limonite, Japan, they produce iron ore. So it's good as far as wastewater treatment is concerned. And we managed to reduce the color from A to D. You will notice that. So once it's discharged, it will be much clearer as far as water is concerned. So we did this one, and from this trial, then we go for the upscaling with the KSB. So in textile industry, you can use wood, convert it into textile materials. So viscose, rayon, tensile, lyocell, and so on and so forth is from wood or from fiber from as far as plant is concerned. So like Linzing, for example, okay, Linzing, which is the mother company is in Austria, which is in Salzburg. It's about 30 minutes from Salzburg. I visited that particular company. This company was a pulp and paper mill using acidic pulping. So what happened is that the cost of paper is so cheap and the cost of material is getting expensive because you cannot sell paper. It's a very high price because of you wanted to write on it and then people will throw it away. So then you need raw materials, and raw materials is coming from wood, woody materials, fibrous materials. So Linzing has converted the paper mill into fibrous mill. And notice that Austria has no raw material at all. So they import it from Siberia, wood trunk, per ton, which is about 25 euro around that. The price is about 25 euro. So from that, they convert it into fibrous materials. And then from fibrous material, they dissolve it. And then they form tensile, viocell, lyocell, and so on and so forth. And tensile is one of the fiber which is used for making very good canopies. If you go to Medina, they have payung kan? That one is from tensile. And tensile is very strong fiber. So you can use the same thing with any other fibrous materials, hemp, kenaf, or palm fiber whatsoever. All you need is cellulose. That is the major. So from regenerated cellulose fiber, this is what we did. So from the fiber, we add graphene inside it and we spin it. The white color is without anything, the dark color with graphene. So you can make it a very long fiber. And this is how the fiber look like. So later you can wear a dress which is made from kenaf fiber, which has been spun, or from all palm fiber from waste wood. Nobody knows. Okay. And this is our project with the Tiangong University. Look at the cottonize in the middle. That one, nobody knows that it is from bamboo. So from bamboo, you form it into cottonize fiber, and you can do the same thing with kenaf fiber or hemp fiber. So what you do is, let's say you turn it into hemp fibers, make it into cottonize. You can mix with cotton, viscose, and hemp. So this is the project that we did. And from that, you turn it into sock or any other dress. Why it is very important using hemp fiber? Because hemp fiber has a very specialties fiber that is, it consists antibacterial without anything. So for example, I have to show it now, which is quite rude. The sock that I'm wearing now, not this one, or in my bag, in my bag there, which is dark in color. If I wear that one for 3 months, I don't have to wash it, and my foot does not smell. To show that how good is the antibacterial properties. And although it is very expensive, but it is good as far as military is concerned. So you go for the niche market. Don't sell it to a normal people, because of they buy the cheap one, because they will wash it every day. But go for high end, even for the dress. Go for high end for military use, whereby they go to the for operation or anybody that does not require for them to wash the dress for the next three months, which is still smell okay. So that is how special as far as hemp fiber is concerned. So that's why I said different fiber has different types of properties. So you have to know which niche market you wanted to do. So this one, what we did is in Tiangong University is we're using kenaf fiber and all palm fiber. What we did is we non-woven it with 10% of polypropylene, which is non-biodegradable. And from that, you form into board. So you press it and it glued, and you can make it into flooring like this. Okay, make it into flooring like this, or using in the automotive inside the car, or as a door inside in the side part. So it is homogenized, which is very good. But you need a machine which is called as a non-woven, as far non-woven textile is concerned, or you can make into woven materials. It depends. So the next one is cellulose derivative. You might think it is a very chemical name, cellulose ether and so on and so forth, but you've forgotten you have eaten this without you realize it. If you know about carboxymethyl cellulose, which has been used a lot in ice cream or even in your cake, in bread and everything, it is from wood, cellulose from wood, and we already consume it. And it tastes good. But if you know that it is from wood, I wouldn't think that you wanted to eat it. But it gives a very good fluffy as far as food is concerned, and give a better taste. So food coding, E466 is CMC. That is the food coding. Nobody knows that it is come from wood. And this is a high quality CMC, which is used for capsule and also for food products. And we consume it every day. For this one, cellulose ester has been used for cellulose acetate market, and even used for the smoker, especially the last part, the white part in your cigarette stock. The white part is cellulose ester. That one, because you can filter whoever smoke here. Okay. Not ganja lah. They cannot filter ganja for sure. So the next one is cellulose xanthate. Xanthization is like with cellulose xanthate, you can convert into they call it black gold or carbon fiber textile. So it is very strong, and carbon fiber is very light. So for example, like China now, their bullet trains will go 1,000 now, 1,000 kilometers per hour. Ours is still, our ETS is 150. When I went to China before COVID, it was 380, which is still stable. Now they go for 1,000 kilometers per hour, whereby the flight goes for 800 kilometers per hour. Why? They are using superconductor, whereby the train does not touch the rail. It's floating. It's floating, high magnetic field floating, so they can go very fast. So when it hit, we are out because of the momentum. But the body of the train is made from carbon fiber because it is very light and it is very strong. And if you notice that those who ride bicycle, you can lift up the bicycle with one single fingers. It's very light because the body is made from carbon fiber, to show that how strong is carbon fiber. So this is also gold in market. If you want to go in the cellulose business, turn into black gold. They call black gold, which is very expensive, more expensive than the yellow gold at the moment. Okay, this is Linzing. So they are big player as far as cellulose is concerned. And the next one, I don't dare for you to try. This one is nitrocellulose. Is we did this one when we first I think last 15 years or 20 years ago, when I first joined UKM, I did with nitrocellulose. It's sparkling because of it is if you wanted to make into firecrackers or gunpowders whatsoever, it is, you can use nitrocellulose. Nitrocellulose is very simple. It's reaction of cellulose with nitric acid. And it has been discovered by accidents, whereby the researcher happened to be spilled the nitric acid on the cotton apron, and then left it in the lab. The next day, the whole lab burned. So then they noticed that. Then during the Second World War, when they don't have enough sulfur, this is what they did. They gathered as much as cotton cloth is concerned and converted into gunpowder. So that is to show how wondrous it is. Okay, it has been used for this one. M13 rocket is using nitrocellulose. And bioresin. So what we did is that we imitate, as bioresin is concerned. Remember when I said lignocellulose materials consist of lignin. So lignin has lots of phenolic derivative. So what we did is, you see, we convert them into biopolymer. Has a very, we call it as a polyurethane. And this is biodegradable. And this is our project, the next one with Petronas, whereby we wanted to embed hydrogel inside this. And this particular foam can chelate fertilizer. So it can degrade within 6 months. Or we can even make it longer, 1 year, so that a big plantation like palm oil plantation and so on and so forth does not require to fertilize their palm tree every 3 months or every 6 months. Just leave it there. After 8 months, then only you keep adding. But currently what they did is they're using palm oil from petroleum base. After 6 months, they have to remove, get this foam, and then replace with the new foam because it is not degraded. But now you don't have to replace it. You don't have to remove it, but you just keep adding after 8 months. So this is the project that one of the PhD student is doing. And we hope that everything should be out. So you can make a flexible foam, like you can sleep on it, like put it on the particular couch. But the color is not good because of lignin is dark. When it attracts light from UV and so on and so forth, it becomes darker and darker. So that is the only obstacle out of it. But if you can cover it, nobody knows. And we also make phenolic derivative. One of our previous, it was 10 years ago project. So we did it on the front and the back coach using this particular resin, and also replaced or substitute as far as phenolic resin in the plywood industry is concerned. But the bad part is that it is hydrophilic. It absorbs like 10% of water, which is not good. But as far as standard is concerned, it is above Malaysian standard. And you can also make pre-packed phenolic resin from PU resin. It's the same thing, like you can coat into the craft paper, or you can coat into glass fiber and so on and so forth to make it into pre-pack. And this is the current project we received from Ministry of Higher Education, which is about 3.5 million between UKM, UPM, and also UM. 2 projects from UKM, 1 project from UM, and also 1 from UKM. So it's called as the smart farming for high value added and quality food production. So basically we wanted to tackle the problems of not sufficient area, especially in the urban area and so on and so forth, as far as growing vegetables is concerned. So so these are the current urban farming is concerned, whether you can have smart wall, roof, vertical, or design technology where you can grow it on the plastics, biodegradable substrate. The blue part towards the end is our products. So that's one is the plastics materials from cellulose hydrogel. So you can even put perlites inside this, which is float, and you can grow vegetables on this particular perlites and hydrogel. And we have done cultivation, which is very good as far as cultivation is concerned, using 2 types of salad, because salad normally will take about 1 to 2 months. And which is good because of cellulose hydrogel will degrade. We formulate that it can degrade within 1 to 2 months. So within that, you don't have any waste materials. So this is a picture how hydrogel within 15 days without any fertilizer is grow very well as far as germination is concerned. And this one is our lab. Is it your hand, Atik? I'm not so sure. One of my PhD students. So we grow, I think this is tomato. I'm not so sure. Tomato, and they cultivate in the lab, and then after that you transfer as far as fertigation is concerned and so on and so forth, and it's cultivate very fast, and the rate of cultivation is almost 90%. Okay, using this particular hydrogel. And one good thing about this hydrogel is already consists of fertilizer, urea, because we use urea as far as the solvent is concerned. So we are using the hydrogels with UPM. This is project in UPM, where we use our hydrogel for growing tomatoes and for cucumber. And we use it as embedded as far as fertigation is concerned, and also kale with hydrogel amendment with this hydroponic system. And these are the plants that already being tested. If you wanted to visit this one, you can visit in UPM, because the project, we are preparing the media, and UPM is studying on the plant growth. And this is what we plan to do. So with this one, this is all biodegradables. So you can grow the vegetables on the plastics membrane. Towards the end, you just cut and then roll the plastic, throw it away, and it becomes fertilizer, because the plastic consists of fertilizer. So it will degrade within 3 to 4 months. So there's no waste. And it's like a circular economy, which is very good as far as this particular is concerned. And this is the projects in UKM with Ayman and Sitem, whereby we make into what you call is the wound dressing. And the nice clear fiber is from Kanaf. The one that we wouldn't woven it from Kanaf, and we're using it for wound dressing. And thank you. This is our TRGS grant teams, and this is I would like to acknowledge to all of my PhD and master student and the collaborating university for as far as bioresource is concerned, and all of the grant up to date. I think we received more than fundamental grant, which is more than 12 million. So we hope that we can commercialize this one if they have any other takers. And for that, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Surani, for such an insightful presentation. I was really enjoying it. Now, I'd like to open Q&A session. We don't have much time, so we'll be able to take, I think, at least one question. One? No, it's a little bit after lunch. But thank you so much, Professor Dr. Surani. If you can remain on stage for a while, and can I invite Mr. Johan to come up on stage to present the appreciation gift? Round of applause to Professor Dr. Surani once again. Okay, our next speaker is an esteemed economist from the United Nations Conference for Trade and Development, UNCTAD in short, and brings a wealth of knowledge and experience in analyzing global trade dynamics. Please welcome this presentation. Our speaker is not with us physically today here, but we want to play a presentation by global expert Mr. Marco Fugazza on navigating trade barriers, UNCTAD strategies to promote industrial hemp in international markets.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure and honor to be able to speak in front of such a distinguished audience. Unfortunately, that's only virtual, but I'm sure that there will be some opportunities in the futures to interact lively and even perhaps cooperate on some specific project. I would like to thank the organizers, UKM and MIRA, for the invitation, and I'm also especially grateful to the Malaysian government for their support in fostering understanding and knowledge within the industry. So my presentation's title indicates that I'll be talking about trade barriers, but also strategies to promote industrial hemp in international markets. I will talk about some insights from a recent report published by UNCTAD on industrial hemp, and that should help actually framing and provide insights to discussions about the most appropriate strategy to set up in a specific context, which is the context of any country. There is great potential in Malaysia to develop such a sector, and it's important that the government gets some interest into the sector and is also trying to promote it as much as possible. So I will start by telling the reasons why UNCTAD decided to write a report on industrial hemp. That may not sound that logical, but considering that part of the mandate of UNCTAD is to promote a sustainable exploitation and use of commodities, well, that could have made sense, and it made even more sense considering the multiple properties of industrial hemp that can be seen as a potential component of a sustainable agriculture policies able to integrate both mitigation and adaptation to climate change. So we saw industrial hemp as a SDGs fully compatible crop, and that's why we decided to dig a bit further. However, and despite the decisions taken back in December 2020 by the UN Commission on Narcotic Drugs to delete cannabis and cannabis resin from Schedule 4, the most restrictive ones of the 1961 Convention or Single Convention or C61. Well, despite that, industrial hemp remains a controversial crop. So the main objective of the UNCTAD reports on industrial hemp was to inform policymakers and the general public also about the true potentialities of industrial hemp and possibly also erode the stigma around it. From an institutional point of view, well, the motivation of writing a report on industrial hemp was linked to the fact that synergies, partnerships with other international organizations such as the UN Regional Economic Commissions, the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, or even UN Habitat, well, could be promoted and has to be promoted. So we are working on that at the moment. Things are taking the time they need to take, but we are moving forward slowly. I will start with a preamble about, well, the position of industrial hemp, the appreciations, the perception of industrial hemp in the international drug control system. This is crucial to be able to justify also the promotion of the sector. So in the conventions that compose the system that has to do with international drug control, there is a clear textual distinctions between the cannabis sativa lineose plants grown for the production of drugs, so those really falling under the scope of the treaties, and exempting those grown for any other purpose. So if we look at the articles of the single convention, the C61, well, we'll see that in the article 1.1c, the definition of cannabis plants refers only to cannabis plants used for the production and manufacture of drugs. And if we then turn to the official commentary published by the UN Secretary General's office, well, we see there that, well, there's some precisions made about the interpretation of the articles of the C61, and in particular that the control regimes of these conventions and the others that comes to frame the international drug control system. Well, these control regimes applies only to the cultivation of the C. sativa plants for the production of cannabis and cannabis resins. So the drugs, that's the definition, drugs present in the schedules. So as a consequence, the cultivation of for any other purpose, and not only for the purpose is mentioned in paragraph 2 of the C61, that is industrial purposes, horticultural purposes, breeding, fiber and seeds, well, any other purpose but the manufacture of drugs is exempted from the control regime provided for in Article 23 of the C61. What does that mean? Well, it means that the definition provided by the industrial hemp sector is fully consistent with the international drug control system framework. This definition states that a cannabis sativa plant or any part of the plant, and that's crucial, in which the concentration of tetrahydrocannabinol, THC, in the flowering and fruiting tops is less than the regulated maximum level as established by authorities having jurisdictions. So hemp extracts or hemp products should be defined as products of preparation derived from industrial hemp, and so that should not fall under the scope of the international conventions. That means that all parts of the plants, as long as they are not manufacturers use, transform for some illicit purposes, drug uses, can be fully exploited, and their exploitation would be consistent with the international drug control system. That said, we can now move to the main messages of the report and how they relate to the establishment of strategies to promote industrial hemp products in international markets. Those main messages can be grouped in 3 different parts. The first one has to deal with the strong potentials. I mean, the report recognized the strong potentials of the plant. There is a large set of hemp-based products that can be actually produced, and all parts of the plant can be used and processed. I mean, that's part really of the properties of the plant itself. Even the roots can be used. So in that context, that also means that, well, there are several options that can be offered to countries to promote the sector. And they can actually consider different value chains depending on the local conditions, so the economic, social, environmental, etc. ones. So that means that a whole plant approach can and should be considered, and that can be done in all parts of the world. I mean, obviously, not all value chains would make sense to be developed in different parts of the world, in different countries, but by promoting an whole plant approach, that is an approach that would actually facilitate the exploitation and processing of all parts of the plants, well, countries should be able to identify those supply chains, value chains, production chains that are best suited for the local conditions. So thanks to its botanical characteristics and multiple agronomic properties, hemp can be and should be considered a natural component of sustainable agricultural strategies, as mentioned previously. I mean, sustainability should be also amongst the major objectives of the policies and strategies put in place to actually promote and develop the sector. So hemp appears to be, because of the characteristics, also a natural candidate for the establishment of national, but also regional value chains, depending on the respective comparative advantage of the various entities. If we now look at well, the market, the international market potentials, well, as far as industrial hemp is concerned, and based on information that is available, which might not be still fully exhaustive, Well, we do see that trade flows of industrial hemp products face in general relatively low tariffs as compared to any other agricultural products, and that's something to be taken into consideration. We do observe some tariff escalation though. Tariff escalation means that the more processed products may actually face higher tariffs. And if we look at the data, well, we'll find that the tariffs, despite the fact that they remain relatively low as compared to any other products, agricultural but also manufactured ones, well, we find that well, more processed products such as yarn will be facing higher tariffs, but that is still manageable. Obviously, if we want to get full appreciations of the prevailing international market conditions, market access conditions, well, we also have to look at the non-tariff measures, NTMs. And there we do find that, well, incidence and prevalence of NTMs exist systematically on both imports and also exports. So we do have non-tariff measures regulating international trade flows. Some of these measures are generic ones and apply to any type of agricultural products, but some are specific to end products, and these have to do essentially with the THC content, either in raw materials or in more processed ones. Obviously, some of these measures can have very restrictive impact on trade flows, on export potential, as they may involve some laboratory testing. So while trying to promote also the exports of products from the sectors, government should also take that into considerations. We also observe some kind of escalation in the applications of non-tariff measures on industrial hemp-related products. So we have more NTMs, so that could be sanitary, phytosanitary measures or technical barriers to trade. So we have more of them imposed on more advanced processed products, again, such as yarn, as compared to raw fiber products. On the potential side, well, we also observe an increase in global awareness amongst final consumers about hemp products because they are considered to be more consistent with more sustainable consumption habits. So this is increasing, and that opens the door to increasing international demand in the forthcoming years. However, well, we must keep in mind that for the time being, most hemp-related final good markets remain relatively small. And most markets for hemp products can still be considered niche markets. And this has implications also in the establishment of a strategy, in the sense that a niche market is associated with a specific market dynamics that may affect price evolution significantly and eventually profitability. So those characteristics include the risk of oversupply due to supply side or demand side shocks. That's the case of CBD products in the USA market. There's clearly another situation of oversupply, despite the fact that demand has been increasing in the recent years. Well, the production is still ahead of it. And obviously, this has had a catastrophic impact on prices for those products, meaning that, well, profitability is also put at a risk in that situation. That's why we have seen production of hemp in the USA decrease substantially between 2019, 2020, and the most recent years. Niche markets are also characterized by heterogeneous product quality, that makes those products not necessarily full perfect substitutes for other competing products. And that may also raise the issue of consumer protection. So in the development strategy for the sector, the quality dimension and the standardizations of this quality should also be taken into consideration and should also be actually promoted. So that was for the potentials. Now, amongst the main message and that must be taken into account when defining an optimal strategies for the development of the sector and eventually for its competitiveness on international markets. Well, we must have to deal with regulatory treatment of the plant, which might be, which is still constraining in most part of the world. So if we want to promote the whole plant approach, which is the best approach to make sure that the full potentiality of the plant can be actually made available to the sectors and to producers and processors, well, if we want this whole plant approach to be implemented, well, we need an appropriate regulatory framework. As I mentioned, in many countries, there is still an impediment to the full exploitations of hemp plants potentials in their many uses. For instance, we will find in some countries that, well, flowers cannot be exploded and should be even burned directly. So if you're considering the sustainability of the plant from a CO2 emissions point of view, well, a plant which is naturally CO2 negative, which is sequestrating and absorbing more CO2 than it's producing, well, if you impose the burning of the flowering tops, well, then clearly this dimension will be totally affected and will not necessarily make the plant accountable for a real sustainable dimension. So that means that it's necessary in the very first place for the legislator to define clearly non-intoxicant uses and products. This definition should preferably be based on robust empirical scientific evidence. So for instance, well, the maximum amount of THC in the flowering tops and leaves should be defined, but it should be defined by also accounting for the prevailing climatic conditions. We know that a period of intense heat will necessarily increase the THC content of these flowering tops. So if you impose a very low level, like 2%, which is imposed in many northern hemisphere countries, if you impose that in a climate which tends to be hotter than the one that you're facing in the northern hemisphere, well, that may impose a very severe constraints on producers. So that's why an approach towards allowing a 1% content of THC is likely to be adopted by many countries in the southern hemisphere. You should also deal with the maximum amount of THC in feed products, food products, and extracts. That's also important, not to actually completely avoid the possibility of using also the flowering tops for other purposes than, for instance, the production of biochar. So the definition of this amount should also be based on past experiences, current experiences in the various countries, and also traditional practices. So the non-intoxicant uses and products would certainly have to be associated with a precise set of cannabis sativa L varieties. That's the case in the EU, for instance, or in the USA. But the fact that, well, some specific climatic conditions and agronomic characteristics may prevail, different ones may prevail in different parts of the world, breeding should be promoted to identify the most adequate plant varieties and cultivars. So it might be acceptable at the beginning of the development of the sector to identify varieties essentially grown in the northern hemisphere, for instance, as the authorized varieties, but well, breeding should also be promoted. So we would, I mean, growers and processors would be able to actually plant those varieties that are the best adapted to the prevailing local conditions. So the growing and processing of varieties recognized as non-intoxicants by the legislator should not be monitored by drug control related institutions or governmental entities. That's also an important part of strategies that is really aiming at promoting the sector. So hemp is not a drug plant, and should not be considered as such. So anything which has to do with the delivery of licenses to grow the plant should go through, for instance, the ministry that has to deal with agriculture, or an entity which has to deal with agriculture directly, and not a drug control one. That's also a crucial point to be kept in mind. So these are the main insights from the report, and we do see them as insights that can be and should be used to define the most, a strategy to develop the sector which is the most adapted to the local conditions. Now, the way forward also from an UNCTAD perspective, so it's not that we want this report to be an achievement per se. We want to move forward and use it as a basis for the development of further projects, hopefully with the request of UNCTAD member states, and that's part of the way forward. We have also recently published a policy brief, and this policy brief can be seen really as the voice of UNCTAD on the matter, and we do hope that will provide some incentives for governments to move forward on the development of the sector. So the way forward, basically, let's start by the second point, which is really the willingness to raise awareness about hemp potentials amongst UNCTAD members and in particular developing countries. And UNCTAD is here to help them with their willingness to establish some strategies to develop the sector. Unfortunately, it's not that we have available funds that can be spent on those strategies, but we can certainly participate in framing those strategies, bringing the skills and expertise and connections we've been building around the report and the policy brief. Now there's also another effort that UNCTAD wants to make, is to try to help filling the current data information gap in international data sets. I mean, there is clearly an underestimation of trade flows. Only very limited number of hemp-related products are part of the international classifications used to collect trade flows, which is the harmonized system classifications. There's only 3 of them. And if we only look at these 3 products, which are raw hemp, fiber hemp, let's say, and yarn, well, we will find that trade flows are about 15 million US dollars, which is not really significant as compared to any other crops. But now if we look a bit deeper into the national classifications, well, this amount would be at least multiplied by 6, if not 7. And here we do not account anything which has to do with CBD products. And there, obviously, I mean, if we include them, I mean, the value would be even further multiplied. So there's an effort to be made to account a bit more precisely about all hemp-based products that may be traded. There is nothing in international data sets about, I mean, dealing with a trade, for instance, about seeds or seed oil, which may represent a very high value part of the market. So we're working on this as well. We're also trying to involve the FAO to get a better estimation of cultivated areas and productions of raw products. We do find some divergence between officials and industries estimates, and that's also something that should be accounted for, and also trying to raise the awareness there. Finally, and that's in line with what I've been talking about during the whole presentation, while we do make some efforts to try to define appropriate sectoral strategies best adapted to local realities, and also, and that's also important, consistent with the global demand trends, and also the competitions that exist on the different markets. The idea here is really to avoid high profitability traps like the CBD ones, because, well, there's clearly a high value market there, but because it's a high value, and high value is often associated with a high profitability, high margins, well, there's a lot of competitions, and that may not be the route to be followed, at least at the beginning. We may want to consider other type of products, such as construction materials, which is an extremely promising sector, because that would provide the inputs to develop also sustainable urban development plans. That's something that must be considered in developing countries, and that's something we want to promote. I mean, clearly, if such urban development plans are established all around the world, well, there will be high demand for this type of products, and the trade potential is clearly there. And what is also clear is that economic, environmental, and social sustainability should be promoted along the whole value chain, along all value chains and all parts of these different value chains. And that's something we are considering here at UNCTAD as well. Obviously, well, the best way to learn is to practice. So once again, I mean, what is important for us is that there is some return from UNCTAD member states to call for some partnerships, some advice, some involvement from the institution. That's crucial. Another last point, there will be an addendum to the current report, and that should be published by September, in September this year. And that will have to do essentially with an update of the production and trade information, with trade information trying to be as exhaustive as possible. So the efforts we are making now is really to go into national classifications and check whether there is some product lines that have to do directly with industrial hemp. And I will stop here again. I really regret not to be able to interact at least online with you, but But I do hope that this will happen in the future, and I'm sure that will happen. So thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send me an email. And I really wish you a fruitful and successful forum. And again, congratulations for this initiative.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Roger Nakazawa, CEO of Asabis from Japan. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak at Industrial Hemp Forum 2023 in Malaysia. Today, we'd like to introduce the overview about Japanese market. Before we talk about the market situation, let me introduce a little bit about Asabis, our company. What we are doing is not building specific product, but more about building the infrastructure of CBD and hemp industry. These are examples. We are building CBD cannabis forum where people can exchange information, or we build the CBD product subscription system where people can buy the CBD products at a very cheaper price, but those products are almost expired. So we avoid the waste of CBD products in that way. And also we are using ChatGPT, and we are creating bartender system by AI, which is called AI bartender, so that we can provide more information about CBD and cannabis by using AI. And we have the largest number of community in terms of company and consumers. We often organize online and offline events. As one of the events, we are organizing the largest expo and conference, which is called the CBD Journey and the Canacon. I'll talk about it later. Okay, so we will start explaining about the market situation. So as you can see on this landscape map, there are varieties of brands from Japan and also from other countries. Also, there are many large companies, retails, such as Matsumoto Kiyoshi, this is a drug store, and also Cosme Kitchen, this is a cosmetic famous store, and the Don Quixote, this is our varieties of a retail store. So you can see CBD products in many places now in Japan, in the form of drink or gummies or food or even alcohol. And about the market, it is still small, but growing rapidly. By the end of this year, it will be around 30 to 40 billion Japanese yen, which is around 1 billion ringgit, Malaysia. So yeah, this has a very big potential in the market. And this is only for CBD, not including hemp. And about the regulation in Japan, there are many things going on, but these four are main stuff. One, shifting from regulation cannabis plant parts to regulating specific components. So for now, in Japan, the CBDs are allowed only from seeds or stems. So you cannot use the CBDs from flowers or leaves. But this will change. So more foreign companies will be easier to enter Japan. And number two, for THC, for now, there is no definition of zero level of THC, but it will be defined soon, like 0.1% or 0.2% or something like that. In this way, large companies or foreign companies will be much easier because they can test by laboratories. For now, the administrator can test it randomly, and they might be able to make some specific companies' products illegal. So it's a little bit dangerous situation now. And number three, the cultivation license will be much easier to acquire. So more and more farmers might be able to start cultivation of hemp. And number four, clinical trials already have begun for CBD pharmaceutical, such as Epidiolex. So yeah, there are many changes going on, and large companies and foreign companies pay more attention to the Japan market for now. Okay, and before I end my explanation and my presentation, I'd like to have an invitation of all of you. So we will organize CBD Journey and Kanakon. This is Japan's largest CBD hemp expo and conference. So you can meet and enjoy conversation with the industrial leaders or innovators, enthusiasts, and doctors under one roof. We hope you can experience the transformative power of CBD, cannabinoids, and hemp at the CBD Journey and Kanakon 2023. So as one of the members of Malaysia Hemptech Industrial Research Association, we would like to give you a special offer. For a visitor, it's free to come and enjoy. And if you want to become exhibitors, we can give you a 10% discount. And also, if you want to be a media partner or some community partner, feel free to let us know. So we are excited to collaborate with you, and Tokyo awaits you with the vibrant energy and endless possibilities. So together, let's shape the future of the CBD, cannabinoids, and the hemp industry, while positively impacting productivity, well-being, and environmental conservation. So we eagerly anticipate your presence at the CBD Journey and the Kanakon 2023 in Tokyo, Japan. So that's it. Feel free to contact us for CBD Journey or anything. So yeah, looking forward to further collaboration with you, and see you in Tokyo. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that was the video presentation from our sponsors, Shimadzu Malaysia and Asabis Japan, who has helped to make this year's forum happen. Now, moving on, our second dialogue session discusses the role of advanced materials in achieving carbon neutrality in industries. Moderating this session is Charmaine Kaur, co-founder of Eco Garage, a collaborative initiative among youths focused on empowering younger generations through impactful climate education programs. So let us welcome Ms. Charmaine Kaur on stage. I also would like to invite, sharing their views and participating in the discussion, I'd also like to invite our panel speakers, starting Professor Dr. Raymond Uy from the Faculty of Science, University Malaya, and Fellow, Academy of Sciences, Malaysia. Do we have Dr. Raymond Uy? Oh, yes. Next, Professor Dr. Sarani Zakaria to again join the panel speakers on stage from the Faculty of Science and Technology, UKM. Mr. Dennis McMahon, CEO, Global BuildTech Australia and Petra Modular Malaysia. Last but not least, Mr. Francisco Mirizi, Senior Policy Advisor from the European Industrial Hemp Association. Please give our panel speaker and moderator another round of applause. Over to you, Charmaine.
Testing? All right. Okay, while the speakers are socializing, hi guys, how are y'all doing? I hope you guys are having a fantastic day so far, absorbing all this really interesting insights. All right, so a quick introduction. My name is Charmaine, right? And I'm just really glad to announce that the fun has not ended because we have this last session. It is titled The Role of Advanced Materials in Achieving Carbon Neutrality in Industries. Right, so a quick introduction. I'm from EcoGarage. I'm a sustainability and waste management consultant. I am also the co-founder and director of solutions and education in EcoGarage. So what we do is we provide climate education to Malaysian schools. We also develop and design income generating projects for low income communities. All right, now I'm really excited to introduce our really esteemed panelists we have here and also virtually here. All right, so starting with Professor Dr. Raymond Ooi, the gentleman in the middle. All right, so Professor Dr. Raymond Ooi is a leading physicist and fellow of the Academy of Sciences, Malaysia. He's known for his groundbreaking research in quantum optics, nonlinear molecular spectroscopy, and quantum microscopy. With a strong focus on achieving carbon neutrality in industries, Professor Dr. Ooi's expertise holds tremendous potential in exploring how the introduction and development of industrial hemp can complement his research efforts. And following Dr. Ooi, we have Professor Dr. Sarani Zakaria, which you guys have already met earlier, from the Faculty of Science and Technology, UKM. So Professor Dr. Sarani Zakaria is a highly regarded speaker in this forum. So we're very, very privileged to have her here with us today. With her expertise in natural fiber industry, including hemp and kanaf, she brings a wealth of knowledge to the dialogue session. And also as a leading expert in pulp and paper, lignocellulosic materials, advanced materials, and biopolymers, Professor Dr. Sarani has made significant contributions to the understanding and development of sustainable materials in Malaysia. So her research and expertise in the natural fiber industry have positioned her as a key figure in promoting these materials as sustainable commodity crops. And following Dr. Sarani, we have Mr. Dennis McMahon. McMahon. All right, so sorry about that. Yeah, okay, so Dennis McMahon is the CEO of Global Buildtech Australia and proposal manager of Petra Modular Malaysia. He brings his experiences and wisdom in sales, marketing, business development, and business modeling to the panel. With over 20 years of expertise, Dennis has played a pivotal role in various successful ventures. Having lived in Malaysia since 2009, Dennis has a deep understanding of the local market and its potentials. He has established and led several businesses, including Sales Champions in Australia, a business coaching program, and Green Business JV Marketing Sdn Bhd in Malaysia, a consulting firm focused on supporting eco-related services and products. So Dennis's current venture, MCM Greenman Group Sdn Bhd, focuses on research and development of modular buildings for sustainable housing, as well as property management and construction-related services through its subsidiary, High Q Services. I get that right? Awesome. Right, so Dennis will bring really good insight in this panel through his experiences and expertise in green technologies and sustainable solutions in industries. And finally, on the screen, we have Mr. Francesco Marizzi. He is a senior policy advisor at the European Industrial Hemp Association, EIHA. Francesco brings valuable insights on the role of advanced materials in achieving carbon neutrality in industries, with his extensive experience in policy development and advocacy. As a senior policy advisor at EIHA, Francesco has been at the forefront of promoting sustainable practices and innovation in the hemp industry across Europe. His deep understanding of policy frameworks and market dynamics enables him to provide valuable perspectives on the integration of advanced materials, including industrial hemp, in driving carbon neutrality. All right, so now that you guys are well acquainted with our speakers, you guys know what questions and who to direct it to later in the session, all right? Okay, so I'm very happy to be here with you guys today, and I'm really, really honored to welcome you guys on this panel session. All right, so just really quickly, I'm sure that our speakers have had a really long and successful careers, and the introductions that I just gave may not do it enough justice. So I'd like to take about like 2 to 3 minutes for each speaker to just go one around the floor, introduce yourself a bit more on top of what I already have, especially focused on your expertise in relation to the topic today. So perhaps you could start with Mr. Francesco Merisi. Yeah.
Hello, I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Perfect. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm glad to be among such a distinguished panel. So, of course, I hope I will bring some insights on about what's going on here in Europe when it comes to what we call Green Deal, so the development of sustainable policies that aim at transitioning the manufacturing industry towards greener production patterns. As at the European Industrial Hemp Association, we really are focused on sustainability and at building the hemp value chain according to the highest sustainability standards. And we hope that this will be the path taken also by other countries and regions around the globe.
Awesome. Thank you
Thanks.
so much for that brief introduction. All right, so let's move on to Professor Dr. Sarani. Would you like to add on to my introduction? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have been working a lot on the lignocellulose materials and most of it on biomass. We hope that if we can talk on the circular economy, that how much it can contribute as far as the economy is concerned. And if you're looking at the Malaysian industry at the moment, we are far back as far as fibrous materials is concerned. Although the raw materials is abundant in Malaysia, you're talking about raw materials as far as cellulose is concerned, we are the major as far as raw materials is concerned. But as far as industry is concerned, we are not that as far as advanced compared to the European and the others. And our contribution as far as with our industrial academic partner in China and also in European, we are working together, and we hope that if Malaysia wanted to be one of the champion in this industrial, a lot of things has to be considered. Now we are talking about the carbon, the carbon credits, the global warmings with 1.5 degrees and so on and so forth. So there has to be a certain rules and regulation and legislation law to be reinforced as far as this is concerned. Okay.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Sarani. Yep. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Shamin, for the introduction, and also thank you the organizer for the opportunity to share. Basically, I'm a physicist. I do fundamental research, so I would hope that this field of research, hemp, can be explored more at a fundamental level, especially at a molecular, atomic level, and also how one aspect is now we are talking about green energy, green technology that connects with interaction with light. So one field that is open opportunity is to explore how light interact with material, especially this hemp material. So this is an open area that will be exciting to explore further, and maybe we can come up with some discovery on the potential of something unique behind the product, the hemp material. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, over to you, Mr. Dennis.
Are we on? Are we on? Okay. I'd like to thank everybody for the organisers for inviting me. If you can't tell, I'm from Australia. 15 years in Malaysia. My beam is still sicket, but my accent is as strong as ever. So if you can't understand me, please let me know to slow down and, you know, speak more clearly. I haven't been involved in the hemp industry because it's Malaysia. What hemp? But we certainly have been interacting with the Kanaf side of things in Malaysia since about 2016. We started to do some green building material things. We interacted with some of the Kanaf guys here who are building hemp Kanaf blocks, I guess they were, and using Kanaf cement. Most recently, and I'm actually here by proxy, my Australian colleague John Muir, who's a hemp and Kanaf expert, would have been here if he could to really give you the insights on the growing side. But from industry, you know, we've been looking at doing some work in Nusantara as well as the work we're doing in Australia with the new capital city over there. And you know, it's a bit of a model for what's happening in new cities around the world. They want to be green, they want to be net zero, they want to be smart and 21st century. But I guess they're facing the same challenges we are in industry. We'd love to swap out things for hemp products and Kanaf products. If there's a drop-in replacement that's within a reasonable, comparable price and the functions typically are better, we would take the products any day. Certainly in our Australian business at the moment, we provide modular buildings for mining camps and a whole range of other things. We have the luxury at the moment of a relatively cheap product price because of the labour situation and the difference, which means we've got the scope to include hemp products and Kanaf products and so forth within our pricing and still be competitive, if only we could find them in the marketplace. So one of the things that we as industry need to do is to be a lot more supportive at the research level to help that scale up to the point where industry can take over and sort of and build to scale. So I'm looking forward to it. Certainly I've been very excited about hemp and Kanaf ever since we started to look at it some years back. The opportunities are huge. I will talk to Dr. Sarani about the water filtration, because part of the services we offer in Australia is water filtration for mining camps. Hemp would be a great product to bring into that. So I'm looking forward to this discussion. If I can be of value to anybody, then let me know. But I do again thank the organisers for inviting me today. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, you guys. So it's really lovely to meet all of you. You guys are really, really experts in your fields, I would say. So I'm really excited for this discussion as well. With that said, if there's any topic that you'd like to bring up throughout this discussion, please feel free to interject, all right? Okay, so let's start off really, really easy, right? We're talking about the advantages, the benefits of industrial hemp. So first question goes off to you, Mr. Francesco. As a representative of the European Industrial Hemp Association, could you share some insights with us on the advantages of incorporating industrial hemp crops into the mix of advanced materials for carbon neutrality? Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for letting me the floor. So, of course, industrial hemp fits very well with the vision of the European Union over the next 20 to 30 years. The European Union committed to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, and that can be achieved through the reduction of the emissions and through carbon storage. Hemp, well, it does help in both senses, because it contributes to carbon storage in the stock and in the manufactured goods, but it also has helps through the substitution effect. So we substitute fossil-based materials with natural-based materials. I'd like, though, to we should just take something into account. Hemp, it's not per se sustainable. We need to manage it according to sustainable agronomical practices, and we really have to look at what products is the best products we can make out of hemp. in addition to that, it's not only about carbon storage and environmental sustainability, it's also about quality and performance. So hemp as the raw material can perform very well in different products, from building materials to composites, and it has also been mentioned by the previous speakers. And in terms of economic and social growth, also it can help build value chains, new value chains, create new and innovative jobs. So I would say that hemp can concur to the long-term objectives in a very broad way. And the policies are getting there, the markets are also getting there, and we do see here in Europe like a very good, bright perspectives in the coming years. It will take some time because the consumers need to adapt, the legislature needs to put in place the right regulatory framework, but we are optimistic about the future of hemp in Europe and across the world.
Awesome, thank you. So that sounds like a handful of advantages just like that already, right? Carbon sequestration, sustainable alternative as a material, it creates and builds new value chain and also provides job opportunities. So that sounds like a win-win-win situation. Thank you. And to Mr. Dennis McMahon, with your experience in sustainable building materials, how can the introduction of industrial hemp crops complement and advance existing industry policies in achieving carbon neutrality?
Well, I think, and one of our esteemed academics can remind me, what the absorption rate of CO2 for hemp is greater than the emission rate of the growth, right? I believe, I'm not sure. And it continues to basically absorb. So the more hemp that you use, obviously, you have a net positive effect. We've always been looking at how we can look at alternative materials. And I'll give you a bit of an example, I guess. It's got to be functional from our perspective. And at the moment, we're building volumetric modules, which are steel framed. We pick them up, we ship them overseas. So they've got to be strong. They've got to be capable of withstanding all of that. We are looking at using CLT and other engineered timbers as a replacement. And there is a natural step beyond that to using engineered hemp products to be able to really do a replacement for the steel products and the cement board products and things we're using now. So our intention, and certainly I think industry's intention, is to move towards, and the building industry is to move towards more sustainable products such as hemp, as long as we can make them work within the function and form and everything else. And just by virtue of doing that, we will change the construction industry, which I think is attributable to about 17 to 20% of the global CO2 emissions around the world. So obviously we have a large impact in the industry that we operate, and we need to take the opportunity wherever we can to look at things like hemp and knuff and so on, to do replacements so that people can still have their buildings, still have the comforts that they want. But at the end of the day, it's hopefully going to be a net positive contributor to the CO2 situation.
Thank you. Yeah, so carbon sequestration is a big thing, especially when you talk about the building industry, right? Construction industry. And correct me if I'm wrong, what I've heard before is that if you incorporate hemp materials into construction, it is also able to reduce the heat inside the building, and it can be more durable in the long term. Is that true?
It's a fabulous insulator. I mean, what's not to like? When you consider the direct comparison of timber, 10, 20, 30, 40 years before you harvest, and then you have to replant and so forth, and it is a CO2 emitter at the end of that process. 4 to 5 months for hemp or knuff, and you're replanting again and having another crop. So there's a lot to like about that. Certainly, the net effect functionally of hemp insulation, as we understand it, and we've only tested small components. We haven't done the whole regime. it's a great insulator. So functionally, it's much better for the environment, both around the buildings as well as internally. And at the same time, because you are not introducing sort of chemical alternatives into it, it's a much healthier alternative as well.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, to Professor Dr. Raymond Ooi. So from a scientific perspective, what are the specific environmental benefits of utilizing industrial hemp crops as advanced materials in various industries, from your understanding? Thank you.
Yeah, looking at the structure of hemp, especially for the cellulose, inside there you have a hollow, so it means that this material is basically much lighter than the normal cellulose. It could be used for many application of robust material, light materials, aircraft, automobiles, all these that consume energy source. So in that case, you have a lighter material will save a lot of fuel. So we are going towards more energy efficient manufacturing products that will help us to use less energy and also emit less heat and emit less greenhouse gases. So if we optimize the product and also the manufacturing methods, I think this product can be competent compared with the existing carbon fiber, and it could be also combined with graphene, as Prof. Sarani showed. There are a lot of possibilities making use of the basic natural structure of hemp. Yeah, another direction to go is to explore more on the, as I mentioned, the optical properties, optical properties of the hemp at the atomic molecular level. That it could be used for maybe, hopefully it could be used for some kind of organic solar cell or photovoltaic. That could be something worth exploring. Yeah.
Thank you. Wow, that's really interesting insight. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't know that too. All right, now finding to Professor Dr. Sarani Zakaria, on top of everything that has been shared from your research in the field of science and technology, what potential do you see in industrial hemp crops to address carbon emissions, on top of everything that has already been shared, and to contribute to a more sustainable future and towards a green economy?
Green economy, yes.
Green economy.
But when it talks about carbon zero for industry, you need legislation. Because of growing plants, fast growing plants like hemp, kenaf, jute, that takes about 3 months. Okay, it's good. You have lots of oxygen, and then you get back carbon dioxide. But once you cut down the tree, what happened? You have sugar inside that. It's fermentation. Fermentation got methane. Okay, then you're not talking about this carbon free anymore. And when you process it, you have to dry. If you're using solar system, it's okay. Maybe you can help. But if you're using other than fuels, then you are not contributing for that. I'm a chemist, born as a chemist. Okay. People talking about carbon dioxide, how much it will contribute to the global temperatures and so on and so forth. Have you ever think to tap this carbon dioxide and change it into some other fine chemicals? You can do that. Just get the carbon dioxide from atmosphere and convert them to many other chemicals that can be used as far as fine chemicals is concerned and other polymeric materials is concerned. You can do that. And that is first. The second thing is that for lignocellulose materials or plant materials, a lot of circular economy is concerned. There is no waste at all. There will be no what you call, because of it is renewable resources, it is biodegradable, and it's wonders. You can do wonders with it because of it can be convertible to many other materials. So, but during the process of conversion of this one is involved a lot of industry, and I think construction industry contributes so much of this carbon emission actually. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. And another thing is like aeroplane. If you're flying, this is even worse. So you can't control, you can't convert the fuel using solar system and so on and so forth. But how you can do it? By balance. I said balance is more important. If you release it to the atmosphere, take it back. You as a chemist, you can do that. I mean, you can absorb back carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and convert them into high value added products. It can be done. You just need a specific catalyst to do that. But the direction of law and legislation has to go over there. I mean, towards that particular, and most of the government has to support conversion of carbon dioxide to others, rather than stop, which is quite difficult to stop because of, we are saying, you're talking about the Asian, you should stop all the carbon emission and so on and so forth. But what have American done? I'm sorry to say. What have American done? They are contributing more. Even European, American and European contributing the most as far as, yeah. Australian also? High, yeah. Yeah, but once you want to use this plant-based material, there is a lot of limitation. You have to remember that. One, it is hydrophilic, hygroscopic, absorbs so much of water. It is the chemical component or constituent attracts so much of microbes. So you have to know what is the best. You want to use in your concrete, is good. This has been done in the ancient time, whereby when they build pyramids, they are using straws and mud. That is how it makes so strong and so light. So there are lots of contribution as far as concerned. So I think the issue of carbon net zero has to come with carbon credit and also with legislation.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And thank you so much for bringing up about legislation. I really want to talk about that shortly. Okay, so just to end the whole topic about the advantages, the benefits of hemp, this is open to everyone. Could you guys give me an example or a case study that you know of, then would like to share with us, of socioeconomic benefits as well as environmental benefits from integrating industrial hemp crops into industry policies and practices? Who'd like to go first? Yeah.
Can I?
Oh, yes.
I just wanted to raise 2 points that were discussed before. First of all, I would like to agree with Professor Sarani about, let's say, the also geopolitical implication of a carbon emission reduction. Of course, what we call the developed countries, I mean, like high polluting countries, are Europe, the US, and all the others. So I believe it is also our role to be at the forefront of this battle. And just to jump on the topic of the construction material, let me highlight that construction products are long life products, so they can store carbon for a longer period. And we do believe that construction sector will be one of the best and the most interesting, lucrative market outputs for the hemp value chain, because precisely what has been said by the other speakers, the construction industry is the most polluting one. And what we are seeing right now is, at least here in Europe, is that the big conventional construction material companies are getting interest in hemp. So there is a will also of the conventional industry to redirect their production towards more sustainable products. As EIA, as European Association, we issued 2 days ago also a paper that was done by a private research center on how much carbon we can store in construction products. I mean, 1 hectare of hemp meant for construction products, and we got confirmation that we can store between 7 and 9.3 tons CO2 equivalent in 1 hectare of hemp. It's pretty as much as 1 hectare of forest. The difference is that you can harvest hemp once per year, and so it allows also diversification of the raw materials compared to wood. So I would say that construction industry, it's really like we really have to look at the construction industry as one of the main output market for the hemp sector.
Thank you. Yeah, it's really optimistic to know that a lot of countries like in Europe are transitioning and looking at transitioning into using hemp materials into their construction building, right? And I think Professor Dr. Sarani earlier also made a really good point, because when we're talking about green economy or circular economy, it's not just about the material anymore, but it's throughout the entire process in the supply chain. And we also have to think about how we're going to remove the carbon or the damage that's done throughout that supply chain, which earlier was also mentioned that because of its light quality, hemp is really efficient when you're talking about transportation and, in terms of fuel efficiency. Thank you so much for that input, right? Do you want to add anything else on that while we're on the topic? Okay, awesome, thank you. All right, so I'll get back to the earlier prompt, which is about sharing examples or case studies that you know of on how integrating hemp crops into industry policies and practices can benefit socioeconomy in the socioeconomic aspects. Thank you. Yeah. Mr. Dennis, you can go first. Thank you.
This is very interesting. We did some work in various places early on in my time in Asia. A lot of it in Cambodia. We were doing some work with organic farmers and other sort of smallholder groups throughout Cambodia and other places. And there seems to be this problem when you're wanting to bring the economic benefits of a new crop or a new thing like hemp or knuff or whatever to this, what we call the smallholder level. It seems to be that you either go the smallholder level, which, as our friend Fadzul can say, is difficult in any sector, or you have to go big industry and, to really make the thing go to scale and whatever else. And it's always concerned me that, because typically what happens is, it's in Malaysia, the smallholder thing is tried, and for various reasons, normally because it's an independent smallholder and the project doesn't quite go where it should go. So we all think we have to go to the big industry to come and save the industry. So what happens, of course, is big industry doesn't have the care and concern for the local community that local communities do. So you either kind of have this option of, we try smallholder and we subsidise and we support and it doesn't really work very well, or we go big industry and they take all the benefits and the people on the bottom get nothing, which has always been a concern. So in my experience, and what we've tried to do, and I wouldn't say successfully, but we've tried to do it, is scale the benefits of a corporation, which is the organisation and the financial strength and the sort of competencies that come with that, at the local community level. And you really have to look at cooperatisation. I mean, Malaysia is the world mecca of cooperatives, isn't it? There are so many cooperatives here that you would think that there should be a model that allows smallholder communities in the knuff industry, in here, for example, to come together and form enough financial strength to build organisations that are perhaps regional based or whatever, but are owned by the growers effectively, run professionally, manage well, so that the scale can happen, the economies of scale can happen, downstream industry like ours can take advantage of it, but the benefits flow back to the community, which means that people can stay on the farm, families can prosper. And I think that's the model bit that's missing. I don't know about anybody else here, but you don't want the big corps to come and take the prime stuff. You don't want to have to subsidise little guys all the time either. So there needs to be a successful model that brings the two together somehow. we'd be very happy to work on that because, you know, it's what we've tried to do in various parts of the world for some time. I wouldn't say successfully, but it's certainly, you know, some of the models have worked. And in terms of, back to the question about bringing the socio-economic benefits, I think that's the kind of model you have to look at.
Thank you. Yeah, I think instead of just choosing between a top-down or a bottom-up approach, it has to be goes both way, right? From top-down while going bottom-up. Thank you. What about from a physicist perspective? How does integrating industrial hemp crops complement your research efforts, or maybe you came across any projects that you'd like to share? Thank you.
I think every plant or every product has its own uniqueness, its unique capability. What can it do? Because there's no single plant that can do everything. So the main thing is to before we, you know, everyone is now talking about green environment thing, but but I hope it doesn't go to the stage where we are going to chop off the forest and plant the hemp because of the commodity price and so on. That's why fundamental research is important. We need to identify what is the unique capability of the hemp that can offer that other plants cannot. The uniqueness of it. One is is it really lighter? Is it very strong? If this characteristic is really the strength, we can push it to the limit and then come up with applications. Say you want to use it maybe someday to replace the automobiles. Now the cars are heavier. Someday it can be replaced, or the panel, the metal can be replaced by composite hemp aircraft also. Then that was, imagine if this transformation can happen, we can cut off a lot of the energy that we are using now. See, and then that is really the green initiative, that the green contribution from hemp. There are other aspect that I just briefly mentioned is this morning it was mentioned that it can cure cancer. I think this is also very big strength of hemp that should be fully explored and the capability being harnessed as much as possible to save life. We don't have to go into industrial base, but we need to have the capability so that it can be used for the benefit of mankind with limited cost. So it's not that the technology, we want the technology that everyone can use, not only the rich can use. Yeah. Okay. This is my view on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So speaking of transformative changes, right? Policies, legislation plays a huge role into it, as Professor Dr. Sarani has mentioned. So this is a two-part question, okay? So with the onset of climate change, the pollution issues, natural disasters occurring all around the world, there are definitely already a lot of policies, regulations set in place to achieve carbon neutrality. However, what aspects do you think are missing or need further improvement in Malaysia? First part. Second part is, how can the integration of advanced materials such as hemp or kanaf contribute to filling those gaps in the current industry policies and drive progress towards carbon neutrality? Professor Dr. Sarani?
Again, carbon neutrality. Okay, before I answer the question, we have experience, together with us is Deputy Director General of LKTN, Encik Fadil. Correct me if I'm wrong, Encik Fadil. We are facing difficulties in getting land to cultivate kanaf, right? Now you're talking hemp, okay? And we're also having difficulty for the upstream to process the fiber, to get a good fiber. That is the second thing. And with the current situation of food security, that is more important than cultivating kanaf or or hemp. We need more, land for food security before you're thinking about that. That is at farmers and everything, which is can contribute better as far as carbon zero emission is concerned. Okay, back to hemp, similar to Knaf. Okay, so when you're talking about legislation, I think Malaysia is very good as far as legislation policy is concerned. But how about reinforcement? We are very good in making lots of policy, laws, regulation, legislation, policies here and there. But when it comes to reinforcement, we don't have enough manpower to check. That's why when Thailand said that every house can grow 6 plants, cannabis plant or any plants in the house, who's going to check this? So again, legislation or policy has come with reinforcement. If no reinforcement, no self, if everybody have a very good heart and know that what I'm doing is right and so on and so forth, is okay. But when money come above of everything, then everything is gone. Okay? You don't talk about zero emission whatsoever. They don't care because of money come first. That is thing. So when you come to advanced materials, that's why I always go for biomass, because then I won't fight with food. Whatever byproduct from the food industry can be utilized for advanced materials. If you wanted to use what you call is lignocellulose or any of the plant materials in your, let's say, construction whatsoever, you can use it from biomass. We don't have to chop down the tree to plant hams and so on and so forth. Because of growing tree will take you about, in order to chop it down, it will take about 11 years, 7 years, maybe fast grown like acacia, 7 years. But when you're talking others, it will take you longer. Okay, so we have to choose. If let's say you wanted to be in hemp industry or be in the knaf industry, you have to choose what is the best. And it is shown that hemp and knaf is good for automotive as far as the bast fiber is concerned. Because of out of the whole stock, as far as raw material is concerned, only 25% of the bast fiber is good. It's a long fiber and need a good process and need to process immediately, because it is so hydrophilic, it can attack. I mean, a microbe can attack it easily. Once it's attacked, that's it. You got rot fiber, not rat fiber. Ratting fiber is good, but rotting fiber is gone. There's no strength at all. You cannot do anything with that. So even if you have lots of rotting fiber, if I wanted to put in my composite, let's say concrete, it takes longer time to cure. Cement, if you have sugar inside it, it will take more than 28 days, because in order for cement or Portland cement to cure, it will take about 28 days as far as curing is concerned. But if you have sugar inside that, it takes longer. And once it's cured less and takes lots of time, then it will give cost for them. You have to put other chemicals and so on and so forth. This is not good as far as carbon zero emission is concerned. So that's why I said we have to choose what is the best. And if you're looking at the old construction, like making of pyramids and so on and so forth, they just chop the straws, put it in the mud, use human effort and make it. Nothing at all as far as any chemical is concerned. And it can produce a very good thing. So, but we don't want to go back like the previous one, but we can modify it. Modified is that we have to know what is the reactivities mechanism and so on and so forth. That is how academic and industry has to work together. So for that, we can save the world. Everybody is happy. We are not concerning about a 1.5 degree of heatings and so on and so forth. Now we are concerned on that because of we are concerned about 1.5 degree of temperature rising. It's not to us, but to the Arctic and to the Atlantic, because of when the blocks of ice is melted, that's it, we're gone. We have no land left. And I think almost every year, Malaysia is facing with flooded and so on and so forth, and it's getting worse every time. This is all because of the global warming issues. So increasing more carbon emission and so on and so forth, it will create more higher temperature. It will create the ozone layers and so on and so forth. So we have to make sure that whatever we do to this particular world, it will benefit for the next generation. Don't destroy it, but try to improvise it. So whatever destroy we have done, try to correct it before it is too late. I hope you agree with me.
Yeah, definitely. I really hear you on that because in my line of work, I work very on the ground with community. So I hear a lot of their stories, and a lot of times we don't realize that climate change is already happening, yeah, but it's also happening closer to us than we think. We may be in our air-conditioned room, but a few kilometers away from you, we have people that are struggling with their farms, with their, with their families, with their house, with their income and their plantations, because of climate-induced disasters. So I definitely hear you on that, and the urgency is definitely there. I feel like Mr. Dennis has something that he wants to add.
Yeah,
he has a mic in his hand.
I'm curious. I'm curious about the food security argument. Sure, every country feels they should have more internal food security. No problem, I understand that. In Malaysia, though, the reason that you can't get land for Kanaf or whatever, I mean, is that because the food industry is growing? Is it because the developers are taking it for housing? Because if you're going to have food security, you must have more people or more companies growing food. And part of the problem in countries like Malaysia and many others is that most of the young people don't want to be farmers. So who's going to be the ones growing more food for food security? So
you're competing with palm oil industry. They need more land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not really food security for Malaysia, though, is it?
Yeah, but we are in scarce of as far as food security is concerned because of, like, for example, rice plantation in Malaysia is reduced. Not very many farmers wanted to plant it because of to buy it's much more cheaper.
Yes.
But once our currency is getting down and down, dropping and so on and so forth, then we can feel the pain.
Yes,
because the price is getting higher and higher now.
I guess the point I'm making, because the question was kind of about economic security or economic benefit and whatever. The palm oil industry is growing always because it's a very high value crop, which provides benefits for corporations, not for local communities. Bit of Felder stuff here, yeah, sure, okay, but really not. So if you're going to say that land's an issue because palm oil's taking it and therefore hemp shouldn't, which I wouldn't agree with, then I would be saying that the reason that if you're going to benefit, as I mentioned before, if you're going to benefit the lower, the community level, you've got to give them a model that lets them generate income somehow. I don't care whether it's growing hemp, growing smallholder palm oil or whatever, but hemp would seem to be beneficial to the global situation if the model was right to have smallholder farmers band together in cooperatives and benefit from that process. I think food security is not really it's not that it's not a problem, it's not that it's going to be it's not going to be solved by not growing hemp, if that makes sense.
Let us go back to the model that we did on Kanaf for the smallholder. Our Deputy Director General is here. Cik Fadil is here. Okay. Yeah, he should be one of the panels. Whereby LKTN even introduced for a smallholder to grow Kanaf. You can do the same thing for hemp. And they have subsidized a lot for the smallholder. And what they did is when you grow or you cultivate rice, let's say rice plantation, maybe in a year 3 times or 2 times a year, in between, they allowed them to plant Kanaf because Kanaf will take about 3 months. So that LKTN will help them. That's it. It is not a prolong. when there is no incentive is given to them, that's it. And they will plant it. If nobody come and cultivate or harvest it for them, they wouldn't harvest that. So then you have to have another models. If you wanted to do hemp or kanaf, it has to be done by the big industry, giant industry, not a smallholder. This is what happened to palm oil plantation. It's a big industry, which is they will do it intensively. It might cost them less compared to the smallholder. It will cost them much more expensive. Am I right, Cik Fadil? It's very expensive actually for the smallholder if the industry, a big industry is handling it. As far as the big plantation is concerned, the same thing with food security. If you want to do it, you have to be in a big upscale and with a big, one big company is handling it. So that it can.
Yeah, and that's where I think we'll disagree, because I think that with distributed production, distributed manufacturing, the technologies available today, you can do a lot more at a regional community, not smallholder, one or two people. Sure, you've got to band them together and you've got to structure it right and give them professional help to manage and whatever. But that's what I said before. We've always seemed to be just smallholder subsidised or big industry take all the pot of gold, and I think that we need to find a middle way, is all I'm saying.
I think when it comes to food security, it's more of a systems problem, but it's a big topic. It's not a topic we're here to talk about today, though.
Later.
So later, after. All right, so let's dig more into the issues that we're talking about, right? I'm pretty sure there's ends and ends and ends of lots of challenges and barriers that you guys have faced in this industry. So just open to anyone from your experiences in implementing projects in relation to using either hemp crops or kanaf crops. What are the main barriers or challenges that you have to face to implement these projects or to get these materials integrated into our industries today? Anyone want to take the answer first?
Can I just add a little bit? To do research is okay because it is in a small amount. I mean, you might use like maximum maybe 10 kilo, 20 kilos. But once you wanted to commercialize it, the raw materials is not sufficient. So it is like egg first or chicken first. So no industry will venture in this particular business if the sustainability of the raw material is not there. Because of, if you start the industry, then the raw materials stop, then that's it. So might as well you have something which have alternative, meaning to say, if you don't have enough raw material of kanaf, then hemp can substitute. If it is not, then others can substitute. Because if you really depend only one species, then one the supply is not sufficient, that's it. Because of the upstream is in this kanaf industry, as far as kanaf industry or hemp industry is concerned, or any plants industry is, fiber is concerned, the upstream process is very, very crucial. Because if you do not process it immediately, within 3 days, that's it. Your fiber will be attacked and the quality of fiber is getting less and less. For example, I'm involved with the Malaysian standard to standardize the quality of kanaf in Malaysia. So we pick up all of the fiber from various upstream player where they process it into fiber. And the best kanaf fiber or even hemp fiber can reach up 1,500 megapascal as far as tensile is concerned. But none of ours can reach more than 500. To show that the process has to be done immediately and the process is not good enough as far as our climate is concerned, because Malaysia is so humid and you have to store all of this fiber with 10% and below of moisture content. Our humidity is very high. So if you don't keep it in a very dry place, it won't last long. So that is a major challenge as far as natural fiber is concerned.
Wow, it sounds like it really needs to take a really systematic organized approach if we were to do this full scale, right, in Malaysia. So before I move on from that question, I want to go around the floor. Anyone has anything to add to barriers and challenges? Yep.
Maybe
Yep, let's
yes.
see.
Maybe when it comes to Europe, I imagine that we can also face some similarities. Of course, it has been mentioned regulatory aspects can be a barrier to the development of the value chain. But also what we acknowledge is that we need investments. We need investments for the processing units, and especially decortication plants. They can cost between 9 and 10 million euros, which is, I believe, something like 50 million Malay's in Malaysian currency. So I would say regulatory and investments. We need investments, and we would also need big companies that get interested in the hemp sector for their own value chains, and they invest some money in it.
Thank you. Yeah, without money, we can't do anything, can we? That's the fact. All right. So with that said, right, let's go into talking about policy recommendations that you would think or you believe would be very impactful to driving this forward, right? So we've talked about an issue with the supply chain. The supply, reinforcement, we need investments and so on. So let's hear from each of the speakers. If you were to provide a policy recommendation that you would believe would really drive this initiative forward to, integrate more of hemp or ganaf crops into our industries, what would that be? Who would like to start? Dennis, go for it.
Not Malaysian, but I'll stick my nose in. First thing first, like hemp is not currently legal to grow in Malaysia. That's correct, right?
Yep.
Right. So I think that that's a policy position that can change. Not that I'm suggesting hemp versus ganaf, but I understand, and those academics in the audience can enlighten me on this. There are some climatic conditions where hemp is better than ganaf to grow, I think. And there are also some benefits of hemp and benefits of ganaf. Some things they're better than each other in. So depending on what your final product choice is that you're trying to process to, whether it's panels for insulation in cars or whatever it may be, you really should be able to choose the right crop and the right variety for that process, whatever that process is. So I think the inability to actually grow hemp in Malaysia because of the legacy thing about why hemp was banned and everything, that could just be changed overnight, I assume. So at least the flexibility was there. When I was looking at the ganaf industry, so more ganaf than hemp, we broke it down and we said, okay, if you're going to be in this game, what do you got to know? You got to know about seeds. You got to know where the seeds are, how you grow them, how you propagate them, how many you need per hectare. You need to know all that. Now, everybody here probably knows all this. It was a learning curve for me. How many seeds do I need to plant in a hectare of ganaf to grow it, to get the right yield? And then we went to the varieties, and there's V36, and there's this one, and there's that one, which don't, to an outsider, doesn't actually tell you anything about the seed or the variety. What does V36 mean? Does it tell me it's a long-stemmed, hardy, woody fibre, or is it a flowery one, or is it something else, or does it do this? Is it better for this climate or not? So I think industry-wise, their own regulation about how they define things would be a useful start, so that people from outside the industry can understand, what do I got to do? What do I got to buy? And then what do I do with it? Like, where's the user manual, if you like? Then we went to all the processes, Doctor, and you know all about this, the retting versus the rotting. And I was surprised as an outsider to the industry to see that, majority of players, even the big players, are still water retting. They're still doing retting in natural water or in ponds or in whatever, creating the pollution offloads from that and everything else. And it's it looked like a very uncontrolled way to do things to me. If you're looking at it from an industrial perspective, where the challenge in the global ganaf and hemp industry is not about demand. It's about quality and quantity of good quality supply. If you can supply good quality, you'll sell it. There's no problem. But the way that we're doing it seems to be very cottage industry based, and therefore you can't rely on upstream. It's going to be quality because downstream you're not doing it very well. That's what it struck me as. So we were looking at how you would industrialise the retting process with enzymatics and whatever else, and then take it up. And then how you would go about the processing, well, then it depends on what product I'm going to have. So anyway, we went through the steps. So regulation-wise, to answer the question, sorry for that. One was government have hemp as a viable product you can grow. Two, the industry regulate themselves to make sure that people understand what things are and how they define things. And three, government policy, the best way to grow an industry is to instigate a mandatory percentage of the product in government contracts. That is the easiest way for government to support an industry, mandated, which they did with the ethanol, with the biofuels, and that was relatively successful, I think, right? But if government mandates in every government procurement contract and in building contract, particularly JK or whatever, there's got to be 15% of biomass-based or that type of product, whatever it may be, and let industry determine how they fulfil the 15%, the industry will support those sectors like hemp and knuff and whatever else to have the products so they can get the government contracts. So in terms of policy, government contracts, mandatory requirement.
Nice. Thank you. Any policymakers out there, take note. Anyone else would like to add to that? Yeah, Professor.
I noticed that there are two barriers here. One is the fundamental aspect that Prof mentioned about that the rotting of the hemp. Another one is the industrial. The policy is not really opened up yet that to support industrial at a larger scale. So if we have these two aspects work out, I think maybe the first one, the fundamental, we can have a fundamental research that overcome the rotting issue, because right now, if you don't do it properly, the organic thing, the organic substance will rot and then become unusable. But there are always technology, intelligent innovation to overcome that. That will do marvelous magic that will make things happen. Once a fundamental problem is resolved and the policy is put in place, then industrial will be more willing to take it as for a commercial direction. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a really insightful way of looking at this issue, right? With the rotting, instead of trying to work around it, we try to fix it, right? We try to overcome that. Thank you, Professor Raymond. Professor Dr. Sarani, would you like to have a take on this? Thank you.
For this industry to grow faster, the upstream and downstream has to work together. If it is not, it won't work. Because of, if you look at in European industry, for example, knuff in automotive, the planter, the converter, and also the automotive industry are working together. So meaning to say that once you grow, you know that there is another industry will convert it. And then once it is converted, it will go back to this particular industry. So it has to work together, because or else if there is no market, there will be no demand. So it's going to be very difficult because of these types of material. If it is not unused, if it is not used, it will be rot. That's it. It is not like inorganic materials, but organic materials, if it is done, if it is not used, then it's it. That's it. So that's the reason why some of the industry in Malaysia is collapsed, because of they have the products, toward the end there's no taker. They grow the knuff, but toward the end, who's going to buy their fiber? So towards the end, they go for low-end use. Low-end use meaning to say, you grow fiber, you harvest, then you just sell it overseas at a very cheap price. So this is what the UK is doing. They bought the flowers from hemp and they process it. because of the grower from there, there's nobody who's going to process it into CBT or THC or whatsoever. So we need to have a very good circular economy that everybody is contributing so that you don't waste. Because of any things that people do, they want things as a return. If it is not, if they can't even survive, they were not going to grow it. If it's happened to our rubber industry, when the price of rubber is when they buy the latex at a very low price, then the rubber tappers or rubber planter shift to palm oil industry. So towards the end, Malaysia, we suffered because we don't have enough. So, and it end up with the glove industry in Malaysia has to purchase latex from Thailand. And we are the major producer as far as latex is concerned, but our raw materials is not in Malaysia. So that's why if the government does not reinforce a certain legislation and so on and so forth, most of this glove industry will shift to Thailand. If they shift to Thailand, we are in a very, very big, difficult situation because of as far as latex industry, the glove industry is concerned, is bring like a few billions of industry, like a palm oil industry. They are one of the major contributor as far as revenue in Malaysia is concerned. So it's come back to egg first or chicken first, but it has to be in a very harmonized that everybody is contributing towards the end, then it's harmonized as far as global is concerned.
Thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, what about me
Yeah, go
to
for it.
give it the floor? But just I wanted to briefly state my main points when it comes to policy actions. They have been already mentioned, the legality of hemp. So of course it needs to be legal before investing in developing the value chain. And on this, I believe we need to go a bit beyond the discussion on the THC maximum limits. What we look at THC as THC control measures as most of the time as the main measures that we need to enact when it comes to control of trafficking. Yes, it is very useful, but there are also other measures that could be the obligation to have certified varieties or controls on the field. Let's look at all the different policies around the world and choose what fits best. Also, your economy, your sector, your farming sector. Mr. McMahon mentioned that also the public procurement that is key. Public procurement is key, especially in bioeconomy. If you want to develop hemp in construction, bio-based materials, construction materials, we need the support of the governments, and public procurement is key. And maybe one last point, we do believe as a European association that we need to collaborate with all the other associations and governments all over the world. Let's be transparent, let's share knowledge, and also let's tackle those issues that cannot be tackled in our own countries alone. So let's have a holistic and global approach to hemp and all other economic and climate issues.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. I was about to say your name and then I had a little brain blackout. Sorry about that. Yes, and I love how a few of you also mentioned about collaboration and partnership. I think that's super important. Keeping in mind the time, let's just go to my last question. This is about public perception and education, right? So what role does public perception play in the acceptance and adoption of industrial hemp crops as advanced materials? And how can education and awareness initiatives help address any misconceptions or concerns? Would anyone like to take that? All right, thank you, Professor Dr. Sarani.
Everything has to start from the primary school level.
Absolutely.
The children, you have to educate children at the very, very early stage. The same thing with recycling. I think Japan has reached, as far as paper is concerned, like 85% recycling is concerned. Malaysia is only 60%, Europeans 75% around that. But Japan managed to reach up to 90% of recycling paper, paperboard and so on and so forth. How did they do that? They they did it during the school for the school children. And at the very early stage, they educate children with the importance of recycling and so on and so forth. The same thing when I ask, when I was in Japan, I stayed in Kyoto University for almost 10 months there, attachment. I said, how did you introduce Knaf as a panel product in the house? The government spent like 5 years advertising and even in school talking about Knaf panel products and so on and so forth, because they want to divert the mind of people from cutting down the tree to the fast grown trees. And also they want to educate that non-woody materials is also good as the timber. So they managed to do that. If you go to any of the Japanese house, they have a sliding door. And most of the sliding door are made from Knaf fiber. And to show that how much the government really contribute as far as reinforcement is concerned, they even give a certain incentive for those. Like us now, if let's say you want to talk about zero emission of carbon, the best thing is solar panel, maybe. So if there is a certain incentive as solar panels at all of the house has to build at least solar panels and so on and so forth, or the new housing estate and so on has to have a kind of solar panels, then you educate at the very early age as far as children is concerned, then they are talking about the carbon emission, carbon net zero. They are talking about these biodegradable materials. They are talking about so many environmental friendly and so on and so forth. Then the children will educate the parents. Because I remember when my daughter came back from home, and after you use all of the what you call is the milk carton, you want to throw it away. My daughter said, no, mommy, you should open it and wash it first. And then after that, hang it. So I have to do that because of this is what the urge of my children. So we end up having so many of the milk carton, which we have to clean it, we have to dry it. And then he said, mommy, every Wednesday they will come and collect. So there is legislation. If you dump your garbage with full of mix of everything, nobody will collect it. They just leave it there. So you have to divide which one is plastic, which one is glass, and so on and so forth. So education should start from home. Should start from home. You cannot reinforce people. This is cannabinoid, this is THC, and so on and so forth. If you start from home, if the children understand the dangers of it, and you give the harmonize and everything, give a good education, give some spiritual understanding, I think we don't have crime in this world. Yeah. If it is start from home. But if there's no human interaction in the house and the children learn it from outside and they didn't let something good from outside, then that is how upside and down as far as world is concerned. That is my 1 cent argumentation actually.
Thank you. That's like music to my ears because climate education is my forte. But so thank you for that input. And also in you guys' opinions, right? What can the public do to help this transition or to facilitate the integration of hemp or Knaf crops into our industries? What can we do?
Just to add in, besides educating the students, many things are decided by the policy and the government strategies. See, so the politician need to have up-to-date information about the capability of our products, our technology, what we can do and what we have in a complete manner. Our industry, our university research, what we have, what we can do. If they have the clear picture, then they will plan a strategic plan where the timing is everything. You need to have the timing right. So then if they have this education complete, they have the knowledge complete, then they will come up policy and strategies such that the supply and demand and all this will connect together and things will work well. So the education aspect goes beyond the school and universities now. So our leaders need to really know what is going on at the ground. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that really ties everything together with the need for collaboration between institutions, research, as well as the government. And Mr. Francesco, would you also like to add to the discussion?
I completely agree with the previous interventions. We need to educate not only kids, students, our fellow citizens, but also the enterprises, the industry, and the policymakers. And maybe if I can add an element, I think it's what could be useful is to play with the traditional status of hemp. Hemp has been around for thousands of years, and it was one of the first fiber crops that were used in our societies. So that's also what we're trying to do a bit here in Europe, to, let's say, revive a bit the tradition of hemp and to frame hemp as a traditional crop that belongs to the history of our countries. So just a marketing argument, let's say, but that could be very powerful.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a really good input as well. It's also a very good way to educate the young, by using arts and crafts or learning their culture, their tradition. Yeah, that's fantastic. Mr. Dennis, would you also like to add to that? Thank you.
Well, I think they're all great ideas. I'm just wondering though, is there really a lot of public pushback on using industrial hemp for things? I mean, maybe back in the day when it was, marijuana and whatever, and the public was really hyped up on that. But right now, I mean, if a product is a product and it does the job, if you say it's made of hemp, will they say, no, don't bring it into my house? I just don't know whether that's a particular problem. I think the problem more is about having the products that are there that they can just, it becomes part of the process, and nobody would ask any questions. So I think great to have education about it, but I don't know whether it's a big enough problem that you have to worry too much about the pushback from the public about, can we use this product in this purpose because it's industrial hemp? You're driving a Toyota, it's probably got hemp insulation boards, you don't know. So that's my view.
Yeah, that's also a good thing to look at. Anyone want to respond to that, or shall we?
Maybe if I can, I believe that the education to consumers would be key to develop consumers market rather than increase the acceptance or the acceptability of hemp as a raw material.
Great, awesome.
Voilà.
Thank you so much. I think we have exceeded way beyond our time. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to come up to our esteemed panelists after this session and ask them directly. Is that okay? I kind of give you permission on your behalf. But yes, I think that's it for this session. Thank you so much for everyone joining us all the way up till 5:10 p.m. We're going to be stuck in a jam together. It's okay. We had a really fruitful session, I think. Thank you to the really, really awesome panelists that we had today. Of course, also Mr. Francesco, even if you're not here, you're here by spirit and also virtually, of course. Thank you. Yeah, back to you.
Thank you, Charmaine. Thank you to our esteemed panel speakers. Round of applause for all the insights and valuable knowledge that they have shared today. I'd like to invite Mr. Johan Mohammed once again to come on stage to present an appreciation gift to our panel speakers. Starting with Professor Dr. Raymond Uy for the Next, Mr. Dennis McMahon. Our moderator, our moderator, Charmaine Kaur. Thank you, Mr. Johan. Thank you once again to our esteemed speaker, Professor Sarani, Professor Dr. Sarani, Professor Dr. Raymond Oy, Mr. Dennis McMahon, Francesco, who is here in by spirit, and our moderator, Charmaine Kaur. Thank you so much. Maybe you can stand for a group photo on stage. Oh, okay. No? Not yet. Not yet. Thank you once again. This has been a really long day packed with valuable insights and knowledge for all of us. Now, as we near the end of this remarkable event, we would like to express gratitude to all our esteemed speakers who've shared their expertise with us today, all stakeholders and representatives from the Prime Minister Office, Narcotic Crime Unit from PDRM, MATRADE, MAFI, KPKM, MIDA, LKTN, IMR, and Pharma Department for their support. Also to all our exhibitors and sponsors, Shimadzu Malaysia, Kanavigia, and Asabis Japan for allowing this event to happen through your generosity, delegates and MIRA members for your active participation. Now, in order to conclude this event, I would like to invite Mr. Johan to once again come up on stage to address his closing remark as well as conclude this event.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Sebagai tuan rumah yang menjayakan majlis, Alhamdulillah kita sudah selesai. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time and courage towards this initiative or this forum called Industrial Hemp Forum 2023. So MIRA hope this will be a message to, of course, the government agencies, and hope that we can contribute to Malaysian development on this industry, and hope to see you next year. We'll be hosting another event for hemp. So inshallah, thank you so much. Thank you, Anne, and thank you, Secretariat team. And a big round of applause for the Secretariat team from you guys. Thank you, and thanks Koyum and everyone, and of course Mr. Fadzil and Prof. Sarani. They are part of this industry we are talking about. They are there from, I think Fadil was here, the same event back in 2019. We hope to have you again next year, inshallah. So thanks again. Thank you, Anne.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum.
Thank you once again. Give a round of applause to yourself as well for staying from the morning till the end of this event. Now we'd like to invite everyone, Secretariat speakers, as well as attendees to come here in front of the stage for a group photo.